Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight's lore, we dive into how Abaddon became the undivided mortal champion of chaos, and how he amassed such a large following, and how arguably he's even stronger than some of the Daemon Primarchs, or the Daemon Primarchs rather. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like, and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or other Dark Gods. And I'd like to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
Keir Voss had once believed a warship was a vessel, a thing of decks and engines, a thing that crossed the void beneath the lash of plasma drives and the blind prayers of its crew, a thing that could be measured, named, mapped, blessed, condemned, boarded, scuttled, and forgotten. Then he had been taken aboard the Vengeful Spirit, and the last clean pieces of that belief had died inside him. The flagship of the War Master did not sail through the void. It hunted through it. It carried the memory of terror in its iron bones, and the stink of 10,000 years of slaughter in its breath. Its armor plates were blackened by wars that had outlived dynasties. Its gun decks were cathedrals of chained brass and scorched adamantium, where macro cannon shells hung in loading cradles like shrine bells forged to kill cities. Its spinal batteries slept beneath reliquary vaults of ammunition stacked higher than hive spires. Its plasma heart beat in reactor chambers, where bound demons clawed at sigil-carved cages, shrieking curses through the mouths of condemned engine priests. The ship was not alive. Not in any way a loyal servant of the Omnissiah would name life, but Keir had heard it breathe. He heard it now. The sound came through the deck, through the soles of his boots, through his thin bones, and the iron stylus clenched between his trembling fingers. A slow growl of engines, a deeper moan of stressed hull plates, the whisper of things moving behind bulkheads that no mortal had opened in centuries. Beneath it all, a pulse, wet and vast, as though the vessel dragged some murdered god behind it on chains and fed from the corpse. Keir Voss stood at the edge of the Hall of Concordance and tried not to look afraid. Fear was permitted aboard the Vengeful Spirit. Fear was expected. Fear was one of the ship's currencies, traded in glances, sweat, swallowed prayers, and the thin white lines around a slave's mouth. Cowardice was not permitted. Cowardice had hooks. Cowardice had knives. Cowardice had a place in the lower decks where men were peeled open and wired into warning shrines so their screams would sound whenever the Geller fields weakened. So Keir feared in silence. He was a war scribe by command, not by calling. Once, on a dead world whose name had been burned from every imperial chart, he had catalogued munitions for a Lord General of the Astra Militarum. He had written of last cell supply, promethium rationing, regimental casualty tallies, artillery expenditure, and the expected starvation point of a besieged hive. Then the Black Legion had come down through the smoke. The Lord General had been found with his medals hammered into his eye sockets. His staff had been hanged from the legs of a toppled saint. Keir had lived because he could read battle cant, translate void marks, and keep his hands steady while recording numbers no sane mind should preserve. Now he chronicled the councils of monsters. The Hall of Concordance had been built where an imperial strategium had once stood before the First Rebellion, before the Emperor had been enthroned as a corpse, before the name Horus had become a curse and a wound. Keir knew this because the floor still bore old gold beneath the newer layers of black iron. In places, the eye of Horus had been gouged away and replaced with the 8-pointed star. In others, the old sigils remained, not out of reverence, but accusation. Above him hung banners. They moved in air that did not exist. Some were Legion banners, black and gold, stitched with old victories and newer blasphemies. Some were the flayed skins of imperial commanders, preserved by alchemy, stretched into standards and inked with the names of the worlds they had failed to save. One had been made from the hide of a planetary governor who had ordered the evacuation of his sons before his army. His face still hung at the lower edge, lips shriveled back from yellow teeth, eyes replaced by black glass beads. Whenever the ventilation system sighed, the face seemed to laugh. Keir kept his gaze low. The council chamber was filling. Chaos Lords came in armour that would have been relic grade among the loyalist chapters. Cataphracti plate patched with demonic iron. Tartaros suits repaired so many times they had become walking shrines to spite. Legion warplate carved with kill tallies, oath scars, old campaign names, and the skull runes of dead brotherhoods. Some wore cloaks of human skin. Some wore the hides of Xenos, beasts taken from worlds whose stars had gone dark. Some carried chain axes, lightning claws, power mauls, demon blades, combi bolters, Volkite relics, plasma pistols, and trophies that still dripped. They did not speak loudly. That was worse. Whispers travelled farther in that hall than shouted threats. Keir heard them as he prepared the obsidian tablets at the foot of the scribe dais. Angron could break him. The words came from a horned lord in crimson plate, his helm carried beneath one arm, his scalp a map of old surgical scars. His voice was low, but the chamber wanted treason. It carried the whisper into Keir's ear as if offering him poison. A second voice answered, hidden behind a skull-faced helm. Break him. The Red Angel would tear him in two halves and feed each half to a different god. A third voice rasped from a warrior in green-black armour, pitted by rust and wet with condensation. Mortarion would not need to touch him. One breath, and the War Master drowns in his own noble blood. There was a soft laugh, too beautiful to be safe. Magnus would take him apart thought by thought. Fulgrim would carve him while praising the cut. Keir did not raise his head. His stylus hovered above the tablet, not writing. To record such words without command would be to own them. To ignore them would be to survive a moment longer. The murmurs did not last. The doors at the far end of the hall opened without sound. The bringers of despair entered first. They were Terminators in blackened warplate, towering even among the transhuman murderers gathered in the chamber. Their armour was not merely worn. It was inhabited, each suit ancient and hateful, every plate layered with scars from siege, void war, demon war, and brother war. Trophy chains hung from their pauldrons. Storm bolters rested in gauntlets large enough to crush a mortal torso flat. Power fists hummed with caged energy, each finger a hydraulic execution. Between them walked three captains. They had been stripped of helms and weapons. Their armour remained, but their dignity had already been taken. One wore the red of a Cornator warband, brass trim, dulled by old blood. One wore tarnished green with bells of bone hanging from his backpack vents. The last wore purple and ivory, his face too perfect, his eyes too wide, his smile dying as he saw the council watching. No accusation was spoken, no trial was offered. The bringers of despair forced them to their knees before the empty throne at the head of the council table. Empty only for a heartbeat. Then Abaddon came. Keir felt the chamber change before he saw him. The warriors straightened, not all in loyalty, some in hatred, some in calculation, some because ancient instincts, carved into gene-wrought bodies by the Legion's Astartes, still remembered what command felt like when it entered a room. Ezekiel Abaddon wore midnight and gold. His armour was the colour of void between dying stars, its trims burnished by the light of burning worlds. The eye stared from his warplate. Trophies hung from him, not in the gaudy profusion of lesser lords, but with the terrible restraint of a conqueror who did not need to prove he had killed. His topknot fell like a black war banner. His face was broad, scarred, pale with the old Chthonian cast, his eyes deep-set and pitiless. The talon of Horus enclosed one hand, each claw a relic of betrayal. At his other side hung Drachnian. Keir tried not to look at the blade. He looked anyway. There was no sane shape to it. The eye insisted it was a sword, because the mind needed mercy. Its edge seemed to exist in more than one place, a blackness folded over itself, a wound taught to hunger. The longer Keir stared, the more he felt certain that the weapon remembered him from before he had been born. Abaddon stopped before the kneeling captains. He did not ask them what they had said. He knew. The War Master looked to the first. "You gave Angron my spine," he said. The Crimson Captain swallowed. His throat clicked. Abaddon looked to the second. "You gave Mortarion my lungs." The green-armoured captain's breath fogged before his mouth, though the hall was hot. Abaddon turned to the third. "You gave my soul to Magnus, and my flesh to Fulgrim." The purple and ivory warrior tried to smile. It broke on his face. "My Lord War Master, no treason was intended. We spoke only of power, of the great ones, of what must be weighed before this concord begins." Abaddon studied him for a moment. "Then be weighed." The bringers of despair moved. One power fist closed around the Crimson Captain's helm collar and upper breastplate. The field crackled. Ceramite screamed. The captain roared, then choked, then began to make a wet animal noise as the fist compressed his armor into his chest. Bone cracked beneath the plate. The sound was intimate and obscene, like a butcher breaking joints beneath a cloth. The second captain tried to rise. A Terminator struck him down with the back of a Stormbolter, then planted one boot on his spine. The power fist descended slowly, not punching, not striking, merely pressing. His backpack vents ruptured, rusted fluid sprayed. His armor split along the abdomen, and what came out steamed and writhed with pale worms that had nested in him too long to know they were not part of his body. The third captain screamed before he was touched. That did not save him. A black gauntlet closed around his head. The bringer squeezed until the warrior's perfect face distorted, cheekbones bending, teeth bursting through lips, one eye popping loose in a slick thread. His skull finally gave way with a sound like a fruit crushed inside a metal cup. The bodies fell. Armor that had survived centuries of war lay in 3 ruined heaps, leaking blood, pus, brain matter, and the last twitching indignities of transhuman life. Abaddon stepped over the nearest corpse and took his place at the head of the table. "Continue," he said to the hall. "Speak of power." No one did. Keir's stylus trembled. He made it right. The concord of ruin was opened in silence. Hololithic fire rose from the council table, casting the gathered warlords in ghost green light. Star systems unfolded. Warp routes bled across the projection in arterial red. Fortress worlds burned as icons. Astropathic relay stations glimmered like nerves. Shrine worlds appeared as candle flames. Forge moons rotated in miniature, their manufactoria marked with production values, orbital defenses, Titan presence, void shield density, an estimated time to starvation under siege. The Ossuarine marches. Keir had heard the name from captured naval officers. A chain of bastion systems guarding stable approaches toward the deeper imperial arteries leading sunward. Not the throne world itself. Not yet. Nothing in Abaddon's wars was ever as simple as a straight thrust. The marches were bone and sinew, supply routes, astropathic choirs, pilgrim lanes, reinforcement corridors, Blackstone research enclaves, munition worlds feeding crusade fleets that believed themselves distant from the front. Abaddon touched one claw to the hololith. The talon's tip passed through a fortress world, and the image flickered as though afraid. "We do not conquer the marches," he said. His voice filled the hall through no amplifier Keir could see. "We open them, we bleed them, we turn their prayers into conflicting orders, their orders into delays, their delays into famine, and their famine into revolt. Their fleets will run without docks. Their regiments will march without ammunition. Their priests will preach beneath skies where no astropath can hear terror. Their Blackstone vaults will be broken, emptied, or turned against them." A warlord in iron grey plate leaned forward. "And the cost?" Abaddon did not look at him. "Everything." A low growl of approval moved through the Black Legion ranks. Not joy, not even eagerness. Recognition. Then the temperature changed. Every butcher in the chamber screamed. Not warriors, not Astartes. The mortal butchers chained to the hall's lower galleries, men who carved meat for Legion feasts, corpse starch vats, and ritual offerings. They dropped their cleavers and howled as blood poured from their eyes. Some began striking themselves with their own blades, chopping fingers, cheeks, throats, laughing and sobbing in the same breath. One tore out his own tongue and held it up like a trophy before collapsing. The hololith guttered red. A shape forced itself into the chamber. Angron did not arrive. Arrival was too gentle a word. He crashed into being as if reality were a gate he had headbutted from the other side until it broke. The Red Angel towered above the council, a vast ruin of muscle, brass, iron, wings, and rage. Chains hung from him. Axes waited in his fists like verdicts. His flesh was the colour of old slaughter. The butchers, nails sang in him, not as machinery now, but as a metaphysical agony that made every violent thought in the hall turn sharp. Cornate lords fell to their knees. Some wept blood. Some smashed their helms against the floor in worship. Angron's eyes locked on Abaddon. "No council," he snarled. "No maps, no chains of words. Give me walls, give me skulls, give me the corpse emperor's sons." Abaddon said nothing. The air curdled. Lumen strips dimmed beneath a jaundiced haze. Frost formed, then melted into slime. Mortal scribes around Keir began coughing. One bent double, retching black mucus onto his tablets. Another clawed at his own throat as something moved beneath the skin of his neck, blooming in soft lumps. The smell was grave soil, sour milk, opened bowels, and old battlefields left beneath rain. Mortarion emerged from the miasma like a plague moon given limbs. The Death Lord's wings dragged shadows behind them. His armour was a corroded monument, pitted, cracked, and sacred with filth. Censers swung from chains, each one spilling fumes that made mortal eyes blister. His scythe rested in one hand, casual as a farmer's tool, and terrible as extinction. He looked upon Abaddon with sunken contempt. "Horus's carrion air," Mortarion said, his voice a grave opening under wet earth. Still wearing another father's shadow, still pretending that refusal is strength. The chamber's shadows unfolded into eyes. They opened in the air, in the hololith, in the polished black of the table, in the wet surfaces of the dead captain's spilled organs. Blue fire threaded through the hall. Geometry became uncertain. Distances lied. Keir saw his own hands writing words he had not yet thought, then watched the letters crawl off the tablet as tiny burning serpents. Magnus the Red appeared first as a constellation of impossible sight. Then the eyes chose a body. The Crimson King stood robed in sorcerous splendor, horned, immense, radiant with psychic force that made every ward in the chamber ache. His single eye held too much knowledge. It did not look at Keir, but Keir felt seen down to the marrow, judged by thoughts he had never dared confess even to himself. Ezekiel, Magnus said, and the name became a prophecy for the length of one breath. Still walking the narrow bridge between damnation and denial, still believing a man may hold fire without becoming ash. Music followed. It came from nowhere and everywhere, a note drawn across nerves rather than air. Perfume filled the chamber, sweet enough to make men gag, rich enough to make wounds feel like mouths. Silk dragged over the floor though no cloth touched it. A mortal attendant began laughing, then flensed the skin from his own forearm with a quill knife, staring at the exposed red shine beneath, as if he had discovered art. Fulgrim stepped through a veil of colour. The Phoenician was beauty corrupted beyond mercy, serpentine, radiant, monstrous, flawless in ways that hurt the eye. Every movement promised violence and pleasure and contempt. His smile made lesser champions look away. Little War Master, Fulgrim purred, still uncrowned, still unascended, still standing before divinity and calling your smallness discipline. The hall held its breath. Angron wanted blood. Mortarion wanted rot. Magnus wanted truth twisted into submission. Fulgrim wanted the moment to become theatre. Abaddon gave them none of those things. He raised the talon. Beneath the council floor, locks opened. The sound was not mechanical. It was liturgical. Chains released in sequence, each one accompanied by a scream from somewhere below. Sigils burned white hot across the floor. Black iron plates withdrew, revealing a circular pit rimmed in runes of binding, warding, denial, and blasphemy. Heat rose from it, then cold. Then the stink of all four gods arguing inside one carcass. Something climbed out. It had wings, but they were made of flayed hands. It had horns, but they grew inward and burst from its own skull. Its flesh changed with every heartbeat. Brass muscle became diseased fat. Diseased fat became violet silk skin. Violet silk skin split into blue fire and screaming eyes. It had too many mouths, and all of them spoke different prayers. Chains hung from its torso, each marked with the sigil of a different power, each pulled tight in a different direction. A failed prince, a ritual abortion, a greater demon without a throne, swollen on gifts from every corner of the pantheon and mastered by none. The thing saw the council and hated it for witnessing. It moved with impossible speed. The first Black Legionnaire it reached fired his combi bolter into its chest. The shells detonated inside meat that became smoke, then talons, then a mouth that swallowed the next burst. The demon struck him once. His torso opened from groin to throat. His secondary heart flew free, still beating, slapping wetly against the table before sprouting teeth. Another warrior charged with a power axe. The demon's hand became a hook, caught him beneath the gorget, and lifted him high. It squeezed. His helm vomited blood through the vox grill. His legs kicked once, twice, then tore away as the demon pulled him apart and flung both halves into the watching warlords. Bolters roared. The Hall of Concordance became a killbox. Black Legionnaires advanced with disciplined fury, firing in staggered ranks. Bolt shells hammered into the creature, bursting flesh, igniting warp matter, blowing holes large enough for a mortal to crawl through. The wounds healed wrong. Arms grew where ribs had been. Eyes opened on exposed muscle. A dead warrior's face pushed out from the demon's abdomen and begged in a voice that sounded almost human before a chain blade split it. The demon butchered them anyway. It tore helmets free and crushed skulls between fingers. It opened Terminator plate by forcing claws through the seals and peeling the armor outward with the warrior still trapped inside. It seized a chosen by the spine and cracked him like a whip, scattering vertebrae across the council table. Blood hit Kyr's face, hot and thick. A tooth bounced against his tablet. He did not run. He could not run. Abaddon watched until the demon had crossed half the chamber. Then he stepped forward. No order, no roar, no oath, only movement. The demon lunged, many mouths shrieking. The talon of Horus met it. The first claw punched through the creature's sternum. The second and third opened its ribbed torso in opposite directions. Black blood exploded across Abaddon's armor, smoking where it touched the eye upon his breastplate. The demon folded around him, trying to engulf, trying to become a cage of meat and god hunger. Abaddon drove forward. Drachnian came free. Kyr heard the blade laugh without sound. The demon recoiled from it. That was the first true fear the thing had shown. Abaddon cut. Reality opened behind the wound. The demon's essence spilled out, not as blood, but as memory. Kyr saw murders, first murders, brother murders, kings killed in sleep, sons strangling fathers, soldiers obeying orders they knew were wicked. The blade drank it all. The creature screamed through every mouth, and each scream belonged to a different god, until Abaddon tore the talon upward and ripped its chest into ruin. The demon struck him. The blow would have broken a tank's hull. Abaddon staggered one step, only one. His boots carved sparks from the floor. His face did not change. He caught the demon's next arm in the talon, crushed it to pulp, stepped inside its reach, and rammed Drachnian up beneath the thing's jaw. The point emerged through its skull, haloed in black fire. The failed prince convulsed. Its wings of hands clenched into fists. Its mouths opened in a final chorus of begging, threatening, blessing, cursing. Abaddon twisted the blade. The diamond came apart, not slain like flesh, unmade like an argument. Its body collapsed inward, folding around the wound Drachnian had cut in its existence. Gore rained across the council table. Chunks of changing meat slapped onto the iron floor. One lump became a cluster of eyes before bursting. Another tried to crawl away on fingers until a bringer of despair crushed it beneath his boot. Silence returned slowly. Abaddon stood in the center of the ruin, black armor drenched in dissolving filth, the talon dripping, Drachnian whispering at his side. Around him lay the dead of his own legion, butchered by his command. He did not apologize to them. They had served their purpose. Their deaths had purchased attention. He looked first to Angron. Khorne points you at blood. The Red Angel's wings flared. His axes trembled. The chamber shook with his breathing. Abaddon turned to Mortarion. Nurgle chains you to decay. Mortarion's senses swung in a wind that touched nothing else. To Magnus. Tzeentch tangles you in schemes until every victory becomes another question. Magnus's eye narrowed, and stars died in its depth. To Fulgrim. Slaanesh sends you chasing the next sensation, the next perfection, the next mirror that tells you that you are adored. Fulgrim's smile sharpened into something poisonous. Abaddon lifted Drachnian, and the blade's shadow stretched across all of them. Your gods made you eternal, he said. They made you mighty. They made you legends that cannot die cleanly. They also made you predictable. No one spoke, not even Angron. I remain, Abaddon said, because I choose. I refuse the crown that is a collar. I refuse the throne that is a cage. I take what I require from the Pantheon, and I give back only war. That is why you are here." Fulgrim laughed softly. "You think yourself free." "No," said Abaddon. "I think myself useful." Mortarian's voice rolled through the fumes. "To them. To myself." Magnus inclined his head, as though listening to a distant future contradict itself. Angron snarled. "Words." Abaddon looked up at him. "Worlds," he said. The hololith flared again. The Osirine marches returned, rotating above a table wet with demon gore and legion blood. "For you, Red Angel, there are fortress moons whose trenches run from horizon to horizon. 1 billion soldiers. 100,000 skull shrines waiting to be made from loyalist bone. Walls thick enough to make your axes remember joy." Angron's breath became a furnace growl. "For you, Mortarian, there are Medici sanctuaries that boast of purity. Gene vaults sealed against plague. Agri-worlds feeding crusade fleets. Hospitals named for saints who believed suffering could be cured." The Death Lord's silence deepened. "For you, Magnus, there are Blackstone chambers buried beneath cathedral bastions, pylon fragments, astropathic choirs trained to sing through storms that should blind them, secrets the Imperium has hidden even from its own Inquisition." Blue fire crawled across Magnus's fingers. "For you, Fulgrim, there is a Lord of the Imperial Fist's bloodline who has never yielded a siege, never lost a duel, never heard his name spoken without reverence. His world sings of discipline. His sons call him flawless." Fulgrim's tongue touched one fang. Abaddon let the offers hang. He had not baited hooks. Hooks were crude. He had opened doors and placed each monster's hunger beyond them. "If you join this war," he said, "you will have ruin enough to glut yourselves. If you refuse, I will still open the marches. I will spend your sons. I will spend your cults. I will spend your demons. I will make your names serve my war, whether your hands grace it or not." That was when Keir understood. The Daemon Primarchs did not bow. Such things did not kneel, not in truth, not to a warrior who still wore mortal flesh beneath ceramite and hatred. They did not submit as captains submitted. They did not love him. They did not need him as lesser warbands needed plunder and direction, but they listened. In the Eye of Terror, that was rarer than obedience. Abaddon turned from them as if the matter had already been settled. Perhaps it had. Perhaps it had been settled before they arrived, when he had chosen the bait, the battlefield, the insults, the witnesses, the dead captains, the sacrificial demon, and the exact measure of silence after the kill. His gaze found Keir. The war scribe froze. "Voss!" Keir's knees wanted to fail. He forced them still. "My Lord Warmaster." The memory vaults. Keir felt cold move through him. Few mortals knew of the Black Legion memory vaults. Fewer had entered them and remained human enough to speak afterward. They were not archives in the imperial sense. They were confession crypts, data tombs, skull engines, broken remembrancer stacks, flensed oath skins, Legion records etched into the bones of dead captains, and warp-sealed recollections stolen from minds before execution. "My lord," Keir said, hating the weakness in his voice, "which vault is to be opened?" Abaddon looked back to the hololithic stars of the Osirine marches. "The first." Keir swallowed. "The Chthonian records." "The beginning," Abaddon said. "Before the Talon, before the Blade, before the Black Legion, before these gods learned to watch me with caution." The chamber seemed to lean closer. Keir understood then that the Concord of Ruin was not only a war council, it was a trial of memory, a weapon being drawn over the length of 12 wounds. The War Master would show them not merely what he intended to do, but what had made him impossible to dismiss. Angron rumbled like a battlefield under shelling. Mortarion exhaled rot. Magnus watched with his single burning eye. Fulgrim smiled as though the coming pain already pleased him. Keir pressed his stylus to the tablet with fingers slick from demon blood and began to write the command that would open the sealed past of Ezekiel Abaddon. Somewhere beneath the Hall of Concordance, locks older than Keir's dead bloodline began to wake. Chthoniya had no dawn worth remembering. Light came there as a lie, thin and dirty, bleeding down through mine vents and broken atmosphere stacks, turning the dust in the air the colour of old bone. The world was a grave turned inside out. Its mountains had been gutted. Its cities had been sunk into pits. Its people lived in the throat of the earth, in warrens of iron, soot, stone, and hunger, where every tunnel had a murder story and every door was barred from the inside. Ezekiel learned the taste of blood before he learned the taste of clean water. He was not born into childhood. Chthoniya did not permit such weakness. He was born into debt, into gang marks, into the thunder of oar-lifters, into the screams of men falling from gantries into the black, into the stink of machine grease and human sweat. Boys killed rats, then dogs, then other boys. Men carried blades because bullets were wealth. Women and old men hid when the gang horns sounded. The weak begged until someone grew tired of hearing them. Ezekiel did not beg. He was small once, though no soul who later saw him in Warplate would have believed it. Small, hard-eyed, lean from hunger, with split knuckles and a mouth full of broken teeth. He moved through the mining warrens with other children who had already learned that pity was a way to die slowly. They stole water from condenser shrines. They cut copper wiring from dead machines. They looted corpses before the blood had cooled, because waiting meant sharing. His first knife had been made from a snapped drill tooth wrapped in insulation tape. He had taken it from a boy older than him after biting through the meat between the boy's thumb and forefinger and driving his forehead into the boy's nose until cartilage collapsed. He remembered the sound. He remembered the warmth that ran over his face. He remembered that the watching children had not cheered. Chthonians did not waste breath on praise. They only looked at him differently afterward. That was power in the Warrens, not strength alone. Strength drew challenges. Cruelty drew fear. But certainty made others move aside before the blade was even raised. He learned that lesson young. In the lower pits, where whole hab levels had collapsed into old mining shafts, Ezekiel ran with killers who called themselves Sons of Nothing. They daubed their faces with ash and swore by dead engines. They raided through maintenance ducts, fought over ration tins, and slept in shifts with their backs to hot pipes. There were no priests there, only gang fathers with iron teeth and chem-scarred eyes. There were no saints, only names scratched beside body counts on tunnel walls. Chthoniya taught its children in simple scriptures: take first, strike hard, never show the wound. When the Sky Warriors came, the Warrens went silent. Not peaceful, never that. Silence on Chthoniya meant predators listening. They came in white armor, pale as skulls beneath the grime haze, huge beyond reason, moving with the surety of executioners. Lunar wolves, sons of Horus. The name was spoken first as a warning, then as a prayer by those who thought prayers still mattered. They came searching for boys with murder in their bones and endurance in their hearts. They did not ask who was noble. They did not ask who was kind. They took those who survived the trials. Ezekiel survived. The first trial was hunger. He already knew hunger and hated it like an old enemy. The second was pain. Pain had lived in his hands, ribs, jaw, and belly for as long as memory. The third was killing. That one was almost an insult. He killed with a stone, then with wire, then with his bare hands when the wire snapped and the other boy got his thumbs into Ezekiel's eyes. He ended that fight blind with blood, one knee on his opponent's throat, pressing down until the body stopped thrashing. When the Lunar Wolf Overseer ordered him to rise, Ezekiel stood with his face swollen, his left eye sealed shut, and his teeth bared red. The warrior looked down at him through a helm marked with a snarling wolf's head. "What are you?" the giant asked. Ezekiel spat blood onto the floor. "Alive." That answer took him from Chthoniya. The apothecarian was white. That was what he remembered most bitterly. Not the knives, not the clamps, not the needles as long as his hand. The whiteness, clean light, clean walls, clean blades. The kind of purity that only existed where men had enough power to make suffering orderly. They strapped him to a slab beneath lumen strips that burned his eyes. Figures moved around him in surgical robes and armor. Apothecaries spoke in clipped voices. Serfs carried trays of glistening instruments. Auspex needles tasted his blood. A machine breathed beside his ear with a sound like a patient predator. His flesh was opened. The first cuts made him snarl. Later cuts made him forget language. He remembered hands inside his chest. He remembered the pull of clamps holding ribs apart. He remembered the wet weight of organs that had not been born with him being seated into his body as though he were a weapon being loaded. A second heart, nodes and glands, systems to poison weakness and feed growth, things that would thicken bone, harden muscle, sharpen sight, make him spit death, breathe toxins, heal wounds that should have killed him. Ascension came in blood bowls. Humanity did not leave him in one noble departure. It was cut out in increments. A fear removed here. A softness burned away there. Memory blurred beneath hypno-indoctrination and chemical command. Chthonian gang chants were replaced by legion catechisms. The faces of pit brothers faded. The smell of home became less a wound and more a fact. His body grew too quickly, stretching into pain, bones aching as if iron rods had been hammered through them. His old scars widened and warped across new flesh. He screamed often. So did the others. Some died screaming. Their bodies rejected the gifts. Their hearts burst. Their bones grew wrong and speared their own organs. Their minds broke under the weight of implanted doctrine, leaving them drooling, twitching, useless. Those failures were removed without ceremony. Ezekiel endured. When he first stood in training plate, taller than the men who had once terrified him, he looked at his reflection in black glass and did not know the face. The boy from the Warrens was still there, buried under new flesh and cold discipline, but the eyes had changed. They no longer measured tunnels and hunger. They measured distance, leverage, threat, obedience. A Legion Master placed a bolter in his hands. It was heavy. That pleased him. "You are Lunar Wolf now," the Master said. "You are a son of Horus. Your life belongs to the Great Crusade." Ezekiel looked down at the weapon, feeling its machine spirit hum through his gauntlets. "No," he said. The training hall stilled. The Legion Master turned slowly. Ezekiel raised his eyes. "My life belongs to Horus." The blow that followed broke his jaw. The lesson that followed taught him when truth was permitted and when silence served it better. Then he met the one whose name had already remade him. Horus Lupercal was not merely large. Size was too poor a word. All Legiones Astartes were large. Terminators were larger. Dreadnoughts were iron gods in sarcophagi. Horus was something else. He entered a chamber and made every warrior inside it understand the shape of command. He smiled, and killers wanted to kneel. He spoke, and conquest sounded merciful. He looked upon Ezekiel, newly made and still raw from surgery, and the young warrior felt the same certainty he had once felt in the warrens when others stepped aside before his knife. Only this was greater. This was not fear. This was gravity. "My son," Horus said. 2 words. That was all. Ezekiel would have burned Chthoniya for him. He would have burned worlds he had never seen. He would have killed brothers, kings, saints, and gods if Horus had looked upon him and named the deed necessary. The Great Crusade gave him endless opportunity. War became his language, but not in the crude way of berserkers and pit dogs. Ezekiel did not lose himself when the guns began. He became more present. The battlefield spoke in pressure, movement, smoke, signal delay, ammunition rhythm, panic patterns, and the tiny pauses before courage failed. He watched command banners. He listened to Vox traffic. He smelled fear even through helm filters, not as scent alone, but as behavior. A unit that fired too quickly would soon run dry. A commander who moved reserves too early lacked faith in his line. A population that saw its champions die at the wrong moment would break faster than one drowned in indiscriminate slaughter. Killing was easy. Timing was war. On Caradon Secundus, a human empire refused compliance behind walls of black basalt and void-shielded gun towers. They had banners, armies, orbital lasers, and speeches about sovereignty. The lunar wolves answered with drop assault, armoured thrusts, and decapitation strikes. Ezekiel, not yet first captain, led a spearhead through a furnace district while enemy armour burned around him. A mortal commander stood on a bastion balcony, visible through smoke, holding his army together by voice and presence. His soldiers had begun to believe the lunar wolves could be halted street by street. Ezekiel saw it in the way they leaned into fire. He saw it in the tightening pattern of last volleys. He saw hope forming like a tumour. He killed the commander at that exact moment, 1 bolt round. The shell crossed the plaza and took the man beneath the jaw. His head burst upward in a red halo that painted his command staff and the banner behind him. The defenders saw it. Their fire faltered. Ezekiel ordered the assault before the corpse hit the stone. 1,000 died in the next minute because one man had died at the correct second. Horus heard of it. So did the Justarin. The black-armoured elite of the Legion did not welcome easily. Their respect had to be beaten from them, won in kill zones and boarding tunnels, proved beneath teleport flare and reactor fire. Ezekiel earned his place among them with cruelty, endurance, and a mind that did not drown in blood. He fought in Terminator plate and felt as though he had been born toward it. The armour made him a walking breach engine, a war shrine with fists. In it, he could stride through small arms fire as rain, tear bulkhead doors from their hinges, and break enemies who had never imagined courage could become a machine. Yet the greatest schooling came not from slaughter, but from counsel. The Mournival taught him that brotherhood was not softness. 4 voices around Horus. 4 blades pointed inward and outward. They argued with the War Master. They challenged assumptions. They offered dissent where lesser warriors offered only praise. At first, Ezekiel thought this dangerous. On Chthoniya, challenge meant blood. In the Legion, challenge could mean refinement. Horus permitted it because Horus was strong enough to hear disagreement without mistaking it for treason. That lesson never left Abaddon, though time would poison it. a brother who argued could still be loyal. A warrior who obeyed without thought might already be useless. From the Mournival, Ezekiel learned how pride could be harnessed, how rivalry could sharpen, how insult could reveal weakness, how a commander could let dangerous souls believe themselves heard while shaping them toward the only end that mattered. Brotherhood was not trust. It was a weapon made from competing hungers, bound by a greater will. The moon of Varax gave him a chance to prove every lesson. It was a fortified Xenos bastion, orbiting a gas giant the color of bruised flesh. The species that held it had no name that human throats could form cleanly. They built in spirals of glass and bone, with orbital guns grown into crater rims and defense towers that sang electromagnetic murder into the void. Their fleets had savaged Imperial expeditionary craft for months. Their moon had to fall before the system could be brought to compliance. Horus gave the order. The lunar wolves descended. Drop pods screamed through flak storms thick enough to turn the sky white. Stormbirds burned across the ash cloud cover, their hulls rattling under interception fire. Defense lasers stabbed upward, carving contrails into molten scars. Gunships broke apart mid-descent, spilling burning Astartes and mortal crew into the moon's thin atmosphere. The Vox became a cathedral of impact warnings, kill confirmations, static, oaths, and screams cut short. Ezekiel rode the teleportarium with the Justarin. There was always a moment before translation when the body knew it was about to be hated by reality. The chamber filled with lightning. Machine spirits howled. Serfs chanted through bleeding gums. The coordinates locked onto the Xenos command vault beneath the northern defense lattice, deep inside armor and stone and alien wards. Then the universe turned inside out. Ezekiel arrived in thunder. The command vault became a slaughterhouse before its defenders understood the breach. The Justarin materialized in black plate, storm bolters roaring, power fists crackling, chain blades waking with hungry teeth. Xenos commanders turned, their many jointed limbs unfolding, eyes shining with cold intelligence. They were not cowards. That made no difference. Ezekiel fired point blank into the nearest command creature. Bolt shells detonated through its torso, bursting pale organs across a wall of living crystal. Another lunged with a blade of vibrating bone. He caught the strike on his vambrace, stepped inside the guard, and crushed its skull with the talonless fist he had then, his gauntlet punching through the faceplate and closing around the wet cluster within. "Cut the signal spines," he voxed. "Blind the guns. Leave no mind alive." The Justarin obeyed. Terminators tore through the command vault in methodical violence. One shattered a Xenos strategist against a hololithic pillar until the alien's bones chimed like glass. Another burned a brood of attendant savants with a heavy flamer, turning their translucent flesh black while they shrieked in harmonics that made mortal ears bleed. Ezekiel moved through the center, reading the room even as he killed. That one was command caste. That one was signal breed. That one was priest function. That one was only guard meat. He killed importance first. The moon's orbital guns stuttered. Across the surface, Lunar Wolves drop companies surged from crater to crater. Spartan assault tanks ground over barricades. Land raiders fired Lascannons into tower roots. Contemptor dreadnoughts strode through storms of splinter fire, their fists turning Xenos war engines into scrap and pulp. Above, Stormbirds banked hard through ash and tracer fire, disgorging warriors into breach zones. The enemy fought with precision, but their command lattice had begun to bleed from the severed throat. Ezekiel found the High Governor of the Xenos hold fast in a chamber of suspended fluid and memory stones. It tried to speak through a captured human translator wired into its throne. The man's eyes had been removed. His jaw hung slack, cables burrowing into his tongue and spine. "Mercy!" the translator croaked with the alien's will behind it. "Terms! Surrender! We yield the orbital lattice." Ezekiel looked at the thing in the throne. "You should have yielded before we made planetfall." He put a bolt shell through the translator first. Mercy, of a kind. Then he ordered the throne cracked open with chain fists. The Xenos governor came apart wetly, limbs spasming, fluid pouring over the floor in steaming sheets. When its central nerve mass was exposed, Ezekiel crushed it under his boot. The moon fell within the hour. The system did not. The surrounding hive stations watched. Human worlds in the outer belt had supported the Xenos, feeding them ships, labor, and intelligence out of fear. Horus wanted compliance swift. The expedition's mortal iterators prepared speeches. The remembrancers prepared images of unity. The army commanders prepared occupation tables. Ezekiel prepared terror. He ordered prisoners taken from the moon's surviving defense cadres and from the human collaborators captured in orbital stations. Not all, only the right ones. Officers, guild sons, vox ministers, astropathic aides, those whose deaths would travel with meaning. They were nailed to vox masts across the conquered moon, not crucified in rage, mounted as messages. Their bodies hung from transmission towers while their throats were kept open by Medici staples and pain engines. Their screams were broadcast across every remaining settlement in the system, layered beneath a simple declaration in High Gothic and Chthonian battle cant: comply and live under the Emperor's light. Resist and become instruction. Some lunar wolves watched in silence. Some approved. A few looked away, though none spoke against him. The outer hives surrendered within the hour. When Horus summoned him afterward, Ezekiel expected judgment, praise, or correction. He found the War Master alone in an observation chamber, looking down at Varax's gas giant through armoured glass. The world below turned slowly, storm bands coiling like the muscles of a sleeping beast. Horus did not turn at once. "You made them afraid," he said. "Yes, Lord. You made them afraid efficiently." Ezekiel heard the distinction and kept silent. Horus looked back then, and the chamber seemed smaller for having to contain him. There are warriors who kill because they love killing. There are butchers who mistake appetite for strength. There are kings who think fear alone will hold what they take. Horus stepped closer. "Do you know why they fail? Because fear fades when victory looks possible." Horus smiled. It was the kind of smile that had made worlds kneel. Yes, fear must be married to inevitability. They must not merely dread punishment. They must believe resistance has already failed. That is command. Ezekiel bowed his head. "I understand." "No," Horus said softly. "You are beginning to." The War Master placed one immense hand on his son's pauldron. A ruler does not need to be the strongest warrior in every chamber. He needs every strong warrior to believe that following him leads to victory. Ezekiel looked up. Those words entered him deeper than any surgical blade. He believed them because Horus spoke them. He believed them because he had seen the truth of them from Chthonian to Varax. Gang chiefs, legion masters, the Mournival, the War Master himself. Strength mattered. It would always matter. But strength without direction was an axe swung in darkness. Horus gave direction. Horus made demigods into a spear. Ezekiel would spend the rest of his life learning how to hold that spear after the hand that first guided it had turned to ash. But not yet. Not then. Then there was only glory. There was Ulanor. The triumph rose upon a world broken beneath imperial victory. Greenskin empires had been smashed, warlords butchered, gargants toppled and left as rusting mountains. The scale of it defied mortal sense. Regiments stood in numbers that made humanity seem endless. Titans loomed like walking fortresses. Banners snapped in polluted wind. Aircraft crossed the sky in formation after formation until the heavens themselves seemed conquered. The legions gathered, warriors of gene-forged brotherhood standing beneath the gaze of history. Ezekiel stood among the sons of Horus, armoured in the pale colours of the lunar wolves, proud enough that pride felt like devotion. When Horus was raised as War Master, the galaxy changed shape around the title. Applause thundered. Oaths rang. Blades were lifted. Voices roared until the air shook. To the Imperium, it was a triumph. To the Remembrancers, a moment to be preserved in gold. To the Iterators, proof that the Emperor's dream had found its greatest general. To Ezekiel Abaddon, it was simpler. His father had been crowned before the eyes of mankind. He knelt with the others, head bowed, hearts beating with reverence and war hunger. He did not see the corpse crown hidden inside the title. He did not smell the smoke of terror in the wind. He did not hear the laughter of gods waiting beyond the veil. He did not know that the name War Master would one day become a wound he would tear open with his own hands. He knew only loyalty. He knew only Horus. And for Horus, he would have burned the stars clean. Loyalty did not rot all at once. It curdled by degrees, hidden beneath oath and honor, beneath brotherhood and duty, beneath words spoken in council chambers where warriors who had conquered worlds began to speak of betrayal as if it were surgery. Necessary, regrettable, cleansing. A cut made to save the body from sickness. Ezekiel Abaddon remembered the first taste of it. It was not fear. Fear would have been cleaner. It was wrongness. The lodges had once seemed harmless to those who did not understand that secrecy was a blade sharpened in darkness. Warrior circles, brotherhood rites, old Terran and Chthonian habits given new shapes beneath legion banners. A place where a captain could speak without the formal stiffness of the strategium, where a warrior could bear anger before those who had earned the right to hear it. Abaddon had not loved all of it, but he had understood its use. The lunar wolves had always been more than ranks and kill tallies. They were sons bound by war, and war needed hidden chambers as surely as it needed armories. Then the word-bearers came with softer voices. They came with scripture disguised as counsel, with humility worn like a cloak over knives. Erebus smiled too often. That was what Abaddon first hated about him. The chaplain of the word-bearers spoke as if every word had already been blessed by some unseen witness. He had the patience of poison. He listened. He agreed. He bowed his head in apparent respect, and when he spoke again, the room had already shifted toward the shape he desired. Abaddon distrusted him. Horus listened to him. That was the wound. The War Master changed after Davin. Not visibly at first. Not in the way lesser men would have named sickness. Horus still stood like a king among conquerors. His voice still drew warriors to silence. His smile still carried the old warmth, the impossible force that made obedience feel like being chosen. But something had entered the spaces behind his eyes, something vast and hungry, something that watched through him when his gaze lingered too long. Abaddon saw it. He denied it. A son did not measure his father for corruption. A son did not look upon the being who had lifted him from Chthonian filth and wonder whether the light behind his face had become a furnace for other powers. Such thoughts were not loyalty. Such thoughts were weakness. So he made them into hatred for others, for the emperor, distant and cold on terror, for mortal bureaucrats and perfumed lords who had never bled in compliance wars yet dared speak of tithes, remembrances, taxes, and rule. For the council that placed chains of parchment where warriors had placed chains of conquest. For all the small men who inherited worlds the legions had purchased with their dead. And because Horus believed himself betrayed, Abaddon believed it too. Not blindly. That would have insulted him. Abaddon was no witless dog. He knew the shape of power. He knew grievances could be polished until they shone like truth. He knew pride could call itself justice and never hear the lie. Yet every road inside him led back to the same iron gate. Horus was his father. Horus was War Master. Horus had made the galaxy kneel. If the Emperor stood against Horus, then the Emperor had chosen wrongly. When the orders came for Istvan III, they were spoken with the calm of military necessity. Rebel elements, contamination, internal correction. A legion must purge weakness before marching on destiny. Those were the phrases placed over the truth like burial cloth. Abaddon knew many of the warriors being sent down to the planet. Loyalists, stubborn men, honorable men. Men who still clung to terror, to the Emperor's name, to a vision of the crusade that Horus now called a lie. Some were fools, some were heroes. Some had stood beside him in wars where the air burned and the dead were stacked high enough to alter the wind. They went down in drop pods and stormbirds beneath banners they believed still meant brotherhood. The fleet killed them from orbit. Virus bombs fell first. From the viewports of the vengeful spirit and the other warships gathered in judgment, Istvan III became a lesson written in atmosphere and flame. The warheads pierced the clouds and opened over cities, trenches, barracks, muster fields, manufactoria, and avenues where men looked up only in time to breathe death. Life Eater virus spilled invisibly through air and flesh. It entered lungs, blood, skin, eyes. It made bodies betray themselves with ecstatic speed. Mortal armies died as one organism. Flesh liquefied inside uniforms. Men collapsed while still standing in formation, their bones briefly holding shape beneath sagging meat before they dissolved into steaming sludge. Horses, ration beasts, vermin, prisoners, officers, clerks, cooks, medici orderlies, remembrancers, gunners, and children of the rebellion all became fuel. The virus ate them to their wet foundations and exhaled combustible rot. Then came the firestorm. The atmosphere ignited. Continents breathed flame. Cities vanished beneath blossoming sheets of burning wind. Towers became candles. Streets became rivers of ash. Trenches filled with screaming fire that ran like water and climbed like a living thing. The dead burned. The dying burned. The dissolved oceans of human matter burned. The planet's surface became a pyre so bright that void shields across the fleet reflected it in trembling gold. Abaddon watched without speaking. Around him, warriors of the sons of Horus stood in silence. Some looked satisfied. Some looked grim. A few had the stiff stillness of men who had just seen an oath murdered and were waiting to learn whether they approved. Horus had ordered it. Therefore it was war. The loyalists survived. Not all, not most, but enough. Legiones Astartes were not made to die like men. Beneath ruined cities, inside sealed bunkers, within stormbird wreckage, under collapsed ferrocrete, warriors endured the virus and the fire. Death Guard survived in numbers that made mockery of extinction. Emperor's children loyalists crawled from the ashes with armor blackened and pride still intact. World Eaters, too angry to die cleanly, dragged themselves from burning ruins. Sons of Horus loyalists rose from the corpse smoke and understood what had been done to them. Then brotherhood became ammunition. The second descent was not bombardment. It was murder at arm's length. Abaddon led from the front because that was where truth lived. Orbital fire could kill worlds, but only the blade confirmed betrayal. His Justarin teleported into the ruins of a command district where the air still shimmered with heat, and the ash came down in grey flakes thick as snow. His Terminator plate struck the ground amid black glass, and bones burned smooth. Around him, his brothers materialized in snarls of lightning, storm bolters already rising. The Vox filled with voices. Some cursed him, some asked why. Some still called him brother. That was the worst of it. A loyalist captain in scorched sea-green plate emerged through the smoke, helm cracked, one pauldron gone, half his face visible through fused ceramite. He had been handsome once, in the way of the Legion's chosen sons. Now his cheek hung open, and his teeth showed through cooked flesh. He carried a chainsword with the teeth worn down by masonry and bone. Ezekiel, the loyalist voxed, voice warped by static and pain. What have you done? Abaddon sighted along his bolter. What history requires. You are a traitor. The word crossed the ash between them. Abaddon felt it strike and found no wound. No, he said. You are loyal to an empire already dead. You cling to a corpse that has not realized it has begun to stink. The loyalist charged. Abaddon fired. The first bolt struck the warrior's chest and detonated inside the breastplate. The second punched through the exposed cheek and burst behind the skull. Bone and brain sprayed from the rear of the helm in a red-grey fan. The body kept running for 2 strides before collapsing at Abaddon's feet, fingers still locked around the chainsword grip. The Justarin advanced. Civil war had a different sound from compliance. Xenos died with alien shrieks, mortals with thin cries, machines with metallic protest. Astartes died loudly, angrily, refusing humiliation until the last nerves fired. Bolters cracked in brutal rhythms, and every impact against power armor rang like hammers on shrine bells before the shells bit, bored, and detonated. Ceramite burst outward in jagged petals. Gene-wrought organs ruptured. Secondary hearts pulped. Lariman cells foamed uselessly over wounds too catastrophic to seal. A World Eater loyalist barreled through a ruin wall and struck one of Abaddon's brothers with a chain axe. The teeth chewed through the Terminator's shoulder seal, clogged on black carapace cabling, then screamed as they reached meat. The Justarin punched back with a power fist. The blow took the World Eater's helm and head together, reducing both to a burst of skull fragments, teeth, lenses, and red mist. The headless body swung once more before falling. In a plaza where statues had melted into faceless columns, a dreadnought burned. Its sarcophagus was split but not dead. Flames licked through the rent in its hull. The warrior interred within screamed through external vox emitters, a voice ancient with honor and fresh with agony. He called the names of his brothers as he killed them. An assault cannon churned traitor Astartes into twitching ruin. A heavy flamer washed over a squad of sons of Horus, cooking them in their plate until the pressure blew blood and fat through armor joints. Abaddon ordered meltaguns forward. The dreadnought turned toward him. "Abaddon!" it roared, voice cracking beneath, fire and static. "Look upon me when you murder your own blood." "I am looking," Abaddon answered. The meltaguns fired. White heat struck the sarcophagus. Adamantium glowed, ran, collapsed inward. The dreadnaught's scream became a wet, choking howl, as the pilot boiled within his coffin. The machine staggered, one claw tearing at its own chest as if trying to free the dying thing inside. Then its reactor failed and it crashed to its knees, burning like a toppled idol. Everywhere, brothers killed brothers. Chainswords clogged on gene-wrought muscle and had to be revved clean in fountains of blood. Combat blades found the soft seals beneath helms. Plasma guns overcharged and took the arms from their wielders. Power fists caved in breastplates, crushing ribs into hearts, turning proud warriors into armoured bowls of meat. Men who had once shared oaths at victory feasts now tore purity seals, lodge tokens, and legion markings from one another's corpses. The ashes of Istvan III swallowed all distinction. Loyalist, traitor, hero, butcher, all of them were blackened by the same fire. Abaddon did not enjoy the killing. Enjoyment was too simple. He felt rage, duty, contempt, grief buried so deep it hardened into iron. These warriors had been given a choice and had chosen wrong. The fact that they had chosen with honour did not absolve them. Honour was not victory. Honour had not saved them from the virus bombs. Honour would not stop Horus. By the time the last strongholds were broken, Abaddon had learned that treachery, once survived, became precedent. Istvan V taught him more. He did not need to see every corpse to understand the lesson. The reports were enough. The Vox fragments, the orbital pict feeds, the screams of the loyalists as they realized the second wave was not salvation. Iron Hands, Salamanders, Raven Guard. They came believing in alliance, in reinforcement, in the integrity of banners. They came trusting names that had stood beside them across the Great Crusade. Then the trap closed. Entire formations died because they trusted the wrong colours at their backs. Landing zones became slaughter pits. Gun lines turned inward. Legionaries who had expected brotherhood received bolt shells through their spines. Armour columns were caught in crossfire. Drop sites became corpse fields. Primarchs bled. Legions broke. Abaddon studied the battle not as spectacle, but as doctrine. Honour had drawn the loyalists into position. Deception had killed them. The conclusion did not make him smile. It made him colder. The galaxy did not belong to the righteous. It had never belonged to the righteous. It belonged to those willing to strike first, fully, and without apology. Victory proved legitimacy because the dead could not argue. The Emperor had taught that truth while pretending otherwise. Compliance had always been murder wrapped in illumination. Horus had merely torn away the cloth. Still, Horus darkened. Abaddon saw it in council. The War Master's presence remained immense, but it had grown heavier, as if unseen hands had placed crowns of iron upon his soul. His charisma no longer warmed as it once had. It compelled. It pressed. Warriors left his chambers inspired and diminished, carrying orders like brands burned into thought. Sometimes Horus spoke with voices behind his own. Sometimes the shadows near him moved against the light. Sometimes Abaddon entered and felt for a breath that something looked through his father and measured him as a tool. He did not speak of it. No one loyal did. In the strategium of a captured compliance barge, officers of the Broken Brotherhood gathered beneath dim lumen globes and the stink of recycled blood. A World Eater's centurion stood with chain axes crossed over his back, his head bare, scalp ridged by the brutal implants of the butcher's nails. His fingers twitched against his thigh as if strangling an invisible throat. A Death Guard commander leaned on the haft of a power scythe, his armour already marked by grime no serf could fully clean. An Emperor's Children Lord in purple and gold examined the edge of his blade in a polished panel, smiling at his own reflection more often than at his allies. A Thousand Suns officer stood apart, crimson armor inscribed with warding script, his voice quiet, his eye lenses unreadable. Abaddon listened to them argue over the next phase of Void operations. The World Eater wanted immediate assault. Enough. Delays. Put us aboard their ships. Let the decks drink. Let them hear us coming. The Death Guard commander exhaled through his grill. Wasteful. Their drives are damaged. Their air is fouled. Let them choke for 3 watches, then board when their arms tremble. The Emperor's children lord laughed. How dreary. Fear spoils if left too long. Strike while they still have hope. The scream is sweeter when it breaks upward. The Thousand Sun tilted his helm. Hope is irrelevant. Their astropathic relay must be taken intact. Destroy the choir, and we blind ourselves to the pattern beyond this engagement. The World Eater turned on him. Patterns. Always patterns. You smell of cowardice and incense. And you smell of a kennel floor after slaughter, the sorcerer replied. Hands moved toward weapons. Abaddon let the moment sharpen. Then he slammed his fist into the table hard enough to crack the hololithic projector. Static bled through the air. Every helm turned towards him. We board in the second watch, he said. Death Guard will seed the lower decks and drive survivors upward. World Eaters will breach the central spine when resistance compresses. Emperor's children will take the officer galleries and make enough noise to convince them command has fallen. Thousand Suns will secure the choir alive until I say otherwise. The World Eater bared filed teeth. And if I say we go now? Abaddon looked at him. Then you will die now, and your men will follow the order without you. The silence held. The World Eater laughed first, because rage understood only strength. The Death Guard commander nodded once, because attrition had been honored. The Emperor's children lords smiled, because drama had been promised. The Thousand Suns said nothing, because he had already begun calculating outcomes. Abaddon saw the future problem without yet naming it. They were not unified, not truly. The legions marched together because Horus pulled them forward, because hatred of the Emperor burned hotter than mutual disgust, because momentum had not yet failed. But beneath the war effort, the fault lines were already opening. Rage, decay, excess, sorcery, pride, old grievances, new hungers. Only Horus held them. Therefore, Horus had to win. The boarding action began in silence and ended in screaming metal. The Imperial battleship Resolute Light had refused surrender after its escorts were crippled. It drifted above the night side of a dead moon, void shields flickering, engines bleeding plasma into space. Its gun deck still spat defiance, macro cannon batteries firing by local command even after the bridge had gone dark. Mortal naval ratings and attached solar auxilia prepared to repel boarders with shotguns, las carbines, breacher shields, and the kind of courage that looked impressive only until the first transhuman came through the wall. Dreadclaw assault craft struck the hull like burning claws. Teleport flares followed. Abaddon translated into a corridor already venting atmosphere. His boots mag locked to the deck. Blood globules drifted in the air, trembling spheres of red reflecting muzzle flashes and warning runes. Decompression alarms wailed. Emergency bulkheads tried to close, but chain axes and power fists kept them open long enough for the killing to pass through. A naval armsman fired a shotgun at Abaddon's face. The pellets scattered from his helm. Abaddon's return blow did not require a weapon. His gauntlet struck the man in the chest and caved him through his own spine. The corpse flew backward in the low gravity, trailing beads of blood and shards of rib. The corridor filled with legionaries. World Eaters came laughing, chain axes dragging sparks from bulkheads as they ran. Death Guard advanced behind them, calm and relentless, bolters rising and falling with executioner rhythm. Emperor's children moved like duelists through the chaos, cutting men apart with graceful contempt, leaving faces bisected and hands severed from wrists still clutching weapons. The 1,000 Sons walked through Las Fire behind shimmering kine shields, their bolters speaking in disciplined bursts. Abaddon led the Justarin toward the command spine. Resistance thickened near the lift shrines. Mortal ratings died in heaps, but they died buying seconds, and seconds mattered aboard a ship. Heavy stubbers hammered from barricades made of ammunition crates and chapel pews. A Lascanon team fired from the far end of a nave corridor, the beam slicing through one of Abaddon's warriors and turning the Terminator's torso into a molten ruin. The Justarin did not slow. Stormbolters answered, explosive shells walking across the barricade until men vanished into red spray and splinters of bone. A space marine in Imperial colours met them at the Strategium gate. A loyalist from an attached force, perhaps. His heraldry had been scorched beyond easy recognition. He carried a power sword in both hands and stood among mortal dead as if courage could become a wall. "Traitor," he said over the vox. Abaddon stepped forward. "You say that word as though it has weight. It has the weight of your soul. My soul belongs to my father and my legion. Yours belongs to a lie enthroned on terror." The loyalist charged. He was fast. Good. The blade struck Abaddon's pauldron, cutting a molten scar through ceramite. Abaddon caught the warrior's sword arm, crushed the vambrace until the bones inside snapped, then drove his bolter against the loyalist's abdomen and fired twice. The shells detonated inside the body cavity. The warrior folded around the explosions, armor bulging outward, blood blasting through every seal below the breastplate. Abaddon dropped him and walked over the corpse. The bridge crew sealed themselves behind adamantium doors. The delay lasted less than a minute. Chain fists bit into the metal, chewing glowing trenches through layered armor. Meltigans fired. The doors sagged inward. When the breach opened, the bridge beyond became a red chapel of panic. Officers drew pistols, ratings charged with blades. Servitors continued chanting status reports as if obedience could outlive context. Abaddon's warriors entered firing. Humans burst apart beneath bolter impacts. A shipmaster in a gold-trimmed coat tried to give an order and lost his lower jaw to a shell fragment. A navigator's hooded attendant opened his mouth to scream and inhaled burning promethium instead. Abaddon crossed the bridge through drifting blood and falling sparks. The shipmaster lay against the command throne, one hand pressed to the ruin of his face. He looked up as Abaddon loomed over him. "Why?" the man gurgled. Abaddon almost admired the question. Not plea, not curse, a request for structure at the end of all things. "Because the galaxy was built by warriors," Abaddon said, "and stolen by cowards." He crushed the shipmaster's skull against the throne with one deliberate stamp. The resolute light died under new command. Its guns were turned upon its surviving escorts. Its astropathic choir was taken alive, as ordered. Its holds were emptied of ammunition, water, and slaves. Its dead were rendered down or nailed to pressure doors as warnings to the next ship that considered defiance. When the action ended, Abaddon stood upon its broken bridge and looked through the forward oculus. The fleet burned across the void. Traitor ships, brother ships, warships that had once carried the Emperor's dream outward and now carried Horus's wrath home. Beyond them, beyond the smoke of guns and the corpse light of dying vessels, lay terror, not visible to the eye, not yet. but present in every order, every betrayal, every sacrifice of old loyalty upon the altar of new necessity. Terror waited like a promise. Abaddon believed Horus would win because Horus had to win. There was no other shape the future could take. The Warmaster was the only will vast enough to master the legions, the only father worth following into damnation, the only ruler who could tear the rotten heart from the Imperium and make the galaxy honest beneath a warrior's hand. He believed it with the last clean devotion left in him. He did not yet know that Horus would fail him. He did not yet know that the father he had chosen over the Emperor would become a corpse beneath another god's laughter. He did not yet know that one day, looking upon that failure, he would learn a hatred deeper than treachery. Terror did not burn like a world. It burned like judgment. From orbit, the cradle of mankind had become a wound too vast for any sane eye to hold. Continents glowed beneath curtains of bombardment. Oceans boiled along their poisoned rims. Mountain ranges vanished beneath sustained macro-cannon fire. Their ancient spines cracked and flattened into glass plains. The skies were black with aircraft, ash, orbital, debris, and the falling bodies of men who had died in void war, only to return to the birth world as burning rain. The palace was not a palace any longer. It was the last wall in the universe. Around it, armies died in numbers that made arithmetic obscene. Mortal soldiers became terrain. Trenches filled, overflowed, were shelled flat, dug again through the dead, and filled again before the blood had time to sink into the mud. The slain lay in drifts against defense lines, stacked by blast waves into meat embankments, their uniforms burned away, their bones fused with rebar, their faces erased by chemical fire. Men marched across the bodies of men who had marched across bodies before them, and above them the guns never ceased. Titan legions dueled beneath the murdered sky. God engines walked through storms of missiles and lance fire, their void shields flaring like captive suns. Warlords strode through radioactive murk, cathedral shoulders aflame with banners and wreckage. Reavers hunted in packs through ruined districts where hive blocks had become canyons of broken ferrocrete. Warhounds died screaming Binharic fury as plasma reactors breached and vaporized cohorts of infantry beneath them. Loyal and traitor engines met in engine war so vast that whole districts were crushed beneath their footfalls, while princeps burned in amniotic thrones, still fused to their machines, still shrieking kill orders into the noosphere as their god bodies fell. The Legio Mortis walked. The Legio Ignatum answered. The ground broke beneath their hatred. Skitari maniples advanced through radioactive mud, with mechanical prayers clicking from brass throats. Their red robes were blackened by fallout and gore. Radium carbines spat death through curtains of ash. Servitors dragged ammunition carts until their flesh sloughed from the bone, and their augmetics continued the duty without complaint. Tech priests raised censers to machine spirits that had long since gone mad from scrap code and demon laughter. Beyond every bastion, reality tore. Demons clawed through the veil wherever blood, fear, and worship thinned it. Brass hounds bounded over corpse fields, jaws snapping through armor and ribs. Plague things waddled laughing through artillery smoke, splitting open to birth flies that crawled into respirators and laid eggs in screaming lungs. Pink fire danced in trenches and turned men inside out while they prayed. Pale things with too many limbs moved through the Emperor's light and left soldiers smiling as they cut their own throats. Terror had become the largest wound in human history, and Ezekiel Abaddon walked within it as though he had been born for the cut. He wore black and gold now, the colours of the sons of Horus, the colours of a legion that had cast aside the old pale hide of the lunar wolves and become something harder, richer, and more damned. His Terminator plate was scarred by the war to reach this place. Its edges were chipped by void actions. Its breastplate carried soot from burning bastions. Its fists had broken loyalist helms on 100 decks and walls before the walls of terror. He was first captain, lord of the Justaerin, the hand of the War Master where the War Master did not need to stand. Around him, his elite waited in the shelter of a crater deep enough to swallow a hab tower. Shells burst against the far ridge, showering them in pulverized bone and powdered stone. Ahead, the shielded gate complex of the Varadesh Bastion rose through the smoke, layered in adamantium, void-screened, ringed with gun nests and murder holes. Behind it lay command arteries feeding deeper palace sectors. Mortal armies could throw themselves against it until their corpses formed a rampart and still not take it. That was why Abaddon had come. "Storm pattern," he said across the command vox. "No waste, no glory charges. First squad to breach point. Second squad suppress upper galleries. Third squad with me. Chain fists ready. Teleport markers on my signal." A World Eater's force several kilometers east had already abandoned its assigned advance. Their rune icons on the hololith were a red smear pushing away from the objective and into a loyalist infantry concentration that no longer mattered to the breach. Abaddon watched their markers with cold contempt. "Khan's dogs are drifting again," growled Falcus Kibra beside him, his voice a low scrape through the vox grill. "They are not dogs," Abaddon replied. "Dogs can be trained." To the west, Emperor's Children icons shimmered around a pleasure theatre they had no order to take. A place of marble and acoustics that had survived the bombardment by chance and now drew them like carrion flies to perfume. They were killing defenders there, yes, but slowly, with artistry, with screams turned into trophies. They had forgotten time because sensation had offered them another clock. Farther back, Death Guard formations advanced as ordered, but too slowly. Their chemfog crawled ahead of them, killing friend and foe alike, reducing avenues to plague corridors that would take hours to cross. Where speed had been required, they brought endurance. Where rupture had been needed, they brought rot. The Thousand Suns did not answer at all. Their last transmission had been a spiral of static and prophecy. They had diverted beneath the bastion to pursue some hidden ward or psychic hinge, and perhaps their sorcery would matter. Perhaps it would open the gate. Perhaps it would doom an entire assault wing because no sane commander could trust a warrior who obeyed fate before orders. Abaddon had known rivalry in the Great Crusade. He had known pride, insult, bitterness, arrogance. This was worse. The traitor host was winning its way toward the palace on the strength of Horus's will, but beneath that will, the legions were already coming apart into appetite. He did not yet have the words for what he would later know. Chaos spent discipline as if discipline were an inexhaustible slave. It was not. "Advance," Abaddon ordered. The Justaerin rose. Enemy guns opened at once. Heavy bolters stitched the crater rim, shells bursting against black plate. Lascanon beams tore through smoke, one striking a Terminator in the chest and turning his breastplate white hot before the warrior toppled backward with molten organs spraying through the ruptured seals. Autocannons hammered. Volkite beams cut red lines through ash. Mortar fire churned the approach into a storm of dust and limbs. The Justaerin moved through it. They did not run. Terminator armor did not run as mortals understood the word. They advanced with the inevitability of execution, storm bolters firing, combi weapons barking, power fists flexing in fields of caged lightning. Behind them came breacher squads in black, shields forward, bolters over the rims, their armor painted with the ash of terror and the names of dead brothers. Abaddon saw the gates firing rhythm, left gallery reloading, right murder slit cycling, central Lascanon repositioning after recoil correction. Second squad, right gallery, now. Storm bolters lifted, plasma fire followed. The right side of the Bastion's face became a chain of explosions as shells found vision ports and weapon housings. Men died inside the wall, their bodies ripped apart in chambers too narrow for them to fall properly. Blood poured down the inside of the gate through drainage channels meant for rain. First squad, breach. Chain fists met adamantium. The sound tore across the battlefield like a god grinding its teeth. Sparks fell in white sheets. The gate shuddered. Loyalist guns intensified. A melter charge detonated too early, consuming one of Abaddon's warriors in a brief sun of chemical fury. The Terminator fell forward, armor fused to the gate, his corpse becoming part of the breach. Abaddon stepped over him. Again. The second charge opened the gate's first layer. The third broke the hinge spine. The fourth turned the inner locking teeth into molten slag. Abaddon drove his power fist into the glowing wound and pulled. The gate screamed open. The sons of Horus entered the bastion like night-given bolters. Inside, the air was red with emergency lumens and thick with smoke from burning insulation. Solar auxilia held the inner hall in disciplined ranks, their void-hardened armor gleaming beneath ash. Their Lazarifals braced along barricades of plasteel and stone. They were not cowards. Their officers had placed them well, in overlapping fire lanes with heavy weapons anchored behind shield walls. They died anyway. The first volley struck the Justarin and vanished against ancient plate, leaving glowing scars and blackened pits. The return fire blew men apart. Bolt shells hit breastplates and burst bodies against the barricade. Heads vanished. Arms spun away. A sergeant tried to give an order with half his chest missing before a second shell detonated in his throat and painted the men behind him with jawbone and shredded tongue. Abaddon crossed the hall beneath Las fire. A power sword flashed toward him from the left, wielded by a solar officer in gilded armor. Abaddon caught the blade on his vambrace, seized the man by the face, and crushed until helm, skull, and brain collapsed into a wet mass between his fingers. He threw the corpse into the next firing line, hard enough to knock 3 men from their feet. A custodian stood beyond the inner arch. Not one of the golden demigods who guarded the Emperor's innermost sanctum, perhaps, but close enough in bearing and craft that the air changed around him. Auramite plate shone beneath soot. His guardian spear was levelled. Around him were retainers, gene-wrought and mortal elite, oath-bound to the palace command structure, their faces set in the cold devotion of men who had already given themselves to death. The custodian did not waste words. He came forward in silence. He killed 2 Justarin before Abaddon reached him. The guardian spear took the first beneath the helm, driving through the gorget seal and up into the skull. The second died when the blade swept low and opened the warrior from hip to hip, cutting through plate, black carapace, muscle, and both hearts in a single golden arc. The custodian moved like a killing law, written before mankind had forgotten its own greatness. Abaddon met him with brutal economy. Spear and fist struck. The first impact sent a shock through his arm. The custodian was strong enough to matter, fast enough to punish arrogance. The spear point scored Abaddon's chest, cutting through the eye's lower curve and drawing blood beneath the plate. Abaddon stepped into the next thrust rather than away from it. The blade glanced along his side. Pain flared. He ignored it. His fist crashed into the custodian's helm. Auramite held. The warrior staggered only half a step. Abaddon struck again, then caught the haft of the spear with his other hand and drove his helm forward. Ceramite and Auramite rang together. The custodian shifted, trying to disengage, but the press of Terminator plate and Chthonian hatred pinned him for a heartbeat. That was enough. Abaddon's power fist closed around the custodian's left shoulder. The field activated. The golden pauldron buckled. Bone shattered beneath master-wrought armor. Abaddon tore the arm loose in a spray of blood and fiber bundles. The custodian made no sound. He tried to kill with the remaining hand. Abaddon respected that enough to end it directly. He drove his fist through the warrior's breastplate and felt the hearts burst around his gauntlet. The custodian sagged. Abaddon ripped his hand free and let the body fall. The retainers died screaming around him. Room by room, the bastion fell. Command galleries became butcher houses. Vox officers were shot at their stations. Cartographers were crushed across their own maps. Servo skulls drifted through the smoke, repeating orders from dead mouths. In one chamber, mortal officers burned their own data stacks, while sons of Horus chainblades took them apart from behind. In another, a wounded legionary of the Imperial Fists detonated a melter bomb beneath a stairwell and killed himself with 4 Justaerin, turning the passage into a collapsing furnace of molten stone and blackened limbs. Victory came. It tasted hollow. Abaddon stood in the central command nave amid heaps of dead officers and shattered consoles. He listened to casualty reports. Too many names. Too many irreplaceable warriors. Every chamber taken had cost elites whose light could not be regrown before the next wall, the next gate, the next impossible bastion. The palace devoured excellence. Terror ate champions with the same indifference it ate mortal conscripts. And behind the reports, always, the wider war decayed. World-eaters howled across the Vox, exultant and useless, drowning tactical channels in screams for skulls. Emperor's children sang as they killed. Death Guard commanders answered requests for acceleration with silence or phlegm-thick laughter. Thousand Suns transmissions returned as riddles. Demons manifested where they were not summoned and abandoned zones where they had been required. Mortal cult armies surged, broke, reformed, and died in waves so vast they seemed less like soldiers than weather. Chaos spent its own champions as freely as slaves. The thought came to Abaddon, unbidden. He hated it because it was true. Horus would master it. Horus had to master it. Horus had always been the will that made rivals into weapons. Horus had held the legions in the palm of his hand and turned conquest into unity. Yet now the hand trembled. Abaddon felt it in every order that came delayed, every command that tasted of sorcery, every silence where the War Master's certainty should have been. His father had become distant, not absent, never absent. Horus's presence lay across the war like a storm front, but he no longer moved among his sons as he once had. He was enthroned in power, surrounded by rites, shadows, advisors, and the whispering currents of the Pantheon. Reports reached him through layers of command and omen. His words returned heavy with significance, yet less human each time. Abaddon had seen him once during the siege, standing upon the strategium deck of the Vengeful Spirit, while the void above Terror burned. Horus had been immense, glorious, terrible. Power crowned him in invisible fire. His armor seemed darker than black, bright where runes crawled beneath the surface. The War Master's face had still been the face Abaddon loved, but the eyes were no longer merely his father's eyes. Something watched from behind them. 4 somethings, perhaps, or one hunger wearing 4 masks. The air around him had bent with pressure. Warriors had bled from their noses simply standing near him. A mortal remembrancer slave had dropped dead after hearing Horus speak a single word. "My son," Horus had said to Abaddon. The old warmth had been there. So had the abyss. Abaddon had knelt because love demanded it, because loyalty demanded it, because every part of him forged since Chthoniya knew no other posture before Horus Lupercal. But for the first time, kneeling had felt like standing at the edge of a pit. The end came without warning. Not truly. There had been omens enough to drown a world. The shields, the teleport strike, the Emperor taking the field in the only way that mattered, the Loyalists throwing their last strength toward the heart of the rebellion. Yet when the moment broke, it broke as silence. The command networks died. Not failed, died. Across the traitor fleet, Vox channels cut to dead air. Hololiths flickered out. Astropathic relays screamed once, then went mute. Warships continued firing because their crews had orders, but the soul of command vanished in a single, impossible breath. On the vengeful spirit, walls began to bleed. Black blood seeped from iron seams, from oath plates, from the carved eyes on old Legion trophies. Brass icons split. Demon-bound engines wailed in their chains. Men went blind. Astartes staggered. Sorcerers clawed at their helms and cried out that a sun had gone out inside the warp. Abaddon felt a pressure descend through his skull. He dropped to one knee, not in reverence, but because his body could not interpret the Force any other way. His hearts hammered. His teeth clenched hard enough to crack. He tasted blood, ozone, old ash, and Chthonian dust. For a moment, he felt Horus everywhere, then nowhere. The absence was obscene. It was not like death on the battlefield, not like a warrior's rune going dark on a tactical display. It was as if a law of nature had been removed, and all things built upon it began to fall. The sons of Horus broke before they admitted it. First came denial. Captains shouted for confirmation. Shipmasters demanded channel restoration. Legionaries threatened Vox serfs, astropaths, warpsmiths, anyone who could be blamed for silence. Then came rage. Squads abandoned positions to reach extraction routes. Others charged loyalist lines with no objective but refusal. Some commanders insisted the War Master lived, that the silence was a weapon, that Horus had planned this too. Abaddon wanted to believe them. He did not. The retreat from terror became a massacre of pride. Ships lifted from low orbit under loyalist guns. Some were torn open before they cleared the atmosphere, spilling warriors and slaves in burning trails across the sky. Others limped into the void with hulls gutted, drives coughing plasma, gun decks aflame. Imperial batteries hammered them from the palace, from Luna, from surviving defense platforms, from vessels that had tasted hope and become merciless. Boarding craft were abandoned. Wounded legionnaires Astartes were left on killing fields because there was no time, no order, no father to command otherwise. Demons fed on the despair. Things that had fought beside the traitors turned on the slow, the wounded, the lost. Mortal cultists who had screamed Horus's name were pulled apart by the very powers they had welcomed. World eaters cut their way to extraction through allies. Emperor's children vanished into slaughter theatres and never returned. Death Guard withdrew like a plague tide, taking their rot with them. 1,000 suns followed paths only they could see. The sons of Horus howled, some in fury, some in grief, some because they had no language left for what had happened. Abaddon forced his way through the madness toward the chamber where the body had been taken. No one stopped him. No one could have. The corridors of the vengeful spirit were ruined. Bulkheads hung open like broken jaws. Serfs lay dead in devotional postures, their eyes burned out. Legionaries moved without purpose, asking questions no one answered. The ship itself groaned as though mourning had become structural damage. Somewhere far below, chained demons laughed and wept in the same voices. The chamber doors were open. Horus lay within. For a time, Abaddon did not move. The body was vast, still armoured, still terrible, still his father. Yet the greatness that had filled every room, every fleet, every war, was gone, not dimmed, not wounded, gone. What remained was meat, relic, armour, and the shape of a being who had almost remade history. The talon rested near him. The face was Horus, and not Horus. It bore the marks of a death too mythic for mortal comprehension. But Abaddon saw beyond the wounds. He saw failure, not defeat alone. Defeat could be honoured. Defeat could be avenged. This was worse. Horus had accepted the power of gods. Horus had let them crown him. Horus had become the chosen son of the pantheon, the great vessel, the anointed war master of damnation, swollen with borrowed divinity and prophecy and the hunger of 4 eternities. And Horus had failed. The thought should have killed whatever remained of Abaddon's heart. Instead, it hardened it. He did not weep. Tears were a mortal economy, and there was nothing in him that could purchase mercy with them. He stood over the corpse of the only being he had ever loved without reservation, and something inside him died so completely that it made no sound. The Emperor had not taken Horus from him. The gods had. They had filled his father with power until there was no room left for the warlord Abaddon had followed from Ulanor to Terra. They had made him mighty beyond reason and dependent beyond forgiveness. They had crowned him, used him, spent him, and left his corpse for his sons to carry into humiliation. Abaddon looked upon Horus and understood the first law of the Long War before the Long War had truly begun. A crown could be a collar. Godhood could be defeat wearing light. He stepped closer and knelt once, not to the powers, not to the dead war master of chaos, but to the father he remembered, the Horus who had placed a hand on his pauldron and taught him that strength needed belief. The Horus who had made killers into a legion and a legion into destiny. The Horus who had been worthy before worthiness was devoured. Then Abaddon rose. "My father," he said, and his voice was quiet enough that only the corpse could hear it. "I will not be you." The ship groaned. The distant guns of the retreating war still shook the void. "I will use them. I will bargain with them. I will bleed them if I can. I will take their gifts and turn their hungers against my enemies. I will carry their marks only as long as they serve my war." His gaze hardened upon the dead face. "But I will not kneel as you knelt." Something moved in the shadows of the chamber. Perhaps grief, perhaps a demon, perhaps only the vengeful spirit remembering. Abaddon did not look away from Horus. The siege was lost. Terror still stood. The Emperor still endured, broken but not gone. The legions were shattered, the rebellion gutted, the dream of Horus drowned in ash and retreat. Yet in that chamber, beside the corpse of the failed war master, another thing opened its eyes. Not a god, not a Primarch, not yet the despoiler in name. A son with nothing left to worship except war. The Eye of Terror did not receive the defeated. It swallowed them. The traitor fleets fled Terror not as conquerors withdrawing from a setback, but as wounded beasts limping into a storm that had teeth. Behind them burned the failure of the siege. Before them opened the wound in reality, where the galaxy's laws came apart and screamed through the cracks. Ships crossed into the eye with hulls split, drives coughing plasma, gun decks charred, armories emptying, slave holds overflowing with wounded madmen, and prisoners who prayed to an emperor who had not saved them. Some vessels entered and were never seen again. Some emerged before they had crossed. Older by centuries, their crews reduced to dust piled inside uniforms that still stood at attention in dead corridors. One Sons of Horus cruiser, translated from the warp with its outer hull, layered in frozen human faces. Every face screaming soundlessly, every mouth full of black stars. Another arrived, inverted through its own shadow, decks folded through decks, crewmen fused into bulkheads with their hands still gripping duty stations. In the lower holds of the Vengeful Spirit, slave crews aged in uneven tides. A boy sent to fetch ammunition returned with a white beard and cataract eyes, insisting he had been gone only a breath. A deck officer knelt before a shrine to Horus and spoke the first line of a prayer. Before the second left his mouth, his flesh dried against his bones, his teeth fell into his lap, and his skeleton collapsed in its uniform as dust. Time was not broken in the eye. Broken things had edges. Time in that realm had been eaten, digested, and excreted as mockery. The Sons of Horus heard the dead through the vox. Not always. That would have been merciful. The voices came in moments of exhaustion, in static between command signals, in the click and hiss after a channel closed. Loyalists murdered on Istvan, brothers burned in the palace trenches, captains left behind beneath the guns of terror. They whispered old battle cant, asked for ammunition, requested extraction, accused, forgave, begged, and laughed. Some warriors smashed their helms against walls to silence the voices. Others answered. Those were watched carefully. Those who answered too often were chained or killed. Ezekiel Abaddon did not answer the dead. He listened once, only once. In a corridor beneath the strategium, where the walls sweated blood that was not blood, and the lumen strips flickered in the rhythm of a failing heart, he heard a voice over a dead vox channel. My son. For a moment, the universe narrowed to that sound. The voice was Horus, or memory, or hunger wearing his father's face. It came soft, weary, wounded, as it had sounded in the old days after long campaigns, when the War Master would remove his helm and speak to his captains as warriors rather than instruments. My son, it said again. Abaddon closed his fist around the Vox unit and crushed it until the casing split and sparks spat between his fingers. No, he said to the dark. He never listened again. The Legion Wars began before the traitors had finished fleeing. There was no grand declaration, no formal betrayal, no enemy line drawn across a map. It began with boarding hooks fired between Allied ships over ammunition rights. It began with a Death Guard warband seizing a Sons of Horus apothecarian for gene seed stocks. It began with Emperor's children duelists taking slaves from World Eaters' holds because they wanted stronger screams. It began with Thousand Sons sorcerers stealing navigational charts that had not yet been written. It began with hunger, pride, shame, and the knowledge that the War Master was dead. Traitor fought traitor with the intimacy of family hatred. Gene seed became currency. Armor became inheritance. Ammunition became sovereignty. Slaves became breath. Ships became kingdoms. Old oaths were recited as challenges and answered with chain blades. The Eye gave no fields for honourable war. Battles happened in docking tunnels, asteroid fortresses, demon markets, dead craft-world fragments, shrine hulks, and the gutted bellies of warships fused together by warp tides. The sons of Horus were hunted most of all, not because they were weak, because they had failed. Every legion tasted the ash of terror, but only Horus's sons carried the corpse of the failed war master in their name. World eaters spat at them and called them broken wolves. Emperors' children laughed and wore their captured topknots as tassels. Death Guard commanders spoke of them as rot that had not yet accepted its own stink. Iron warriors sold them ammunition at insult, prices, then shelled the docks after payment. Word-bearers preached that Horus had been a false vessel, a blessed failure, a sermon in pride. Even nameless pirates and thin-blooded renegades dared to paint mockeries of the Eye upon their armour and call it conquest. Abaddon endured the shame until endurance became strategy. The Legion could not be restored. That truth took longer to kill than any enemy. Many of his brothers wanted the old strength returned. They wanted the sons of Horus rebuilt, the shame erased, the dead father avenged under his own name. They wanted to polish the bones of failure and call the skeleton alive. Abaddon saw the lie. Restoration would preserve the wound. To revive the sons of Horus would be to carry Horus's failure forever, to march as sons of a corpse, to live beneath the accusation of terror. The Legion did not need healing. Healing was for things worth saving. The Legion had to die. Only then could it become something that did not bow beneath the shadow of its father. He began with dangerous men, not friends. Friendship was too fragile for what he required, not equals. Equality was a fiction men used while choosing where to place the knife. He gathered champions who had survived enough treachery to understand purpose when it was offered with teeth. Iskandar Khayon came first among the sorcerers, a son of Prospero, with eyes like banked warp fire, and a voice that made even threats sound meditated upon for centuries. He brought knowledge of the Empyrean, of demon names, of the ways fate could be bent without trusting it. "You seek to command what cannot be commanded," Khayon said when they first stood together beneath the black ribs of a dead cruiser. "I seek to aim what fools worship," Abaddon replied. "That distinction may kill you. Then record it correctly." Khayon inclined his head, and the faint smile behind his eyes did not reach his face. "I will record what remains." There was a warpsmith named Garvek Thul, iron warriors bred and iron souled, his lower face replaced by a grill of blackened metal. His mechadendrites tipped with saws, injectors, data spikes, and little hooks that moved when men lied. He could make a plasma drive sing through wounds that should have killed it. He could bind a demon into a cannon breech and make the weapon grateful for the imprisonment. He cared nothing for Horus, little for Abaddon, and everything for engines that obeyed. "Your ships are dying," Garvek said. "So are my enemies. Enemies can be replaced." Abaddon looked at the Iron Warrior for a long moment. Garvek clicked something like laughter through his grill. "Good. You understand priorities." Telemachon Lyris came with a blade and a smile. Emperor's children arrogance wrapped in dualist grace. He had murdered captains for uglier insults than silence and wore his beauty as if it were armor. Abaddon did not trust him. That made him useful. "You need killers who can reach throats before armies move," Telemachon said, inspecting the edge of his sword in the reflection of a dead servitor's eye. "I need killers who remember the throat is not the war." The swordsman laughed. "How tragic. You intend to make murder administrative." I intend to make it decisive. A fleet killer joined him, a former Sons of Horus void captain named Malgor Vake, whose face had been burned to scar tissue during the retreat from Terra, and whose hatred of Imperial ships had become a navigational principle. He spoke rarely, except in bearings, ranges, and kill projections. He could smell weakness in a blockade. He could cripple a battle line by destroying the vessel no admiral believed mattered. Sargon Eragesh, a word-bearer demonologist with scripture branded into every inch of exposed flesh, came last and with the least welcome. His Crozius was wrapped in chains made from the finger bones of failed prophets. He spoke to demons as though addressing unruly congregations. "You despise worship," Sargon said. "I despise surrender. All worship is surrender. Then your gods are glutted on cowards." The word-bearer smiled, lips splitting around old scars. "And yet you will need their names. I will need their chains." Falcus Kibre stood as Terminator Lord among the inner circle, brutal, loyal in the way a siege hammer is loyal to the hand that swings it. He understood no subtle theology, no sorceress theory, no pleasure in word games. He understood pressure, breach, armor, and the necessity of killing any warrior who mistook Abaddon's patience for weakness. "We are surrounded by jackals," Kibre growled. Abaddon looked upon the gathered champions, each one a blade pointed in a different direction. "Then we teach them to fear the wolf they thought dead." Canticle City became the lesson. It rose inside the eye upon the carcass of an impossible moon, a chaos metropolis of towers grown from shipwrecks, bone, brass, and still living stone. Cathedrals to nameless powers leaned over slave pits where millions toiled beneath whip, shock goad, and demonic appetite. Markets sold ammunition beside memories, gene seed beside prophecy, armor plates beside bottled screams. Warband thrones crowned the high towers, each occupied by a lord who believed himself the future of the long war. Demon engines crawled through the streets on bladed legs. Servo skulls sang corrupted hymns. Prisoners were rendered in public squares, their fat poured into votive engines, their skins scraped clean for contracts. Canticle City was not ruled, it was endured. Abaddon looked at it and saw a battlefield pretending to be a city. He did not assault it at once. That would have made him another warlord, adding corpses to the streets. He studied it. He mapped grudges, supply channels, slave routes, demon fealty, ammunition caches, hidden teleport beacons, rivalries older than some imperial sectors, and the pride of every lord who believed his fortress would stand because it had stood yesterday. Then he made them spend themselves. An insult was placed in a Cornete shrine and blamed on Emperor's children. A shipment of gene seed vanished from a Death Guard vault and appeared beneath an Iron Warrior's tower. A demon-bound cannon misfired during a public execution and killed the herald of a word-bearer apostle. A Slanishi blade champion received a forged challenge written in the hand of a Sons of Horus captain who had been dead since Terra. A docking chain failed at the precise moment two rival warships entered the same berth, crushing both prows together in a grinding scream of metal and atmosphere. Canticle City ignited. Warbands that had glared across streets for centuries suddenly charged. Towers shelled towers. Slave pits burst as prisoners fled into alleys and were harvested by things waiting below the stones. Demon markets became feeding grounds. A brass chapel collapsed beneath artillery fire, spilling molten icons and burning worshippers into the avenue below. Iron Warriors' barricades fired on World Eaters' rushes. Emperor's children hunted through smoke, taking heads and tongues as trophies. Death Guard phage bombs rolled downhill and turned entire districts into coughing graveyards. Abaddon waited until the city had eaten its own strength. Then his spear point struck. The Justarin teleported into the command heights beneath a storm of black lightning. Kaon's sorcery folded corridors into nooses, making fleeing warriors run back into the kill zones they had escaped. Garvek Thul woke dead defense guns and made them fire upon their former masters. Telemachon and his chosen assassins moved through pleasure courts and throne chambers, cutting down captains before their guards knew the war had reached them. Malgor Vek's ships chained the docks with lance fire, killing vessels that tried to flee and crippling those Abaddon intended to claim. Sargon spoke demon names into the burning wind, and things with too many mouths turned upon the cults that had summoned them. Kibre led the central breach. Abaddon walked beside him. They broke Warban thrones one by one. Champions came to test him because pride demanded visible proof. He gave them proof. A Night Lord's lord struck from shadow and lost both arms before his knife touched Abaddon's throat. A Death Guard butcher exhaled plague fumes through a cracked helm until Abaddon caved in his chest with a thunderhammer taken from the dead at Terra. An Emperor's children swordsman carved a perfect line across Abaddon's pauldron and died when Abaddon tore out his spine with one hand and beat his honor guard aside with the body. A Sons of Horus captain knelt and begged for the old legion to be restored. Abaddon killed him slowly, not for begging, for asking the wrong thing to live. In the deepest vault beneath Canticle City, he found the insult that had drawn him there more surely than any strategic prize. Fabius Bile had made a father from meat. The clone stood in a chamber of glass cylinders, gene vats, surgical shrines, and dead attendants. It wore Horus's face. Not perfectly. Perfection would have been less obscene. It was close enough that memory became a weapon. The broad features, the noble skull, the strength in the shoulders, the eyes that almost held the old warmth before something empty moved behind them. A corpse memory with a heartbeat. Around Abaddon, his warriors faltered. Even Kibre was silent. The clone looked upon him and smiled. "My son," it said. The words struck harder than any blade in Canticle City. For one breath, Abaddon saw Ulanor. He saw the observation chamber above Varax. He saw the War Master's hand upon his pauldron. He saw all the clean devotion he had once possessed, before Terra, before the corpse, before the gods had hollowed his father and left the shell. Then the breath ended. "You are not Horus," Abaddon said. The clone stepped forward, unarmed, and still the room seemed to bend toward it. It had the shape. It had the gene-wrought majesty. It had enough of the old force that lesser souls might have fallen weeping before it. Bile had crafted a key for nostalgia and expected it to open command. "I am what remains," the clone said. "No," Abaddon replied. "You are what cowards wish had remained." The clone moved then, faster than its size should have allowed. Its fist struck Abaddon and hurled him through a surgical altar, scattering blades, gene vials, and wet organs preserved in nutrient glass. Warriors raised weapons, but Abaddon roared them back. No. This execution was his. The clone came on with the strength of remembered demigodhood. It struck like Horus might have struck, or near enough to make mockery of comparison. Abaddon's armor cracked beneath the blows. Blood filled his mouth. He caught a punch on his forearm and felt bone fracture beneath ceramite. He drove a blade into the clone's side and the thing barely slowed. It seized him by the throat and lifted him from the ground. "My son," it said again, and there was command in it now. That command had once been the foundation of Abaddon's soul. He broke it. With his free hand, he reached for the weapon that had been Horus's own. The talon waited amid the relics of stolen history, black and immense, its claws dead until his grip entered them. It closed around him like inheritance and accusation. The clone saw it. Something like fear crossed Horus's borrowed face. Abaddon drove the talon into its chest. The claws punched through flesh, rib, and gene-forged heart. Blood poured over the relic gauntlet, hot and red and intolerably human. The clone gasped. Abaddon stepped closer, forcing the claws deeper, staring into the face that had shaped his life and ruined it. "The past does not command me," he said. He tore outward. The clone of Horus came apart in a flood of blood, bone, and false destiny. Its chest opened. Its hearts burst in Abaddon's grip. Its knees struck the floor. It tried to speak, but only red foam came from its mouth. Abaddon caught its head with the talon and crushed until the skull collapsed, until the face was gone, until no remnant of the Warmaster's image remained that a weak soul could kneel before. Then he stood over the corpse. His father had died twice. The second death was cleaner. After Canticle City fell, the old colours were condemned. The Order moved through the surviving sons of Horus like a blade through scar tissue. No more sea green, no more pale memory, no more armour that carried the shame of failed glory. Warriors resisted, some with silence, some with argument, some with drawn weapons. Abaddon answered each form of resistance according to its worth. Those who understood painted their plate black, not as mourning alone. Mourning looked backward. This black was accusation. It was the colour of the void between stars, of burned banners, of the ash left when a false father's dream was put to the torch. Gold remained where pride demanded it. The eye remained where warning served. But the old legion died under paint, oil, blood, and oath. "We are not his sons," Abaddon told them as the first companies knelt in their new colours beneath the broken towers of Canticle City. "We are not the remnant of failure. We are not the echo of terror. We are the blade drawn from defeat. We are the oath that survived its god. We are the war that will not end." Kaon watched from beneath his hood of shadow. "And what name does this blade carry?" asked the sorcerer. Abaddon looked upon warriors from many bloodlines now. Sons of Horus, yes, but others too. Broken world eaters, exiled emperor's children, iron warriors who had sold loyalty for purpose, word-bearers whose scripture tasted conquest, warbands who had learned that refusal was more painful than obedience. "The Black Legion," he said. The name did not ask permission. Warbands that refused were annihilated. Their champions were butchered in duels, ambushes, void battles, and public executions. Their gene seed was taken. Their armories were emptied. Their ships were chained to the growing fleet. Their machine spirits broken, branded, or fed to demons until they accepted new masters. Slaves were counted, branded, redistributed. Apothecarians were stripped. Armor plates were repainted over the blood of former owners. Captains who had mocked the broken sons of Horus learned that mockery required living lungs. Abaddon did not build unity through kindness. He made disunity cost more than obedience. In time, warlords began to kneel because kneeling preserved their wars. Sorcerers offered service because Abaddon's banner gave them victims. Butchers followed because he gave them walls to break. Fleetmasters joined because his campaigns had destinations. Even those who hated him learned to measure their hatred against the alternative of being alone in the eye, where memory had teeth and every ally was only an enemy waiting for hunger. The Black Legion grew, not pure, never pure. Purity was an imperial delusion and a corpse cult disease. The Legion grew as a wound grows, inflamed, dark, fed by blood and refusal. It gathered the bitter, the exiled, the ambitious, the ashamed, the monstrous, and the disciplined. It took everything the Eye had used to devour the defeated and made of it an army. Abaddon stood one cycle in the corpse chapel of the vengeful spirit, the talon resting upon his arm, black armor newly marked, the name of Horus no longer a chain around his throat. Around him hung the banners of dead warbands. Beneath him, the ship groaned with captured engines and fresh slaves. Beyond the hull, the Eye churned with impossible colours, birthing storms that could swallow centuries. He had killed the Legion to save the war. He had killed his father's image to save himself from worship. Still, in the silence after victory, something called to him. Not Horus, not the dead. This whisper did not speak through vox static or memory. It came from deeper places, from the wound beneath reality, from the first murder and the last, from the space between a raised hand and a brother's blood. It was not a voice as mortals understood voices. It was an edge discovering language. Abaddon turned his head slightly, listening despite himself. The whisper knew his name. It promised nothing. That was why he did not dismiss it. Promises were chains dressed as gifts. This thing offered no crown, no throne, no father's approval, no God's embrace. It was hunger without worship, a wound that could be held, a blade that could make even demons remember fear. Somewhere in the dark beyond the dark, Drachnian waited, and Ezekiel Abaddon, no longer son, not yet despoiler, understood that the long war would need weapons that reality itself hated to name. Maps died before the place where Drachnian waited. They did not fail, nor become inaccurate by increments. They died. Parchment charts blackened in their reliquaries. Data slates bled impossible coordinates until their machine spirits shrieked and shut themselves down. Astropathic guides clawed out their own eyes and spoke in voices that had never belonged to them. Demon-bound compasses spun until their needles snapped. Navigators looked into the warp ahead and saw only the reflection of their own corpses staring back from behind the glass of the future. Abaddon ordered the fleet onward. The depths of the Eye did not welcome the Black Legion. The Eye did not welcome anything. It judged, mocked, tempted, and consumed. It reshaped distance according to malice. It folded memory into gravity. It turned prophecy into a predator that circled the fleet, lunging whenever a weak mind mistook vision for certainty. The vengeful spirit led the passage through storms no mortal sky had ever suffered. Around it sailed warships chained to Abaddon's purpose, their hulls blackened, their gun decks crowded with slaves and murderers, their prows carved into snarling maws or devotional blades. They crossed seas of burning colour, where dead stars floated like skulls in oil. They passed worlds that sang in the voices of murdered children. They saw a moon split open like an egg, spilling demons into the void in a drifting swarm that followed the fleet for 3 watches, whispering offers through every vox channel. Become, ascend, kneel and be crowned. Abaddon heard the voices. Every warrior in the fleet heard them. Some laughed, some prayed, some begged for silence, some accepted gifts and were dragged screaming into new shapes by the things that had offered them. The War Master did not silence the whispers. Weakness revealed itself best when temptation was given room to speak. He did not seek ascension. That was what the gods hated most. He had seen what ascension had made of greater beings than himself. He had watched Horus swell with power until the Father became a throne for hungers wearing his face. He had seen the Daemon Primarchs, each one vast, each one terrible, each one eternal in a way that stank of ownership. Immortality was not freedom if another will held the leash. Divinity was not victory if it made the divine predictable. Abaddon wanted a weapon, not a blessing, not a crown, not a promise of painlessness or paradise. His war required tools no loyalist mind could endure, instruments that made the Imperium's holy relics look like children's knives beneath cathedral light. The long war could not be fought with memory alone. The talon of Horus had murdered the past. Now he required a blade fit to wound the future. Chaon walked beside him when the last descent began, though walking had become a metaphor by then. The chamber beneath the vengeful spirit was no longer within the ship in any honest sense. Its doors opened into a corridor that stretched through places the vessel had never contained. Chains hung from a ceiling lost in red fog. The deck beneath Abaddon's boots was made of black glass, and beneath the glass moved faces pressed upward from below, mouthing words without sound. The sorcerer's armor reflected stars that were not there. "It knows we come," Chaon said. Abaddon did not look at him. "Everything in this realm claims knowledge. This is not knowledge, this is appetite. Then it will understand me." Far behind them, Sargon Eragesh chanted names that made the air curdle. The word-bearer's demonology bound the passage open, though the effort had split the scripture scars across his flesh and set his blood steaming. Garvek Thul had anchored the ritual with chains hammered through the ship's bones. Falcus Kibre waited with Terminators at the threshold, because no quest of Abaddon's was ever allowed to become a mystic wandering free of guns. The corridor ended at a door made of old murder. That was the only way Keir Voss, had he seen it, would have known how to write it. Not bone, not iron, not flesh, murder. The act itself, given form. It stood in the shape of a gate, black and wet-edged, trembling with the memory of raised stones, sharpened sticks, strangling hands, knives slid between ribs in darkness, brothers killed for inheritance, sons killed for fear, fathers killed for power, kings killed for crowns, strangers killed because killing had once taught mankind that it could shape the world. Abaddon placed the talon against the gate. It opened like a wound accepting a blade. Dracnian waited beyond. It was not a sword. The shape of a sword came later, as insult and convenience. What waited in the dark had no true metallurgy, no forged lineage, no machine spirit to soothe with oil and prayer. It was hunger given edge, murder given memory. Anti-creation bound around the first human betrayal and sharpened by every act of violence that followed. It was the moment when mankind learned that the hand could become a weapon against its own blood. It was the shadow beneath every empire, every throne, every oath. It spoke with 1,000 voices and one intention. Ezekiel. The name moved through him without crossing the air. It knew his Chthonian blood. It knew the boy with the drill-tooth knife. It knew the lunar wolf beneath white surgery light. It knew Istvan. It knew terror. It knew Horus's corpse. It knew the clone's skull breaking inside the talon. "I know the shape of you." Abaddon stepped into the chamber. The darkness withdrew around him with hatred or hunger or respect so ancient it had become indistinguishable from both. "Then speak plainly. Plainness is for mortals who fear depth. I do not fear depth. You fear the crown." The chamber changed. For a breath, he stood upon a throne of black suns. The legions knelt in endless ranks. Daemon Primarchs bowed their vast heads. Terror burned beneath his feet, and the Emperor's broken palace opened like a rotten fruit. The gods crowned him with hands made of flame, rot, blood, and silk. Immortality poured into him without pain. The galaxy screamed his name until the scream became worship. Abaddon watched the vision without blinking. A lesser warlord would have reached for it. A weaker champion would have wept and called it destiny. A fool would have mistaken submission for triumph because the chain was made of gold. No. The vision cracked. Drachenyan laughed in the voices of murdered brothers. You refuse kingship. I refuse surrender. You will surrender to time. I will spend time. You will surrender to pain. I will use pain. You will surrender to death. Then death will learn patience. The darkness tightened. Shapes moved within it. Blades, teeth, faces. The dead of terror, the dead of Chthoniya. Horus as father. Horus as corpse. Horus as clone. Each mouth spoke his name with a different wound behind it. Take me and be taken. Abaddon understood then that domination was a child's fantasy. Demon weapons were not mastered as a warrior mastered a bolter, not truly. A demon of such age did not become property because a mortal hand closed around a hilt. To wield it was to jail it inside purpose, to bear it as infection, to become victim and executioner together. Every draw would be negotiation. Every cut would be risk. Every victory would feed the thing and teach it more of the hand that held it. Good. Trust was weakness when dealing with gods. It would be weakness when dealing with this. Abaddon extended his hand. No worship, no kneeling, no surrender. You will cut where I command. You will feed when I permit. You will whisper, and I will decide whether your whispers deserve answer. And what do I receive? Abaddon's fingers closed around a hilt that had not been there a heartbeat before. War. The chamber screamed. Drachenyan became a blade in his grip, black and impossible, its edge folding through more than matter. Pain drove up his arm, not like injury, but like recognition. His blood burned. His hearts faltered once, then hammered on. The talons snarled around his other fist as if the relic knew it had gained a rival. Kaon staggered at the threshold. Sargon's chant broke into laughter and choking. Kibre raised his stormbolter towards shadows that had begun crawling along the walls. Abaddon lifted the blade. The dark bowed away, not in obedience, in anticipation. When the Black Legion emerged from the eye, the Imperium mistook the first sightings for madness, an astropath on the fortress moon. Belisar tore his own tongue out after speaking of black ships coming through a wound of red fire. A listening post near the Cadian approaches transmitted a single prayer before its signal vanished beneath static and laughter. A patrol squadron of Imperial Navy destroyers turned to engage an unknown contact and was found 9 days later drifting in formation, crews nailed to the inner hulls, engines intact, command thrones empty, their ship logs overwritten with a single phrase in dead Chthonian battle cant. We return. The first Black Crusade did not look like the flight from terror. It did not look like the scavenger wars of the Eye. It came forth as a reborn nightmare, disciplined enough to terrify, monstrous enough to make discipline feel like blasphemy. Despoiler-class battleships rolled out of the warp with gun decks already hot. Slaughter cruisers and murder-class kill ships formed hunting packs around them. Raider squadrons fanned wide, their augurs masked by sorcery and scrap code. Hellblades shrieked ahead in clouds, their pilots fused into cockpits that pulsed with demonic hunger. Dreadclaw assault pods clung to launch racks like ticks swollen with murder. Behind the ships came everything the Eye had taught to march. Cult hordes in rusted millions, chanting Abaddon's name with tongues split by ritual blades. Traitor guard in patched flak and stolen carapace, their officers wearing imperial medals defaced with 8-pointed stars, mutants dragging artillery by chain, demon engines crawling from holds in fumes of oil and sacrificial blood, hell brutes roaring inside sarcophagi where madness had replaced sleep, warpsmiths walking among them with mechadendrites raised like iron serpents. Black Legion warbands stood at the spearhead, bolters mag-locked, chain blades oiled, Terminator plate polished in soot, and old shame made holy by hatred. Abaddon gave them targets with the cold precision of a butcher marking joints. This was not terror. He would not break himself upon a single wall for the vanity of a glorious charge. The Imperium had endured because it was too vast to comprehend its own wounds. So he struck nerves, docks, shrine routes, fortress moons, fleet tendons, relay stations, and symbols. He made the enemy ask where he would fall next. Then he punished them for asking too slowly. In those first fires, the Imperium sent an old blade to meet him. Sigismund. Not merely a space marine, not merely a commander. He was a relic that still breathed, an oath that had refused rot. First Emperor's champion, first High Marshal of the Black Templars, ancient beyond sane endurance, and still unbroken. He had stood at terror when Abaddon had stood there. He had fought through the heresy and emerged not softened by grief, but sharpened into religious certainty. He was everything Abaddon despised, and in some buried chamber of the heart he had tried to kill, everything he understood. Loyalty that survived failure, age without surrender, defiance made into a blade. They met aboard a dying warship. The deck shook beneath macro cannon impacts. The chamber had once been an imperial strategium, but battle had reduced it to wrecked consoles, burning banners, and ruptured lumen shrines. Atmosphere hissed from breaches sealed by emergency fields that flickered with every hit. Blood steamed on the deck plates where fires licked across spilled promethium. Around the chamber, Black Legionaries and Black Templars killed one another beneath the gaze of 2 wars and 2 ages. Sigismund stood in black armour marked by the cross of his chapter, old battle damage, and purity seals browned with age. His face was ancient, stern, carved down to the essentials of hatred and duty. His eyes did not burn with madness. That made them worse. They were clear, certain. He carried the black sword in both hands, its edge dark with the promise of execution. Abaddon came toward him with the talon of Horus at one hand and Drachnian in the other. For a moment, the battle seemed to recede. Sigismund looked at him and saw the son of Horus. Abaddon looked at him and saw terror refusing to die. "You have aged," Abaddon said. Sigismund's expression did not change. "You have not improved." A faint smile touched Abaddon's mouth. It held no warmth. Still the Emperor's hound. Still Horus's failure. The words struck true enough that Abaddon felt anger move. He did not let it rule him. Horus is dead. And yet his shame walks. Drachnian whispered for release. The talon flexed. Abaddon stepped forward. The duel began without further oath. Sigismund moved first, and age lied. The black sword cut through the air with the clean brutality of a verdict. Abaddon parried with Drachnian, and the impact screamed across realities. The demon blade recoiled from the relic's faith, not in fear, but in hunger, twisted by disgust. Sigismund turned the bind, stepped inside with impossible economy, and scored Abaddon's breastplate from collar to ribs. Sparks and blood spat from black ceramite. Abaddon answered with the talon. The claws tore through Sigismund's pauldron, carving black armour and the flesh beneath. The old warrior did not retreat. He drove his forehead into Abaddon's face hard enough to split skin and followed with a thrust meant for the throat. Abaddon twisted, the blade scraping along his gorget instead of piercing it. He slammed a knee into Sigismund's abdomen. The impact would have folded a mortal around his own spine. Sigismund grunted, slid back half a step, and cut again. They were not graceful in the way remembrances painted duels. They were wars compressed into bodies. Abaddon was larger, stronger, younger in the cruel arithmetic of transhuman flesh, carrying the future of chaos in his fists. Sigismund was old, but the oldness had burned away waste. He made no useless movement. Every cut was judgment. Every step was denial. His blade opened Abaddon's arm, bit into his thigh, split the outer plates of his armor. Abaddon's blood hit the deck in hot droplets and steamed where it touched burning oil. The Black Legion saw it. The War Master could bleed. The truth passed through them like a cold wind. Not doubt, not yet. Something more dangerous and more binding. Their lord was not an untouchable idol. He could be wounded. He could be hurt. He could be carved by the oldest hatred of the Imperium and remain standing. Sigismund pressed him. For the Emperor, the old warrior said, and the words were not shouted. They were spoken like fact. Abaddon caught the next cut on the talon, claws closing around the black sword. The relic edge screamed against the ancient gauntlet. Drachnian hissed in his other hand, begging to taste the old champion's soul. The Emperor rots, Abaddon said. He endures. So did Horus, until endurance proved nothing. Sigismund drove his broken pauldron into Abaddon's chest, breaking the bind. The black sword flashed. Pain exploded through Abaddon's torso as the blade plunged deep beneath his breastplate, through ceramite, through fused rib, into gene-wrought meat. One of his hearts convulsed. Blood flooded his mouth. His vision flashed red behind his lenses. The watching warriors froze. Sigismund leaned close, voice a rasp meant only for him. You will die as your father died, soulless, honorless, weeping before the end. Abaddon's hand closed around Sigismund's sword arm. No, he said through blood. The talon struck. It broke Sigismund's armor open at the chest, claws punching through plate and ribs. Abaddon felt the old warrior's bones crack around the gauntlet. Sigismund tried to withdraw the blade, tried to cut again, still fighting with death already inside him. Abaddon dragged him closer instead, impaling himself deeper for the leverage, and drove Drachnian through the Black Templar's side. The demon blade drank. Sigismund's face tightened, but he did not scream. Of course he did not scream. That was his final insult. His blood poured over Abaddon's hands. His black sword slipped lower. Abaddon ripped the talon free, tearing open the old champion's chest in a ruin of shattered ribs, severed organs and blackened armor. Sigismund fell to one knee, still alive, still glaring. Abaddon stood over him, bleeding heavily, the black sword's wound inside him pulsing with every beat of his hearts. For a heartbeat, he could have hated Sigismund only as an enemy. Instead, he hated him as a witness. This old loyalist had endured everything: terror, the scouring, the long bitterness after victory. He had not become free. He had not become wise. He had turned obedience into eternity. "Look at you," Abaddon said, voice thick with blood. 10,000 oaths, and still only a weapon in a dead man's hand. Sigismund's lips moved. Abaddon leaned closer. The old champion whispered, "You will never be Horus." The words should have been a curse. They became confirmation. Abaddon straightened. "No," he said. "I will not." He ended Sigismund with the talon. Not quickly, but cleanly enough for a warrior. The claws closed around the ancient helm and crushed. Lenses burst, ceramite folded. Bone gave way with a dense crack that seemed to silence the chamber. The first High Marshal of the Black Templars slumped at Abaddon's feet, his blood spreading across the deck in a dark mirror. The battle resumed as if reality had remembered itself. The Black Legion roared. The Black Templars answered with hatred and grief. Bolters thundered. Chainblades screamed. Men died over the body of an age. Abaddon nearly fell. Kibri reached him first, though he did not dare touch without command. "My lord." Abaddon forced himself upright. The wound Sigismund had given him burned deep. Blood ran beneath his armor in hot sheets. Pain clawed through his torso with every breath. Drachenyan whispered that pain could end. The gods whispered beyond it. He ignored them all. "Take the corpse," Abaddon said. Kibra hesitated. "As trophy?" "As message." Sigismund's body was returned to the Imperium, not discarded, not hidden, not mutilated into meaningless meat. That would have been the act of a butcher unable to understand value. Abaddon sent him back with honor enough to make the insult eternal, with the proof of death undeniable, with words that would carry through centuries like a blade sliding between imperial ribs. He did not simply kill a hero, he weaponized the death. Every Black Templar who heard of it would hate. Every Imperial commander would remember that the long war had not ended with the Scouring. Every shrine that spoke Sigismund's name would now speak Abaddon's shadow beside it. That was how legends were turned against those who loved them. Across the eye, the great powers watched. The Daemon Primarchs did not gather in council. They did not bow their heads and concede. Such things would have been lies, but they noticed. Angron heard that a mortal son of Horus had led a black crusade from the Eye and spilled enough blood to stir Khorne's halls. Mortarion heard that the scattered traitors marched under one banner without dissolving entirely into appetite. Magnus heard the name Drachenyan spoken in fearful fragments by demons that preferred not to remember the blade. Fulgrim heard that Sigismund, ancient and severe and beautiful in his hatred, had been killed by a warrior who refused godhood and made refusal into theatre of another kind. Abaddon was not a Primarch. He was not a god. He had no legion born pure from one gene sire's surviving pride. He had taken remnants, exiles, murderers, sorcerers, oathbreakers, and monsters, and he had made them move in the same direction. He had claimed the Talon. He had broken the clone. He had taken Drachenyan into his hand and not vanished beneath its hunger. He had slain Sigismund and bled enough doing it that his warriors knew he was not untouchable, only unbroken. That knowledge did not weaken his rule. It darkened it. An invincible lord invited worship. A wounded lord who survived invited something harsher. The Black Legion followed because they had seen what could hurt him, and they had seen him kill it anyway. When the first Black Crusade's fires guttered and its spoils were dragged back through the veil, Abaddon stood before the Eye of Terror and watched the wound in the galaxy churn with colours no mortal language deserved to hold. Around him, ships burned, repaired, reloaded, and screamed. Slaves carried ammunition through corridors painted black. Warbands counted their dead and argued over plunder until the bringers of despair reminded them of discipline. Sorcerers whispered of omens. Warpsmiths chained captured vessels to the fleet. Priests of false gods claimed the crusade had fulfilled one prophecy or birthed another. Abaddon cared little for prophecy. He had struck the Imperium and found it vast enough to absorb the blow. That did not shame him. It instructed him. The long war would not be won in one glorious charge. Horus had tried glory. Horus had broken himself against terror and left his sons to drown in the recoil. Abaddon would not repeat the mistake. The Imperium was too large to kill like a man, too diseased to cure, too stubborn to behead in a single stroke. It had to be wounded in places it did not understand were vital. It had to be taught weakness by degrees. It had to spend fleets, saints, worlds, and centuries answering cuts that were never meant to be final until the pattern was complete. Drachnian hung at his side, silent for once. The talon rested heavy upon his fist. Beyond the eye, the stars waited, ignorant and afraid. Abaddon looked upon them and saw not conquest, not yet, but anatomy. Supply lines as veins, shrine worlds as nerves, fortress systems as bones, faith as breath, terror as a heart kept beating by sacrifice, denial, and the arrogance of the dead. He would cut all of it, not today, not in one crusade, not for the applause of gods or the praise of demons. 10,000 years, if required. 10,000 years of wounds, placed so precisely that the Imperium would not realize it was dying until the blade was already inside the heart. Keir Voss learned that empires did not die when their capitals burned. That was a child's understanding of conquest, and childhood was a disease no soul survived aboard the vengeful spirit. A palace could stand while a realm rotted. A throne could endure while the veins feeding it clotted one by one. 1,000,000 worlds could still shout the same prayers while their ships arrived late. Their tithes vanished into warp storm. Their astropaths sang to silence, and their generals mistook delay for distance instead of decay.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The Imperium counted worlds. That was the first lie in the records. Keir sat alone in a vault beneath the Hall of Concordance, surrounded by the sealed campaign memories of the Black Legion. The chamber was shaped like a skull with the crown cut open. Its walls were ribbed with data stacks, oath bones, flensed parchment, crystal memory coffins, and the preserved heads of scribes who had failed to write quickly enough. Some still mouthed silent corrections as his stylus moved. Others wept black fluid from stitched eyelids whenever a forbidden archive opened. The air tasted of dust, iron, and old screaming. Before him, the Black Crusades unfolded. Not as imperial histories had named them. Not as failed invasions thrown again and again against the Cadian Gate by a brute too proud to learn. That was the lie men told themselves when the alternative was terror. The Imperium looked at a crusade and asked which worlds remained under its eagle. Abaddon looked at a crusade and asked which fleets had been forced out of position, which bloodlines had been corrupted, which relics had been stolen, which pylons had been studied, which saints had been discredited, which astropathic choirs had been made to doubt their own hymns, which commanders had learned to fear the wrong shadow. Each crusade was a cut. Some were shallow and long, made to bleed time. Some were deep and narrow, struck at a name, a vault, a shipyard, a fortress moon. Some were not meant to kill at all, only to force the Imperium to move its hand and expose the ribs beneath the armor. Some carved territory, some carved morale, some carved memory, some carved faith. Keir saw the first cut in blood already dried to myth. Sigismund dead. The Black Templars howling across the stars. The Imperium receiving the corpse of its ancient champion and understanding, for the first time after the heresy, that the sons of Horus had not vanished into shame. That crusade had not needed to conquer terror. It had killed the illusion that the long war was over. The second cut reached for weapons. the third for roots, the fourth for loyalties hidden within imperial command structures. The fifth left no grand dominion behind it, but 3 shrine worlds spent the next 6 centuries arguing over which saint had failed them and why their prayers had tasted of ashes when the Black Legion came. The 6th moved fleets from where they were needed. The 7th cracked naval schedules so subtly that a loyal admiral died a century later, waiting for reinforcements that had never been rebuilt after an earlier loss. The 8th taught Abaddon the rhythm of Cadian response. The 9th fed warbands on enough plunder to keep the eye obedient. The 10th purchased knowledge with lives no sane commander would have spent. Keir read until his eyes ached and his hands trembled. Patience, he realized, was Abaddon's most obscene cruelty. A berserker killed the man before him. A plague lord killed the world beneath him. A sorcerer killed the future he disliked. Abaddon wounded centuries and waited for them to limp. The Gothic war records opened like a cathedral door made of shadow. Keir watched through dead admirals' eyes as the Blackstone fortresses moved. The memory was not a clean visual record. Warp corruption had gnawed the edges, and fear had stained every frame. Yet the scale remained. Ancient weapons, older than imperial certainty, hanging in the void like geometric verdicts. Star forts that made battleships seem like insects arguing with a storm. Imperial admirals spoke of fleet disposition, torpedo spreads, lance convergence, void shield modulation, and acceptable sacrifice, but their voices changed when the fortresses fired. Strategy became prayer. Prayer became static. Static became screaming. One Blackstone fortress turned its attention upon an Imperial battle group, and space opened in white annihilation. Cruisers vanished not in explosions, but in the sudden absence of matter. Void shields flared and died without drama. A battleship that had endured centuries of war was unmade from prow to engine spine, its crew never receiving time enough to understand death. The admirals watching felt the same smallness Keir felt reading it. Humanity had built cathedrals around guns and called itself mighty, but there were older things in the dark, and Abaddon had gone looking for them not with reverence, but intent. He had not simply wanted a weapon, he had wanted to understand what locks in reality could be broken. Blackstone, pylons, Cadia, the eye. The thought sat in Keir's skull like a hook. The records shifted. The vengeful spirit groaned above him, as though approving the pain of comprehension. War unfolded across centuries. The Black Legion's war machine marched through the archives in a procession of iron and damnation. Chosen warbands advanced through burning manufactoria, their plasma guns venting blue-white fury, their accursed weapons chewing through loyalist plate with edges that hated flesh. Havocs occupied the shattered clear stories of cathedral ruins, bracing autocannons and missile launchers between statues of imperial saints whose faces had been hammered flat. Raptors fell from smoke-black skies, jump packs screaming, talons outstretched, dragging screaming officers upward before dropping them boneless into their own formations. Obliterators came after, and Keir nearly retched, though the memory was centuries cold. They were not warriors carrying guns. They were guns remembering they had once been men. Flesh rolled like wax around barrels, muzzles, coils, cables, and cooling vents. Their arms became lascannons, then plasma culverins, then heavy bolters slick with veins. One stood in a breach and fired until the bones of its own torso cracked from recoil, laughing through a mouth that migrated across its chest. Hellbrutes screamed in sarcophagi behind them, each one a prison with guns. Entombed warriors raged against the walls of their own iron bodies. murdering whatever stood before them, because murder was the only motion left that resembled freedom. Dark Mechanicum engines crawled through trench lines, with chain harvesters spinning, dragging screaming men into their underslung mills and spitting out red paste, bone chips, torn flat cloth, and still twitching hands. Warpsmiths walked behind the engines, blessing the clogs with oils rendered from human fat. The Imperium answered with its own vastness. Battlefleet squadrons translated into war zones with prows bright beneath lance fire, their crews chanting void hymns as torpedoes slid into launch tubes the size of hab blocks. Cadian shock troops formed firing lines beneath skies crawling with demons, their lasguns snapping in disciplined volleys, while officers shouted themselves hoarse and commissars executed those whose hands shook too long. Kasrkin kill teams moved through burning tunnels and orbital dock spines, hellguns cutting blue lines through smoke, knives drawn when ammunition ran dry. Space Marine strike forces came as spears of imperial wrath, drop pods hammering into demon-held plazas, bolters roaring, chainswords rising and falling in wet arcs. Titan maniples strode into the carnage. Knights charged through artillery storms with Reaper chainswords howling. Orbital defense stations fired until their gun barrels melted. Shrine militias marched beneath icons and were pulped beneath traitor bombardments, their bodies dissolving into mud so thick, penal legions had to wade through it chest deep to reach the next killing ground. Penal collars detonated by the hundreds when men turned back. The explosions vanished in larger explosions. The ground became soup, and the soup learned to steam. Keir saw worlds captured by the War Master's command and understood the difference between massacre and discipline. On Hethgora, a hive world of rust spires and corpse manufactoria, the Black Legion took the capital after a siege of 40 days. The lower hives had expected slaughter. The upper spires had expected ransom. The planetary governor had expected a speech, perhaps, or a duel, or one of the mad rituals by which lesser Chaos Lords proved their devotion to watching gods. Abaddon gave them administration. First, the astropathic choir was blinded, not killed, blinded. Their eyes were removed with sanctified silver hooks taken from the governor's own chapel reliquary. Their tongues were left intact so they could sing distress into the warp with perfect agony and imperfect direction. Their cries reached nearby systems warped, contradictory, and full of false coordinates. Second, the water systems were infected, not with plague that killed quickly, but with a slow alchemical corruption that made men dream of black ships and wake with loyalty softened like wet parchment. The fool manufacturing workers began muttering prayers to the War Master before they understood the words. Third, the governor's sons were nailed alive to the palace doors. Keir paused over that record. The pict feed showed 3 young nobles in ceremonial armour, their mouths stretched open by iron bits, their arms pinned through the wrists, their ribs cut open enough that the lungs could be seen swelling and shrinking in the cold hive air. They were kept alive by medici pumps for 9 days. The governor was forced to pass between them each morning to sign production orders under Black Legion guard. Fourth, the manufactoria were left functioning. That was the cruelty that made Keir's stomach tighten. The world was not burned clean. Its labour quotas were increased, its overseers replaced, its ammunition lines redirected. The citizens of Hethgora continued to make shells, armour plate, engine parts, ration tins, and lacelle casings. Only the destination changed. Under the eye of Black Legion overseers and Dark Mechanicum auditors, the hive world produced weapons for its own damnation. Every shift horn became a funeral bell sounded in advance. Abaddon's cruelty did not froth. It worked. Not every lord understood. Many challenged him. The records were full of them. A Kornati prince with a crown of skulls demanded command of an entire crusade spearhead and promised to drown Cadia in blood if given free rein. Abaddon praised his ferocity before the assembled warbands, granted him a target rich in defenders, and sent him into a fortress belt whose mine patterns had already been mapped. The prince broke the outer ring through sheer savagery, then died when Abaddon detonated the captured Prometheum reserves behind him to seal the breach against Imperial counterattack. His surviving berserkers, leaderless and still frothing for war, were folded into the Black Legion's next assault. A sorcerer lord of the Thousand Suns claimed he had foreseen Abaddon kneeling at his feet. Abaddon allowed the claim to spread, allowed the sorcerer to gather allies, allowed him to reveal which captains might prefer prophecy to command. Then Kaon proved the vision had been planted by a demon seeking release through the sorcerer's pride. Abaddon did not kill the sorcerer. He blinded him, cut out his name, and set him to maintaining a warp beacon for a century, listening forever to futures he was forbidden to speak. An Iron Warrior's warsmith refused tribute, fortified an asteroid citadel, and boasted no son of Horus could break what Perturabo's blood had raised. Abaddon did not storm it. He bought the warsmith's ammunition factors, corrupted his slave water, turned 2 subordinate bastions against him, and offered safe passage to every engineer who opened a gate. When the citadel finally fell, the warsmith was brought before Abaddon in chains. "You did not defeat my walls," the Iron Warrior spat. "No," Abaddon said. "I defeated your need to believe they mattered." The warsmith's skull was mounted inside his own command gate, facing inward, so every future defender would see what pride looked like after it had failed mathematics. Other challengers were not killed. Some were promoted, and that was worse. Abaddon gave ambitious lords enough authority to reveal their appetites, enough enemies to make them useful, enough victory to make them dependent, and enough humiliation to remind them that every triumph had passed through his hand first. Defiance became another resource. Rebellion became a furnace. If a warlord rose, he either burned the Imperium or burned himself. Abaddon profited either way. The Daemon Primarchs haunted the records by absence. Their sons fought beneath his banners. World Eaters came in red tides, howling through breach corridors and turning defense lines into abattoirs. Death Guard warbands advanced in rotting phalanxes, plague knives low, bolters steady, making clean worlds into fever dreams. Thousand Suns sorcerers bargained, schemed, and burned holes in causality beside Black Legion spearheads. Emperor's children hosts struck at command sanctums, reliquaries, noble bloodlines, and pride, leaving conquered palaces filled with music and skinless choirs. But the Primarchs themselves remained distant, proud, trapped in divine gravity. Angron was a storm of wrath wherever he manifested, too vast to ignore and too hungry to direct for long. Mortarion brooded in bitterness, grinding entire, campaigns into rot according to grievances no mortal commander could schedule. Magnus moved according to schemes within schemes, present in visions, absent in necessity, offering aid that might be a trap or a blessing, or both. Fulgrim pursued sensation, perfection, insult, and adoration, a blade too exquisite to leave sheathed and too self-absorbed to be trusted near the campaign's throat. Abaddon was weaker than them in the ways fools measured strength. He was more present than all of them. Kier opened the record of the forge system Ardentum Verox and felt the vault grow hot around him. The war there had spanned 3 moons and 1 forge world, each locked in orbital industry around a bloated orange star. The Imperium had fortified the system with orbital plates, mine webs, Skitarii cohorts, macro batteries, night houses, Mechanicus Tagmata, and a Titan demi-legion guarding the primary manufactoria. Its moons produced void armor, plasma regulators, and the machine casings used in long-range astropathic relay stations. To Imperial command, Ardentum Verox was a fortress of production. To Abaddon, it was a joint. He began with a false retreat. Malgor Vex kill ships struck the outer moon, burned 2 dockyards, and withdrew under apparent pressure from an Imperial battle group. The loyal admirals pursued, eager to crush raiders before they reached the warp. They did not know their own astropathic relays had been singing delayed messages for 11 days. They did not know cults beneath the second moon had already risen in the oxygen farms. They did not know Garvek Thul had placed scrap code inside replacement cogitator banks shipped from a supposedly loyal depot 6 years earlier. When the Imperial battle group left station, warp storms closed behind it. Not natural storms. Nothing in the eye's shadow was natural. Kaon and 3 covens of lesser sorcerers opened wounds along the Mandeville approaches, turning retreat into isolation. The loyal ships fought through hallucinated sensor returns, phantom torpedo spreads, and voices of dead admirals issuing contradictory orders. One cruiser fired upon its own escort after seeing it marked as traitor on every screen. Another translated into real space too close to the second moon and broke its spine against the gravity well, falling in flaming pieces that killed millions when they struck the manufacturing belts below. The cult uprisings began on the second moon as planned. Workers with iron filings in their lungs and machine oil in their blood turned on overseers during the 3rd shift prayer cycle. They did not carry proper weapons at first. They carried hammers, chain hooks, rivet guns, furnace tongs, and hatred fermented across generations. They seized oxygen plants and opened the pressure cathedrals to vacuum. Loyal Skitarii counterattacked through corridors rimed with frost and frozen blood. Radium carbines firing into mobs that kept advancing because Black Legion agitators had promised them freedom and lied. The first moon burned under artillery duel. Havocs occupied the ruins of a crashed refinery cathedral and fired into loyalist macro cannon emplacements, while raptors fell through smoke columns to butcher spotter teams. Obliterators stood on collapsed sky bridges, vomiting las fire into night armor, their flesh guns cycling faster than their bodies could heal. One chaos night, its throne spirit replaced by something that laughed in binary, dragged a chain harvester through a trench system packed with penal troops and Cadian reinforcements. Men vanished into the teeth by the dozen, reduced to ribbons, pulp, helmets, boots, laser guns, and red steam. The third moon never received a full invasion. It received sabotage. Kasrkin kill teams hunted the infiltrators through plasma cooling tunnels and data shrines, moving with brutal competence, cutting down cult cells, executing compromised adepts, sealing breaches with melter charges. They won every room they reached. They died because there were too many rooms, and because the war had never depended on their failure. At the appointed hour, the moon's orbital defense lattice turned 6 degrees from its assigned firing arc and targeted the Forge World's own void shield regulators. For 4 minutes, Ardentum Verox fired upon itself. 4 minutes was enough. Abaddon did not personally fight on every moon. He did not need to. He stood aboard the vengeful spirit before a hololithic sphere of the system, receiving casualty streams, ammunition burn rates, slave revolt markers, engine kill confirmations, astropathic distortions, and pylon resonance readings from hidden Mechanicum stations. Around him, lords shouted for permission to descend, to claim glory, to harvest skulls, to seize relics. He granted and denied without emotion. World Eaters to the First Moon's equatorial trenches. Hold them at the breach line until the loyal Titans turn. A red-armoured lord snarled. "Hold! Hold!" Abaddon said, and the word became a threat. Death Guard to the Second Moon's oxygen cathedrals. No haste. Make the counterattack breathe you. A plague champion bowed his horned helm. Raptors to the Third Moon's command spires. Kill officers only. Leave the junior command alive and frightened. A jump lord hissed amusement through his grill. Teleportarium groups ready. Bringers of despair with me when the Forge World's Eastern Void shield collapses. The collapse came under a sky full of its own guns. Abaddon led the Terminator strike into the primary data sanctum of Ardentum Verox as the Void shields failed. The teleport flare blew mortal adepts apart, leaving their shadows burned onto cogitator banks. Skitari Praetorians turned with weapon limbs already rising. Stormbolters answered. The sanctum became thunder, sparks, and shredded red robes. A tech priest Magos tried to unleash a Binharic curse and lost his head to the talon before the third syllable. His skull rolled across the floor, mechadendrites twitching, still clicking outrage. The system fell from within. Not cleanly. Never cleanly. Forge worlds did not die like men. They convulsed. Production lines seized. Reactors overloaded. Moons choked. Ships starved for parts. Loyalists counterattacked in 100 places and won 30 of them, then discovered the 70 they lost were the only ones that mattered. By the time Imperial reinforcements tore through the warp storms, Ardentum Verox still existed. Its banners still flew over some bastions. Its forge temples still smoked, but its output was crippled for generations. Its astropathic relay casings were gone. Its moon populations were infected with rebellion and plague. Its surviving commanders distrusted their own defense systems. Its Titan Demi-Legion had lost engines it could not replace. Its records of pylon resonance had been taken by the Black Legion. The Imperium called the campaign contained. Abaddon called it a cut well placed. Keir sat back from the archive, his breath shallow. Around him, dead scribes mouthed silent praise or warning. The memory vault hummed. Above, the vengeful spirit moved through the void, carrying the concord of ruin toward another war, another anatomy lesson written in fire. He finally understood why the War Master had demanded these records opened before the Daemon Primarchs. They had strength enough to break walls. Abaddon had spent centuries learning why walls mattered. Cadia had been in every record, sometimes as target, sometimes as obstacle, sometimes as bait, sometimes only as timing. The Cadian Gate, the pylons, the fortress world beneath the eye's glare. Imperial histories called it the shield against the storm, and they were not entirely wrong. But shields could be studied, locks could be tested, hinges could be weakened, keys could be stolen piece by piece from wars no one understood until too late. Cadia was never merely a fortress to assault, it was a lock. And across 13 crusades, Abaddon had been learning its shape. He had stolen keys, broken hinges, tested the frame, measured the will of those who guarded it, studied the ancient stones beneath its skin, spent armies not to take the door, but to understand how it had been made. Keir lowered his stylus to the tablet and wrote with a hand that would not stop shaking. The War Master was not throwing himself at Cadia. He was preparing to smash the door off the galaxy. Cadia had been built to die standing. It was not merely fortified. Fortification was too small a word for what the Imperium had made there beneath the hateful glare of the eye. Cadia was a weapon disguised as a world, a planet whose mountains had been hollowed for ammunition vaults, whose cities were bastions, whose roads were kill lanes, whose children were raised to strip and bless a lasgun before they learned the full weight of their own names. Every sunrise, such as it was beneath that bruised and venomous sky, fell across parapets, minefields, trench belts, artillery parks, void shield pylons, orbital plates, fortress monasteries, casa lines, command redoubts, and graveyards already prepared for soldiers not yet born. The world did not teach peace because peace would have been treason against geography. Cadia faced the eye of terror. It watched the wound in reality bleed across the heavens. Generations had lived and died beneath that stare, drilling in the ash wind, sleeping in barracks beneath flakboard icons of the Emperor, marching past the statues of commanders whose bones had never left the front. The planet's language was command cant, artillery range, prayer, and defiance. Its lullabies were marching rhythms. Its cathedrals stored ammunition beneath the reliquaries. Its schoolyards had firing lanes. Its manufactoria stamped out munitions, ration tins, rebreather parts, flak plates, and coffin nails in equal abundance. The Cadian-born did not believe they would live forever. They believed the line would. That belief was stronger than steel, and Abaddon had spent centuries learning the exact pressure needed to break steel. The 13th Black Crusade came upon the Cadian Gate like night, remembering every wound ever given to it. The first sign was not the fleet, it was the silence. Astropathic choirs began choking on their own hymns. Some sang warnings in voices belonging to long-dead officers. Some vomited black blood across their robes and clawed the aquila from their prayer lecterns. Others transmitted coordinates that led relief squadrons into empty void or waiting ambush. Vox traffic thickened with ghost orders. Regiments received commands from captains already dead. Artillery batteries adjusted fire according to false Auspex ghosts. Orbital stations reported friendly signatures that resolved into warships only when their shields were already flaring beneath enemy lances. Then, the eye opened wider, and the Black Legion came. Warships translated in waves beyond counting. The void above Cadia became a layered battlefield of burning hulls, lance beams, torpedo wakes, attack craft, screaming scrap, and shield flares large enough to turn night into false day. Despoiler-class battleships rolled from the warp with broadsides already firing. Murder-class cruisers formed packs around crippled Imperial vessels and tore them open from multiple angles. Slaughter ships drove forward with insane speed, their prows wreathed in plasma discharge and demonic fire. Hellblades descended like flocks of razored carrion birds, weaving through flak storms to rake defense platforms and orbital docks. Cadia answered. Orbital plates opened with macro cannon fury. Defense lasers stabbed upward from fortress continents, spearing traitor ships through their bellies and spilling burning decks into the void. Minefields blossomed in chains of silent suns, tearing apart assault craft and reducing thousands of cultists to ash before they ever saw the world they had come to defile. Battle fleet squadrons fought in disciplined formation, their prows bright with the Emperor's wrath, their crews chanting litanies through clenched teeth, while shells the size of habblocks slid into loading cradles. Ships died, ships killed, wreckage fell. The sky over Cadia became iron weather. Drop pods hammered down through smoke and fire. Dreadclaws screamed beside them, rotating as they fell, hulls glowing, claws ready to bite into fortress roofs and trench lines. Debris from void battles rained across continents, burning through clouds, flattening hab blocks, crushing armor columns, exploding in troop concentrations, turning whole staging fields into craters full of flame and boiled flesh. Men looked upward and saw not sky, but impact. Then the ground war began in earnest, and Cadia became a corpse grinder worthy of the age. Billions came under Abaddon's banner, cult hordes in rusted armor and flayed robes, mutants with too many arms, too many teeth, too little sanity, traitor guard regiments with defaced eagles and commissars replaced by chain-bearing demagogues, demon packs crawling from rents in the air, chaos knights striding through shellfire with battle cannons roaring and reaper chainswords hungry, titans walking like blasphemous cathedrals through the smoke, legionaries of the Black Legion, the World Eaters, the Death Guard, the Emperor's Children, the Thousand Sons, and countless lesser warbands descending into the meat storm. They did not simply charge. That was the first terror of Abaddon's war. He sent expendable hordes forward in waves, not because he expected them to live, but because their dying mapped the guns. Cultists ran screaming across minefields, and each detonation became information. Mutants drowned in trenches, and each kill zone revealed its angle. Penal turncoats and oath-broken soldiers advanced under whips and scrap code hymns, drawing fire from hidden emplacements, forcing Cadian gunners to betray their positions. When the defenders shifted, Abaddon's augur priests marked the movement. When artillery answered, his warpsmiths counted the cadence. When reserves deployed, his sorcerers tasted the strain in the vox. The first waves died horribly. They died usefully. Cadian artillery turned no man's land into a pulped continent of mud, metal, and meat. Basilisks spoke from hidden revetments. Manticores filled the air with shrieking missiles. Earthshaker rounds walked through traitor masses, lifting bodies by the hundreds and dropping them as boneless rain. Bane blades ground forward at the center of armored wedges, their tracks crushing cultists into red paste, their demolisher cannons blowing demon engines into buckled scrap. Leman Russ squadrons fired until their barrels glowed. Heavy weapon teams braced Lascannons in trenches lined with corpses and cut Chaos Marines apart in bursts of white heat. A Black Legion warrior took a Lascannon beam through the chest and became a cloud of atomized armor, cooked organs, and blackened bone fragments. A squad of traitor guardsmen vanished beneath a plasma blast, their bodies reduced to steam and scraps of glowing flak. A pack of demons swarmed a Cadian tank, clawing at vision slits, dragging the screaming crew out in pieces through gaps too narrow for any living body to pass whole. One driver came free without his legs, still clutching his control yoke, his scream turning into a wet gargle as a horned thing pushed its snout through his ribs from behind. The trenches filled. Blood ran into shell holes and mixed with promethium, mud, coolant, and sewage. When artillery struck nearby, the shockwaves made corpses bob and turn in the flooded lines, pale faces rising from red water, as if the dead wished to watch the war continue. Guardsmen fought hip-deep in the remains of men they had shared ration tins with that morning. Cultists slipped on entrails and were shot before they could rise. A Cadian sergeant beat a mutant to death with a broken entrenching tool after his lasgun overheated, then died when a bolt shell entered his back and burst his chest outward across 3 of his own men. Still, the line held. That was what made Cadia terrible. The defenders were not weak. They were not foolish. They did not break at the sight of demons or the thunder of traitor titans. Cadian officers corrected fire under bombardment. Vox operators kept transmitting with their intestines looped over their knees. Medici orderlies dragged the wounded back by their webbing while shells fell close enough to turn teeth to powder. Kasserkin kill teams moved through collapsed transit tunnels, hunting warpsmiths and sorcerers with hell guns, melter charges, and knives blackened to avoid reflection. Space Marine strike forces cut into traitor spearheads, killing champions in brief storms of bolt fire and chainsword fury, before withdrawing to strike again elsewhere. Cadia did not fall because its sons lacked courage. It fell because Abaddon had arranged a war in which courage was only another material to spend. He overloaded defense networks with too many simultaneous crises. He corrupted Vox traffic until orders had to be confirmed by runners who died crossing artillery-torn ground. He fed demonic manifestations into weak points where the ancient pylon fields flickered or where bloodshed had thinned reality. He used failures as probes and victories as bait. He let Imperial commanders believe they had contained breakthroughs, then struck the supply corridors behind them. He committed his elite only when reserves were pinned, when armor had moved, when fire lanes were hot from overuse, when morale had become a physical substance stretched too thin across too many walls. Then the War Master descended. Not at the beginning. That would have been vanity. Abaddon entered the war when his presence became more valuable than another army group. He came when the defenders needed to believe the traitor assault had reached its final strength, when the Chaos Hordes needed a symbol to turn exhaustion into renewed frenzy, when every Auspex ghost and every screaming prisoner and every broken Vox chant had prepared the battlefield for one truth. The despoiler had come to Cadia. The teleport flare in the Casa Valdran breach was black-edged and violent. It blew a ring of defenders apart, flash-cooking men inside their flak armor, turning their eyes to steam before their bodies hit the ground. The bringers of despair materialized around Abaddon in black Terminator plate. Stormbolters already firing. The War Master stood among them, larger than the ruin, the talon of Horus flexing around one fist, Drachnian hanging in his other hand like a wound that had learned patience. The effect was immediate. Chaos forces saw him and surged. Cultists screamed themselves bloody. Legionaries advanced with colder discipline. Demons pressed against reality, drawn by the blade at his side and the old hatred in his name. Black Legion icons lifted above the smoke, the eye blazing on banners made from the skins of Imperial officers and saints. The defenders saw him too. Cadian command reacted exactly as Abaddon required. Reserves moved. Kasserkin companies redeployed. Armoured counterattack groups wheeled toward the breach. Space Marine kill teams shifted from containment duties to decapitation attempts. Artillery that had been holding entire sectors together retargeted to the War Master's projected path. The best of Cadia was drawn toward one wound. Abaddon advanced through it. A squad of Kasserkin hit him from a collapsed hab block with hellgun fire and plasma support. They were disciplined, brave, precise. One shot scored his gorget. Another burned across his thigh plate. A melter gun blast killed a bringer of despair beside him, turning the Terminator's left side into slag. Abaddon did not slow. The talons spoke, stormbolter barrels thundering, shells detonating through the hab block windows. Men burst apart behind the firing slits, their armor and flesh sprayed across the inner walls. One Kasserkin officer charged from the smoke with a power sword and a melter bomb armed in his other hand. Abaddon caught him by the torso with the talon. The officer spat blood onto the War Master's armor and tried to trigger the charge. Abaddon crushed. The man's ribs folded inward, his spine cracked. His arms jerked outward as pressure forced blood through his mouth, nose, and eye sockets. The melter bomb fell from dead fingers. Abaddon kicked it into a trench full of advancing cultists, where it detonated and erased them in a white bloom. He did not look back. He had not come to preserve every servant. He had come to win. Drachenyan left its scabbard when the Space Marines arrived. They came in blue-grey and black, in red, in bone, in colours scorched by the smoke of Cadia, loyal sons of the Emperor moving with the speed and violence of transhuman purpose. Their sergeant called Abaddon Oathbreaker, arch-traitor, son of failure. The words reached him through the vox as bolters thundered. The talon broke the first. Drachenyan opened the second from shoulder to hip, and what spilled from the wound was not merely blood, but a brief scream of soul matter that made nearby guardsmen fall to their knees. A thunderhammer struck Abaddon's pauldron hard enough to crack black ceramite and drive him one step sideways. He answered by ramming the talon through the wielder's helm, claws erupting from the back in a spray of bone, lens glass, and cooked brain. Everywhere around him, Cadia fought. Everywhere around him, Cadia was being spent. In the pylon fields, reality trembled. Ancient black structures rose from the Cadian crust, older than the Imperium, older than the prayers men muttered beneath them. They had always made the planet feel watched by something colder than gods. Their presence weakened the madness pressing from the eye, held back the flood, stabilized the gate. They were not Imperial creations, though the Imperium had built fortresses around them and called endurance ownership. Abaddon had studied them through 13 crusades of blood and theft. Their purpose was no longer mystery enough to save the world. The Blackstone fortress came down like divine execution given mass. It had been a star fortress once, an ancient weapon, a thing of impossible geometry and dead technologies. Now it fell. Broken, burning, vast beyond sanity, dragged into its final descent by the War Master's will and the mathematics of apocalypse. Across Cadia, soldiers looked upward and saw a second night crossing the sky in flame. Vox channels filled with denial, then prayer, then orders, then static. Defense lasers struck it, macro batteries hammered it. Ships in orbit tried to shift its course with lance fire and torpedo spreads, dying beneath chaos guns as they made the attempt. It did not matter. The fortress was too massive, too committed, too dead to fear death. It hit Cadia. The impact was not an explosion. It was a verdict. Continents cracked. Fortress belts vanished beneath crust fire. Shockwaves raced through mountains, trenches, hives, command bunkers, and graveyards, lifting oceans of soil, blood, and stone. Bastions were thrown from their foundations. Void shields flared, overloaded, and collapsed in burning domes. Entire armies disappeared beneath rising sheets of molten rock. Trenches became rivers of flame. Tanks flipped like toys. Titans staggered and fell, their reactors bursting in secondary suns. Men were vaporized so completely that only shadows remained on bunker walls, hands raised against a light too large to understand. The pylon network screamed without sound. Ancient mechanisms broke, not all at once, not cleanly. They failed in sequence, like bones cracking under a boot. The pressure beyond reality surged into the gaps. Warp lights spilled across the dying sky. Demons howled in triumph and terror, for even they feared the scale of what had been released. The barrier that had held the eye at bay was wounded beyond endurance. Cadia began to die, not surrender, die. Its defenders still fought amid the end. Cadian shock troops fired from broken trenches while the ground split beneath them. Kasserkin dragged wounded officers through ash storms and kept transmitting coordinates. Tank crews loaded final shells inside burning hulls. Artillery captains ordered fire missions against positions already swallowed by crust collapse because the guns could still speak and therefore had duty remaining. Priests screamed litanies from pulpits made of rubble until falling stones crushed them flat. Abaddon watched. He did not celebrate. No drunken roar left his throat. No frenzied praise rose to the gods. He did not lift Drachenyan to the sky like a barbarian king grateful for spectacle. He stood upon the command deck of the vengeful spirit as Cadia cracked below him, his armor scarred by the war, blood drying in its joints, the talon resting at his side. Around him, warlords shouted, slaves wept, demons laughed in the walls, and the hololithic projection of the fortress world fractured into red warning runes. He watched as a commander, casualty streams, fleet disposition, pylon failure, warp pressure, loyalist extraction corridors, surviving resistance nodes, Black Legion losses, enemy fleet collapse, strategic opening. Cadia's death was not the end of his hatred. It was logistics. A door had opened. That coldness was why things greater than him noticed. Demon demigods could destroy cities in moments of wrath. They could drown worlds in plague, sorcery, sensation, or blood. But Abaddon could look at a planet's murder and see not indulgence, not climax, but passage. He could turn apocalypse into a line of advance. Below, the fortress world broke apart in fire and darkness. Above, reality tore. The great rift opened across the heavens like a wound carved through the body of the galaxy. Warp storms burst outward in vast screaming curtains. Stars vanished behind madness. Astropathic choirs across the Imperium died, burned, raved, or fell silent. Worlds that had believed themselves distant from the eye looked up and saw damnation written across their own skies. Fleets were lost between heartbeats. Crusades were severed from command. Shrine worlds drowned in visions. The Emperor's realm, that rotting million-world carcass, split beneath the pressure of a wound it could no longer deny. The galaxy screamed. Cadia had stood for 10,000 years beneath the eye. Now Cadia was broken, and the eye was no longer contained. For the first time since Horus, every power in the galaxy was forced to understand that Ezekiel Abaddon had not merely raided, not merely failed, not merely returned with another warband from the dark. He had changed the shape of history. On the bridge of the vengeful spirit, the War Master looked into the birth of the rift and saw the Imperium divided, bleeding, terrified, and still alive. His face did not soften. One door had opened. There were others yet to break. The memory of Cadia died last, not the world. The world had died in fire, stone, and the breaking of ancient black pylons. Its corpse had been scattered through the void in burning continents and ash clouds, its name turned into a wound in every loyal throat that spoke it. But memory endured longer than matter, and aboard the vengeful spirit, memory was a thing that could be caged, opened, forced to bleed, and made to testify before monsters. Kirvos stood at his scribe dais with demon gore still drying black beneath his fingernails, and watched the last hololithic fragment of Cadia fracture above the council table. The image showed the fortress world splitting beneath the impact of the Blackstone fortress. The projection had no sound, yet every soul in the Hall of Concordance heard it anyway. It was there in the iron of the ship. It was there in the teeth. It was there in the deep places of the skull, where fear and awe shared the same throne. Continents cracked. Void shields flared and died. The pylon fields broke in ghostlight. The eye of terror surged outward like a god opening its infected heart. The great rift tore across the heavens in a wound of impossible colour. Then the record ended. Silence followed. Keir had learned many shapes of silence aboard the War Master's flagship. There was the silence of slaves trying not to be noticed. The silence before a bolter spoke. The silence after a man confessed too late. The silence inside the memory vaults, where dead captains waited in crystal and bone to recite their failures to whoever woke them. This silence belonged to things that could not deny what they had seen. Angron stood with his wings hunched and his axes low, every chain upon him trembling. His vast chest rose and fell like a furnace being fed whole forests. Blood ran from his clenched fists where his claws had bitten his own palms. The Red Angel did not admire strategy. He endured it the way a fire endured a grate, hating the shape that contained him. Yet even his rage could not unmake the fact of Cadia. A world built to defy the eye had been broken by a warrior he had called small. Mortarion lingered within his miasma, tall and corpse-patient, his scythe held loosely in one gauntleted hand. The fumes around him thickened and thinned with the rhythm of his contempt. Pustules flowered across the throats of mortal attendants, too close to his shadow. One scribe coughed until black phlegm poured through his fingers and onto his tablets. Mortarion did not look at him. His sunken eyes remained on the dead hololith, and resentment hung from him heavier than his chains. Magnus watched with his single burning eye. Around the Crimson King, the air held impossible geometries. Reflections moved without bodies. Keir saw versions of himself in the polished black of the table, each writing different conclusions, each dying differently before the sentence ended. Magnus did not hide his interest. The destruction of Cadia had not merely been an act of war. It had been a key turned in a lock of ancient design. Blackstone, pylons, the restraint of the warp, the murder of a world to tear open a heaven. Such things drew him as carrion drew flies, though he would have hated the comparison and perhaps turned Keir inside out for thinking it. Fulgrim smiled. That was worse than Angron's rage, worse than Mortarion's rot, worse than Magnus's sight. The Phoenician's amusement was edged with offence, as if the age itself had performed beauty without asking his permission. His serpentine body coiled across the chamber floor in lazy splendour. His eyes gleamed with delight and insult. A mere Astartes had reshaped the galaxy. A son, not a father. A warrior, not a Primarch. A thing still clothed in mortality had composed an apocalypse grand enough to be envied. At the head of the council table, Abaddon let them feel the silence. He did not fill it quickly. That was one of his cruelties. Lesser warlords hurried to claim credit before witnesses could reshape the tale. Abaddon allowed the truth to settle like ash. The Daemon Primarchs had seen Cadia die. They had seen the Imperium split. They had seen the great rift born from patience, Blackstone, stolen knowledge, slaughtered armies, and a will that had taken 10,000 years to place its blade correctly. The War Master stood beneath the hanging banners of flayed commanders and dead crusades, black and gold, the talon of Horus resting open at his side. Drachanion was sheathed, but Keir could feel it even from the dais. The blade's silence had weight. It was the silence of a mouth closed around a secret. Strength, Abaddon said at last, is the first lie warriors tell themselves. Angron's head lowered. The chains across his wings rattled. Careful, little king. Abaddon looked up at him, and the hall seemed to tighten around the space between them. You can annihilate armies, the War Master said. You can drown worlds in blood. You can break walls with your hands and turn fortress lines into butcher yards. No soul here doubts it. The Red Angel's lips peeled from teeth like broken ivory knives. But you cannot hold a campaign in your skull without rage devouring it. The chamber nearly died. Keir felt it happen before Angron moved. The air became a weapon. Mortal lungs locked. Several slaves fell to their knees, vomiting blood. Cornate champions howled and beat fists against their breastplates. Black Legion warriors shifted, bolters lowering by fractions, not enough to insult the Primarch, enough to die firing if death came. The Bringers of Despair stood like black statues with storm bolters angled toward a demigod. Angron took one step. The deck cracked beneath him. His axes rose. Every rune on Keir's tablet blurred into red. He could not breathe. He imagined the Hall of Concordance becoming a crater of meat and ceramite. The council tables smashed, the banners burning, the War Master broken beneath the Red Angel's wrath. A childish part of him expected Abaddon to reach for Drachenyan. Another expected him to threaten, to boast, to name old victories as shields. Abaddon did neither. He did not flinch. He also did not pretend he could defeat Angron in honest fury. Keir understood the absence of that lie as sharply as a blade. The War Master feared the Primarch correctly. He saw the danger without ornament and shaped his next words around it. Abaddon touched the hololithic controls. A world appeared above the table, armoured in continents of grey fortress stone and orbital rings bright with weapons. Its name unfolded in crimson Chthonian script and High Gothic translation. Barathrum Gate. An imperial fortress world at the outer edge of the Asuarine Marches, built around gene vaults, shrine fanes, munition crypts, and trench belts that crossed entire hemispheres. Its garrison strength scrolled beside it in runes too large for mortal comfort. 1 billion soldiers beneath arms, more in reserve, more in pilgrimage militias, more chained into penal cohorts awaiting absolution through death. Angron stopped. The axes remained high, but his gaze had left Abaddon. Abaddon's voice cut through the Red Angel's breathing. Barathrum Gate has walls that have never fallen. Its defenders keep skull reliquaries of traitor champions in 9,000 shrine vaults. Its commanders have sworn to deny the blood god even one trophy. Its gene vaults hold the preserved seed of imperial heroes. Its cathedrals are filled with priests who preach that courage can outlast wrath. A low growl left Angron. It made Keir's gums ache. "I give you no leash," Abaddon said. "I give you a direction large enough to feel like freedom." The Red Angel's wings flexed, the axes lowered by the width of a man's hand. "Mine!" Angron snarled. "The walls are yours," Abaddon said, "until they are broken." It was not obedience, it was redirection. A storm given a valley, a wildfire given a forest. Angron had not been commanded as a captain. He had been fed a war too vast for refusal. Mortarian's laugh came as a wet rasp through rusted iron. How elegant! Throw meat to the maddened hound and call it statecraft. Abaddon turned to him. The hololith shifted. Barathrum Gate dimmed, and 3 worlds rose beside it, pale and blue and green beneath the marks of imperial purity seals. Apothecary moons, bio-sanctuaries, medici vaults orbiting a shrine world whose heraldry bore the marks of ultramarine successor stock. The projections showed sealed gene laboratories, plague-resistant agridomes, surgical monasteries, and quarantine bastions, where imperial chirurgeons boasted of curing diseases taken from plague wars across the segmentum. Mortarian's miasma stilled. Keir saw flies land upon the table and die. These worlds claim purity, Abaddon said. Their Medici orders carry seed and blood from sons of Gilliman. Their vaults contain treatments made from wars against your legion. They name your gifts contamination. They teach that endurance means resisting decay. Mortarian's grip tightened upon silence. Robut's thin blood hiding in clean rooms, the Death Lord murmured. Not glory, Abaddon said. Spite. The word pleased Mortarian more than any praise could have. They will not fall quickly, Abaddon continued. Their vaults are sealed against plaguecraft. Their orbital sanitariums purge infection with fire. Their commanders believe rot is a problem to be solved. Mortarian's voice lowered until it seemed to come from the bottom of a mass grave. Then they will learn that rot is the truth beneath their skin. He did not agree aloud. He did not bow. He accepted by beginning to imagine their ruin, and that was enough. Magnus spoke before Abaddon turned to him. You have shown blood to wrath and infection to bitterness. Will you show me a bauble, Ezekiel? A locked box? A forbidden page? A mirror that tells me what I already know? Abaddon's expression did not change. The hololith bent inward. For a moment the chamber lights dimmed, and the star map of the Ossuarine marches unfolded in layers. Not worlds now, but beneath them. Lines of force, buried architecture, pylon fragments marked by stolen runes. Blackstone resonance studies taken from Cadia, Ardentum Verox, Dead Mechanicus vaults, and places Keir did not recognize because their names had been cut out of the archive before he was born. Then a psychic relay appeared beneath the marches, hidden under a fortress moon known to the Imperium as Saint Orphael's Vigil. Magnus leaned forward. The motion was slight. It changed the hall. The relay sings through warp shadow, Abaddon said. It speaks where choirs should be blind. The Inquisition hides it from the Ecclesiarchy. The Mechanicus hides its workings from the Inquisition. The astropaths who serve it are replaced every 9 years because their dreams begin to repeat messages that have not yet been sent. The Crimson King's eye burned brighter. Keir felt letters moving across his own skin. He dared not look down. Pylon harmonics, Magnus said softly. Partial null resonance, but not Necron in full expression. A human graft upon older bone. Crude, but persistent. Useful, Abaddon said. Dangerous. Useful things are. Magnus smiled, and the expression contained no warmth, only infinities sharpening themselves. You offer me a mystery. I offer you a door the Imperium thinks it has hidden beneath a shrine. And what do you think I will do when I open it? What you cannot resist doing, Abaddon said. Learn. For a long moment, sorcerous fire crawled across the table, reflecting in the blood still drying there. Magnus saw possibilities within possibilities, futures branching like nerves exposed beneath torn flesh. He knew Abaddon was using him. He also knew the mystery had already entered him. Pride did the rest. Fulgrim sighed as though bored, though every eye in his perfect face gleamed. Must I also be lured with a bowl, War Master? Will you place some polished trinket before me and expect delight? Abaddon looked upon the Phoenician without reverence. Not a trinket. The hololith formed a fortress of white stone and adamantium, ringed by bastions carved in severe, flawless symmetry. Its banners were blue and silver, edged in black. Dueling courts shone beneath armoured glass. Victory halls displayed statues of warriors in perfect ranks. The world's commander appeared as a rotating image, an old transhuman lord in artificer plate, his face severe, his record beside him unblemished. Never defeated in siege, never bested in formal duel, never forced to retreat while his fortress stood. His gene line had produced duelists celebrated in marble halls from one crusade front to another. Fulgrim stopped smiling, then smiled more. "There," Abaddon said, "the commander of Aristion Crown. His sons sing discipline as beauty. Their remembrances call his blade work flawless. Their fortress has endured 12 invasions and turned each into a victory rite. They believe perfection belongs to restraint." Fulgrim's tongue moved delicately across his teeth. How offensive. Yes. And you would have me correct them. I would have you humiliate them so completely that every loyal world repeating their songs tastes ash. Fulgrim's laughter rose softly, sensuous and lethal. "You understand insult better than you admit, Ezekiel. I understand use." The Phoenician inclined his head with theatrical grace, but his eyes remained sharp. He too knew the hook. He admired it despite himself. A perfect defender, a flawless record, an audience of marble, oath, and gene bred pride. Fulgrim could no more ignore such a stage than Angron could ignore a billion skulls, or Magnus a buried secret. The hololith widened again. Other presences marked the edge of the council without standing in it. Perturabo did not come. His contempt arrived in the form of engines. The Iron Warriors had sent siege automata, graviton mortars, demon-bound artillery trains, trench-eating crawler rigs, shield-breaker cannons, and warp-smith covenants written in cold machine script. No praise accompanied them, no oath of brotherhood. Only calculations, kill radii, ammunition demands, structural analyses, and one message carved into a slab of dark iron delivered by a mutilated emissary. Walls fall when struck correctly. Do not waste my engines on theatre. Abaddon had read it once and laughed without smiling. Lorgar did not come either. His shadow arrived as scripture chains and dark apostles, word-bearers with flayed books nailed to their armour, censers burning with incense made from martyr fat, and demon names sealed beneath their tongues. They declared the Ossuarine War an offering to the Pantheon, whether Abaddon desired that word or not. Their parchments named him instrument, vessel, profane champion, beloved of the Four, denier and servant in the same breath. Keir had seen one of their dark apostles kiss the deck where Abaddon had walked, and then order 300 slaves skinned for failing to weep at the miracle. Abaddon accepted their troops. He ignored their theology. That too was command. Keir began to understand the shape of the leashes. They were not chains around throats, not orders, not subservience. The Daemon Primarchs were not captains in the Black Legion, not hounds in a kennel, not blades that could be sheathed without cost. They were hungers wearing the bodies of fallen demigods. Each had been made eternal by a god that had also made him narrower. Khorne gave Angron endless wrath, and wrath demanded blood before reason. Nurgle gave Mortarion endurance and bitterness until spite became a compass. Tzench gave Magnus knowledge and schemes until mystery became addiction. Slanesh gave Fulgrim sensation and perfection until insult became irresistible. Abaddon did not command them like soldiers. He built a war where their compulsions marched in the direction he required. A sound came from behind Keir, low enough that only fear sharpened it into clarity. A Black Legion captain stood near the edge of the scribe dais, helm mag locked to his thigh, face scarred by old burns. Keir knew him by sight. Vorgast Tar, a line captain of the War Master's host, hard-eyed and careful, not a fool. His gaze moved from Primarch to Primarch, then to Abaddon, then down as if the thought itself might be overheard by the gods. Later, when the council paused and the Daemon Primarchs withdrew into their own storms of thought, Vorgast approached the War Master beneath a row of banners made from the skins of Cadian generals. "My lord," he said. Abaddon did not turn. Speak. Vorgast hesitated only once. Does this mean you fear them? The question should have killed him. Kyr's hand stopped above the tablet. Nearby, Kibra's helm turned a fraction. That alone was enough to chill mortal blood. Abaddon looked at Vorgast. Yes. The captain did not move. The War Master's eyes were pitiless. Fear is a sense, like sight, like hearing, like the taste of poison in recycled air. Only fools blind themselves to it. Vorgast lowered his head slightly. I meant no insult. You meant a question worth answering. Angron could turn this chamber into a charnel pit if mishandled. Mortarion could drown a fleet in rot if insulted incorrectly. Magnus could see 1,000 roads through a single word and choose the one that kills us a century from now. Fulgrim could ruin discipline by making vanity feel like revelation. I fear them correctly. He looked back toward the council table, where the worlds of the Ossuarine marchers turned in red and black light. And because I fear them correctly, I use them correctly. Vorgast absorbed that as a warrior absorbs a wound, not with comfort, but with recognition. What of the gods? Abaddon's face hardened. The gods are the same lesson with larger appetites. The council resumed. Angron gave his assent by driving one axe into the council floor, hard enough to split the black iron and expose the old gold beneath. Barathrum, he growled. I will take its walls. I will build a mountain from its skulls. If your plan slows me, I will break it. You will reach the walls when the fleet opens the path, Abaddon said. Break them, and the path widens. Mortarion's acceptance was a breath of grave fog that rolled across the hololith and left frost rotting on the table edge. The pure worlds will learn the patience of corruption, he said. Their vaults will open from within. Their healers will beg to understand the diseases eating their hands. Magnus lifted one hand, and the hidden relay beneath St. Orphael's vigil shimmered with sorcerous fire. I will see this secret, he said, and if you have withheld part of it from me, Ezekiel, I will admire the attempt before punishing it. You would think less of me if I had not, Abaddon replied. Fulgrim's laughter curled through the hall like perfume over a corpse. Aristion crown will be made to watch itself become ugly, he said. Its perfect commander will kneel, or he will die standing beautifully. Either result may be acceptable. The distant pledges of Perturabo's engines and Lorgar's apostles were entered into the war map. Iron Warrior's siege machinery moved into position in cold runic columns. Wordbearers' hosts marked routes of pilgrimage, panic, and forced conversion. The Black Legion's spearheads formed the centre. Around them gathered berserkers, plague fleets, sorcerous covens, excess hosts, demon engines, renegade artillery, cult uprisings, corrupted forgecraft, and mortal armies numerous enough to drown continents in their first dying. The Hall of Concordance became a map of the coming apocalypse. Kyr wrote until his fingers cramped. His stylus scratched across the tablet, recording not obedience, not alliance, not trust, but something more dangerous. Agreement without loyalty, purpose without unity. The harnessing of God-shaped compulsions by a man who had refused to become one more puppet on the Pantheon's strings. He looked at the Daemon Primarchs and understood the answer that lesser minds kept asking in whispers. Were they stronger than Abaddon? Yes, in flesh, in sorcery, in divine monstrosity, in the raw, terrible gifts of gods who had remade them into eternal disasters. But strength was not command. Kyr lowered his stylus to the final line of the slate, his hand shaking despite every effort to still it. The words came from fear, from revelation, from the sight of Cadia dying and demigods listening. They follow because he knows where to point their damnation. The arcs came out of the dark like dead continents taught to hate. They were not ships in any honest sense. They were drifting invasions, each one a fused mass of ancient hulls, broken cruisers, corpse barges, demon forges, shrine wrecks, manufactorum carcasses, and space hulks dragged screaming into obedience by warp chains and the will of the War Master. Their prows were cathedral fronts and butcher blades. Their flanks bristled with gun decks large enough to house cities. Their bellies held slave oceans, armories, teleportariums, beast pits, corpse furnaces, and engines whose machine spirits had long ago ceased to prey and learned instead to hunger. The Arks of Omen did not travel with the fleet. They changed the meaning of fleet. Where they passed, the void curdled. Auspec's ghosts multiplied until imperial cogitators began chanting target solutions for things that were not there. Servitors bled from eye sockets welded shut before their births. Astropathic choirs heard iron wings beating inside their skulls. Vox channels filled with scrap code, demon laughter, false prayers, and the voice of the War Master repeated through static as if the dark itself had learned command. Within one such arc, chained to the wider, Balefleet by gravity hooks and demonic oaths, Vashtor's influence pulsed like a second reactor heart. The Ark had once been a dozen vessels. Now it was one blasphemous anatomy. Corridors sloped into manufactorum gullets where captured tanks were stripped by living cranes. Cathedrals had been inverted and bolted to the inner hull, their stained glass replaced by plates of smoked adamantium, showing machine martyrs burning beneath cog-toothed suns. Demon engines slept in racks, twitching through iron dreams. Warpsmiths walked beneath them with incense burners full of powdered bone and machine oil, murmuring Binharic heresies to soothe the beasts until the hour of release. Vashtor himself did not need to stand beside Abaddon to be present. His bargains lived in the walls, his logic nested in corrupted engines. His omens clicked through the teeth of servitor choirs. In the deepest forge vaults, artifacts recovered by the Balefleets hung in stasis cages, each one a fragment of some greater design Abaddon had not mistaken for devotion. The Ark hunted relics as much as worlds. It carried keys whose locks had not yet been revealed. It carried weapons whose names had been erased by those who had feared remembering them. It carried the smell of a future being assembled from stolen parts. Abaddon stood before the main strategium hololith aboard the Vengeful Spirit and watched the Ossuarine marches divide into wounds. The campaign opened on every front at once. Black Legion spearheads struck command worlds, not merely to kill rulers, but to sever the habit of obedience. Their terminators translated into palace war rooms, orbital command spines, astropathic relay shrines, and buried cogitator sanctums. Chosen war bands advanced beneath black banners, plasma guns burning blue through blast doors, while accursed blades whispered against their scabbards. They killed officers first, then adjutants, then voxmasters, then scribes, because Abaddon understood that a regiment without orders could still fight, but a sector without trusted command became a mouth shouting into its own throat. World Eaters fell upon defense moons, not randomly, not as fools, though fools mistook rage for stupidity and died under chain axes for the insult. Their land raiders drove in wedge formations through artillery fire, hulls painted with old blood and fresh kill runes. Rhinos disgorged berserkers behind smoke barrages and suppressive cannon bursts. Predators and demon engines opened lanes through minefields before the red infantry surged. Then came the final distance, when fire discipline ended and the chain axes began their sermon. The World Eaters were wrath, but many of them had learned across 10,000 years that surviving the approach meant more skulls taken at the breach. Death Guard fleets crawled across supply routes. They did not hurry. They did not need to. Plague hulks drifted into convoy lanes with the patience of graves. Their boarding parties took water barges, ration haulers, pilgrim ships, medici transports, and ammunition carriers, leaving them outwardly intact and inwardly doomed. Crews continued to broadcast loyal ident codes, while their lungs bloomed with black mold and their hands sloughed into their control panels. Whole Imperial relief fleets received supplies that carried slow death in the seals, under the wax stamps, inside the grain, inside the recycled water, inside the breath of rescued survivors who thanked the Emperor while the contagion smiled behind their eyes. Thousand Suns covens collapsed astropathic coordination. They did not merely jam signals, they taught messages to lie. A plea for reinforcements arrived as a declaration of victory. An order to withdraw became a command to advance into dead ground. The names of loyal commanders were replaced with the names of men they had executed years before. Astropaths woke from trance with their tongues turned to blue crystal, their last transmissions refracting through impossible angles until whole battle groups sailed in circles around stars they believed were distant warp beacons. The Emperor's children attacked morale, command prestige, and ritual symbols. They struck triumph arches, saintly tombs, oath halls, dueling courts, memorial vaults, and planetary broadcast spires. They did not always kill the most soldiers. They killed what those soldiers had been told could never be defiled. A Shrine World's victory bell was tuned to scream. A general's ancestor gallery was rearranged into a theatre of flayed lineage. A fortress monastery's reliquary was opened, its bones polished and set into obscene instruments that played across every loyal Vox channel until men in the trenches began weeping without knowing why. Abaddon watched all of it without expression. Around him, the hololith burned with campaign data. Time to collapse. Ammunition expenditure, warp saturation, fleet displacement, morale corrosion, enemy reserve response, estimated pylon interference. Casualty forecasts listed in numbers only servitors could recite without trembling. The War Master's eyes moved from system to system, never lingering on spectacle, always seeking structure beneath slaughter. St. Baruch's Lock, said Malgor Vec, his ruined face lit by the hololithic glare. Outer defense star fort, void shields at full integrity, docking anchors active, macro batteries still coordinated with planetary command. It holds the northern approach. Not after this watch, Abaddon said. The assault began with boarding torpedoes. They launched from the Ark in swarms, black iron cylinders wreathed in plasma flame and demonic frost. They crossed the void like diseased teeth spat from the mouth of a god. St. Baruch's Lock filled the dark ahead, an imperial star fort of layered adamantium, gun towers, chapel domes, lance spires, docking arms, and shield generators blazing behind rotating fields of blue-white energy. Its guns opened. Torpedoes vanished in flak storms. Others were cracked by las fire and spilled screaming cultists into the void, their bodies freezing instantly, mouths still open in praise. Enough struck. The first torpedoes bit into the lower decks and drilled inward with shrieking melter crowns. The second wave punched through chapel towers and ammunition cloisters. The third smashed into the generator ring, where the machine spirit of the star fort howled alarms through every lumen strip and prayer horn. Then the teleportariums opened. Chaos Terminators appeared inside the generator shrines in storms of black lightning. The flare killed the nearest tech acolytes where they stood, cooking their brains inside their skulls and leaving their robes smoking around upright corpses. The shrine was a forest of plasma conduits, power relays, bronze incense stacks, and immense rotating coils that fed the void shields. Servitors continued their loading rites as the Black Legion arrived, monotone voices reciting sacred maintenance cant, even when bolter fire tore their limbs away. The Bringers of Despair advanced through the generator shrine with storm bolters roaring. Tech priests raised shock staves and were cut in half. Skitari defenders fired radium carbines from behind cogitator banks, their shots sparking against Terminator plate until chain fists found the barricades and carved them open. One Black Legionnaire seized a priest by the spine harness and nailed him to a reactor icon with his own servo arm, leaving him alive, twitching, and chanting binary agony as his blood dripped into the cooling grates. Below them, mortal cultists flooded the lower decks through breached tunnels. They came in filth-streaked masses, carrying autoguns, chain hooks, mining charges, cleavers, stolen laser guns, and banners made from ship crew uniforms stitched together with hair. Imperial voidsmen met them in pressure corridors with shotguns, boarding shields, and naval discipline. For several minutes, the lower decks became a close and human hell. Men killed men with bayonets, blades, teeth, and broken helmets. Pressure doors slammed shut to isolate breaches, pulling men apart when they were caught half through. Keir would later see picked captures of torsos left on one side and legs on the other, intestines stretched across door seams like red cables. The chapels fell next. Priests stood before altar guns and shouted litanies against the traitor. Some died with courage, some died begging. Some were nailed to reactor icons by Black Legionaries who did not bother learning their names. In one chapel, a confessor kept reciting the Catechism of Defiance, while a demon squeezed through the stained glass behind him, like a wet nightmare, folding impossible limbs through a gap too narrow for a child. It wrapped around him from the back, pushed fingers into his mouth, and pulled until his jaw tore free. Yet the Vox speakers carried one last wet syllable of prayer before he drowned in his own, opened throat. Fighting spread into the medici wards. The wounded lay strapped to cots while alarms wailed and bulkheads shook. Medici servitors continued to administer treatment as bolter shells detonated among them. A Black Legion warrior stepped through a curtain of blood mist and fired into the rows, killing injured officers whose survival might have mattered to the defense. A loyalist apothecary attached to a Space Marine strike force fought there knee-deep in ruptured bodies, his Narthesium blade slicked to the elbow, his bolt pistol firing until the chamber filled with cordite and cooked meat. He killed 3 traitors before a chain fist took him from shoulder to hip, spilling gene seed canisters, organs, and ceramite shards into the gore. The evacuation bays became corpse pits. Thousands tried to flee toward lifeboats that had already been sabotaged by scrap code. Doors opened onto vacuum. Escape craft ignited in their racks. Families of officers, ratings, scribes, armsmen, adepts, and bonded labourers pressed so tightly together that the dead remained standing, crushed upright among the living. Cultists came through them with blades. Black Legion bolters fired above the crowd first, then into it when panic became a barricade. The bay floor disappeared beneath bodies. Men slipped, fell, were trampled, shot, crushed, burned, and cut. Servo skulls drifted through the smoke, repeating evacuation instructions to ears that had been torn from heads. St. Baruch's lock died by systems rather than by walls. Its void shields flickered. Its macro batteries lost targeting harmony. Its machine spirit began receiving commands from inside its own corrupted logic stack. Vashtor's touch bloomed in the star fort like iron disease. Cogitators grew teeth of black metal. Servo skulls chanted scrap code in voices that made adepts vomit oil. A macro cannon turret, still crewed by loyal ratings, rotated slowly from its assigned firing arc and put a shell through the neighboring lance tower. The tower burst outward, raining burning men and molten glass into the void. On the outer hull, the Imperial defenders kept fighting even as their fortress betrayed them. Space Marines from a loyal chapter held the dorsal shrine walk against raptors and warp talons. Their bolters hammered in disciplined bursts. Chainswords rose and fell. Jump packs flared in the dark, casting warriors as silhouettes against the burning star fields. A raptor landed among them and dragged one loyalist backward into space, tearing at his helm seals while both spun away from the hull. The Space Marine drove a combat blade into the traitor's throat before the vacuum took them both. The Starfort's fall opened the northern approach. Abaddon marked it on the hololith with one claw. Proceed. Gathalamore's chain came next. The fortress moon hung above the Butcher's Star, an orbital bastion ringed by gun platforms, trench continents, macro silos, shield shrines, and armor depots. It had been built to delay invasion fleets long enough for the deeper marches to arm. Its commanders trusted in layered defense, void shields, overlapping artillery, and the faith of men who believed their deaths purchased time for saints and admirals. Abaddon gave it to Angron, not because the moon required subtlety, because it required annihilation at a precise point in the campaign. The Red Angel descended with a host that made the sky bleed. World Eater's landing craft plunged through flak and missile fire. Land raiders struck the surface in armoured claws, assault ramps dropping before the dust had settled. Rhinos drove through shell craters under smoke cover, dozer blades pushing aside corpses, rubble, and mines triggered by expendable slave walkers sent ahead of the columns. Demon engines bounded beside them, brass and iron predators with furnace mouths and chain blade limbs. Artillery barked from captured ridgelines. Havoc allies and renegade gunners saturated defense bunkers before the berserker waves hit. For all their fury, the World Eaters came as war, not riot. Fire lanes were marked with tracer. Armor punched holes in the outer trench belts. Chain-axe infantry surged only when the killing ground had been shortened. Champions bellowed through vox grills, forcing their warriors into assault corridors, not because they valued restraint, but because restraint carried them closer to the skulls. The Butcher's nails sang in every helm. The ground shook with their charge. Then Angron landed. He struck the fortress moon like a meteor made of hate. The impact shattered a bastion roof and killed every defender inside by pressure alone. When the dust cleared, the Red Angel rose from the crater, wings spread, axes in hand, roaring so loudly that Vox networks burst into static across the hemisphere. Men miles away dropped their weapons and clutched bleeding ears. In the trenches before him, Cadian and Shrine militia units opened fire with laser guns, heavy bolters, plasma coils, missile launchers, and tank guns. The barrage swallowed him. He came through it. Shells burst against his flesh. Lascanon beams burned scars across his hide. Missiles detonated around him, tearing chunks from his wings and shoulders that sealed even as blood poured. He laughed, or roared, or screamed. The difference had no meaning. Then he reached the first line. Strategic extermination began. Angron did not duel the moon. He butchered its ability to remain a fortress. He tore open command bunkers, ripped artillery crews from gun pits, smashed shield shrines, and carved paths through trench systems wide enough for land raiders to follow. His axes turned men into red weather. He seized a Baneblade by its forward cannon, lifted its prow with impossible strength, and drove the tank backward into its own infantry support, crushing squads into paste beneath its tracks before ripping the turret free and hurling it into a command spire. World Eaters poured through the breaches he made. Berserker shockwaves broke loyal formations that had survived hours of shelling. Chain axes chewed through flak armor, carapace, bone, and organs. A disciplined Imperial firing line became a screaming knot as red-armored giants hit it at full speed. Men were split from shoulder to groin. Heads flew. Hands still gripping laser guns spun through the air. A World Eater champion took a plasma blast to the chest, staggered, laughed through the smoke boiling from his armor, and killed the gunner by biting through the man's face before the chain axe came down. The Imperial defenders died bravely. It did not matter. Vashtor's infection reached the moon's machines at the same time as the Red Angel reached its heart. Void shield generators sprouted iron teeth along their casing seams and began biting the adepts trying to repair them. Macro cannons rotated against their own command sanctums, firing point blank into the fortress monasteries that had fed them targeting rites. Servo skulls swarmed through corridors, chanting scrap code until security doors opened and shut in patterns that sliced fleeing soldiers into sections. A loyalist Titan maniple, advancing from the equatorial armor yards, suffered machine spirit seizure as the princeps screamed inside their amniotic tanks. One warhound turned its turbo lasers on its packmate. A reaver froze mid-stride, then bent backward as its own reactorites inverted, cooking the moderati in their thrones while the engine's warhorn vomited binary blasphemy. The Dark Mechanicum did not call it sabotage, they called it sacrament. Warpsmiths knelt in the gore beneath the seized engines, offering praise to the logic of ruin. They hammered demon nails into cogitator cores. They poured blood into data ports. They raised mechadendrites and chanted in harsh machine tongues while Imperial systems ate themselves alive. Aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Abaddon watched. The hololiths showed Angron as a red distortion at the center of collapse. Every time the Daemon Primarch moved, a defense line died. Every roar spiked morale collapse among the loyalists and frenzy among the attackers. Around the projection, data streams updated with relentless precision. Time to breach, ammunition burn rate, World Eaters casualties, loyalist reserves committed, warp saturation levels, machine corruption spread, atmospheric toxin density, civilian dead irrelevant, command failure imminent. Abaddon did not smile when Angron slaughtered millions. He marked the numbers. Gathalamor's chain will fall within 3 watches, Malgor Vek said. 2, Abaddon replied. The Red Angel has outrun the second armor wave. He has not outrun the purpose of the assault. On the hololith, Angron reached the moon's central bastion. Its gates were 9 layers thick, warded, shielded, and sanctified. Artillery still fired from the upper tiers. Loyal Space Marines held the approach with power swords, thunderhammers, melter weapons, and the absolute refusal of warriors who knew the monster before them and chose to stand anyway. They slowed him. That was their victory. They did not stop him. Angron hit the gate with both axes. The first blow cracked the outer ward. The second split adamantium. The third drove a shockwave through the defenders packed behind it, rupturing organs and bursting eyes in their helms. By the 7th, the gate was no longer a gate but wreckage. By the 9th, The Red Angel was inside, and the bastion became an abattoir with command banners. The Butcher's Star began to fall when its orbital rings failed. St. Baruch's lock was gone. Gathalamor's chain was broken. Vashtor's scrap code reached the ring stations and taught their stabilizing engines to misread gravity. One by one, the orbital structures shuddered, tilted, and descended. They had once been docks, defense platforms, munition rails, and shield harmonics arrays. Now they became iron continents falling into the planet below. The first ring struck the upper atmosphere and ignited, a burning band across half the world. Its fragments rained onto hive fortresses, agri-belts, troop musters, and pilgrimage camps. The second ring broke into 3 pieces, each one large enough to erase a city. The third descended almost whole, a glowing arc of metal and fire that wrapped the horizon and then vanished into impact light. The Butcher's Star screamed across every vox frequency. Angron stood atop the corpse of Gathalamor's chain and howled for more war. His roar reached the vengeful spirit as static, bloodlust, and demand. In the Hall of Concordance, mortal serfs fell to their knees and smashed their faces against the deck until teeth scattered. Cornete champions beat their weapons against their armor. Even sealed behind hololithic distance, the Red Angel's hunger pressed against the walls. Malgor Vek looked to Abaddon. If he turns inward, the World Eaters will begin killing anything within reach. Abaddon was already moving the war map. A new world appeared beyond the fallen Butcher's Star. Another fortress, another wall, another mass of defenders, guns, skulls, and doomed courage placed exactly where rage could be made useful. "Open the channel," Abaddon said. The Vox screamed before stabilizing. Angron's breath filled the chamber like a furnace full of bodies. "More!" the Red Angel snarled. Abaddon did not command him to be calm. He did not praise him like a hound. He did not threaten him with strength he did not possess. He gave Apocalypse a direction. "Varak's anvil," Abaddon said. 3 billion soldiers, cathedral guns, night houses, skull vaults beneath the equator. They have heard you are coming, and they are praying you can be stopped. For one terrible moment, there was only Angron breathing. Then the Red Angel laughed. The sound broke Vox speakers across the bridge. Abaddon closed the channel and watched the campaign map shift as World Eater's forces began redirecting toward the next wound. The Butcher's Star burned below. Its orbital rings fell in ruin. Its fortress moon was a carcass. Its dead would not be counted by any hand that survived. The Primarch was catastrophe. The War Master was command. And in the dark between burning worlds, Abaddon aimed the catastrophe again. The lesser powers learned jealousy from their gods. They called it reverence at first. They called it concern for the dignity of the pantheon, outrage on behalf of divine majesty, wrath at the arrogance of a mortal who dared move demon demigods as pieces upon a war map. They whispered in the holds of arks, in the furnace aisles of demon forges, in shrines built from welded bone, in plague chapels where bells rang without hands, in mirrored galleries where screams were tuned like instruments. But jealousy was the truth beneath the incense. Abaddon had drawn the Daemon Primarchs into one campaign, not with chains, not with oaths, not with worship. He had done worse. He had understood them. He had named their hungers and placed wars before them like open wounds. Angron raged where the War Master pointed him. Mortarian spite crawled along routes chosen by another. Magnus hunted mysteries revealed by a hand he did not control. Fulgrim prepared humiliation for a fortress whose perfection had been offered to him like bait. Such things offended lesser monsters. Cornate demon prince named Cardas Gorefather was first to give the resentment shape. He had been a warlord once, perhaps, though whatever mortal name he had carried had been ground away beneath brass, rage, and centuries of slaughter. His wings were torn banners of muscle and iron. His skull was crowned with horns plated in dried blood. His axe had killed entire command staffs, loyal and traitor alike, because command itself offended him unless it ended in butchered bodies. He believed Abaddon had insulted Khorne by using Angron as a weapon rather than falling prostrate before wrath. A Tzeentchian oracle joined him, though joined was too honest a word for any creature of the Changer of Ways. Zirath the Unwritten appeared as a tall figure wrapped in robes that moved against the wind, his face a mask of blue glass behind which 1,000 possible eyes opened and closed. He spoke in futures that contradicted one another and smiled whenever both proved false. He believed Abaddon's refusal of fate was a theft. Men were meant to drown in prophecy, not use it as weather. The Plague Cardinal came next. His name was Otherm Vile Gentle, and he moved upon a throne carried by men whose bodies had rotted into obedience. He had no legs left, only ropes of wet tissue and swollen organs contained by rusted reliquary bands. His mitre was made from cracked bone and fungus. Bells hung from his shoulders and chimed with each laboured breath. He believed Abaddon's endurance was prideful blasphemy, a refusal to accept the grandfather's mercy. Pain, to Otherm, was a door that should be opened into surrender. Last came Savael the Exquisite, a Slaneshi blade saint whose armour was mirror bright and whose skin had been replaced in places with polished silver. He wore the faces of defeated duelists on chains at his hip, each preserved in a perfect expression of dying awe. His sword was too thin to be practical and too sharp to be natural. He believed Abaddon had committed an aesthetic crime. To be offered such triumphs by the gods and refuse transformation was, to Savael, ugliness pretending to be strength. They did not trust one another. That made the conspiracy viable. A conspiracy of trust would have failed at once in the eye. This one was built from shared offence, mutual contempt, and the certainty each conspirator held that he alone would profit when the others were spent. They sent no challenge. They issued no declaration. They did what the servants of gods always did when pride and worship braided together. They made a trial and called it destiny. The bait was an imperial cathedral ship drifting dead at the edge of the Osirene war zone. It had once been the sanctity of St. Orphael, a void-born temple and pilgrim carrier large enough to shelter a city within its nave decks. Its outer hull still bore statues of armoured saints, though most had been decapitated by debris or melted by lance fire. Its dorsal chapels were shattered. Its engine shrines were dark. Its processional avenues had frozen open to the void. Thousands of dead pilgrims floated through its inner spaces, their bodies trapped in prayer postures by ice and vacuum, their hands still clasped around devotional beads. The distress signal that drew the Warmaster was not human. It spoke in Chthonian, not modern war cant, not Black Legion command speech, the older tongue, Mine Warren speech, gang throat speech, a dead language from a dead world, carrying a phrase only a handful of souls in the galaxy could have understood. Your father waits below. Kion urged caution. Kibre demanded a Terminator strike. Garvek Thul called the vessel structurally worthless and therefore suspicious. Sargon Eragesh laughed until blood ran from his nose and said the gods had arranged a theatre. Abaddon listened to all of them. Then he went. he did not go alone because he believed himself untouchable. He went with the bringers of despair at his back, with warpsmith wards burned into his armor, with sorcerous countersigns hissing across his plate, with the talon flexing and Drachonian whispering at his side. He went because the bait had been set for him, and refusing bait without understanding the hook was another form of obedience. The teleport strike delivered him into the cathedral ship's central nave. The chamber had been made for imperial worship on a scale meant to dwarf the soul. Pillars rose like mountain trunks into darkness. Statues of saints loomed above shattered pews. Incense censers hung cold and still from chains thicker than men. The altar at the far end was a fortress of marble, gold, and bone, split by a black crack that pulsed with warp light. Corpses filled the aisles, packed shoulder to shoulder, pilgrims and priests and naval armsmen dead in kneeling ranks as if the entire congregation had been murdered mid-prayer and arranged afterward by a hand with a sense of humour. Then the ship changed. Brass rivers of blood opened across the nave floor. They did not flow from wounds or pipes. They simply existed, cutting through the stone in channels that had not been there a breath before. The blood steamed. Skulls rolled beneath its surface, biting at one another in the current. From the red glare rose Cardus Gorefather, axe in both hands, wings unfurled, eyes full of honest murder. "War Master," the demon prince snarled, as if the title were gristle between his teeth. No maps, no offerings, no words, only the truth of strength. The blood river surged. At the same time, mirrored stairways unfolded in the air above and around the nave. They climbed in impossible directions, each reflection showing Abaddon dead, victorious, crowned, kneeling, burning, laughing, weeping, or never born. Xyrath the Unwritten walked down one stair while walking up another, his blue glass mask reflecting every possible answer Abaddon might give. Gardens of rot burst from the cracked chapels. Roots made of intestines slid through stone. Flowers opened with human teeth for petals. Flies gathered in shapes that resembled prayers. Otherm Vile Gentle rolled forward upon his throne of carriers, each rotting bearer smiling in peaceful agony. Marble halls unfolded behind the altar, impossibly clean, impossibly bright. Their pillars sang with pain. Their floor was polished enough to reflect not faces, but desires. Savael the Exquisite stepped from them with his blade raised in salute, the motion beautiful enough to make mortal muscles want to imitate it and tear themselves in the attempt. The bringers of despair opened fire. Their storm bolters roared into the changing nave, shells striking wards, mirrors, brass, flesh, rot, and empty air. Several Terminators vanished into reflections and reappeared as corpses falling from the ceiling. One sank into the blood river to the waist and was stripped to bone in 3 heartbeats, his armor remaining upright and firing until the hands inside dissolved. Another was kissed by a blossom in the plague garden and swelled until his plate burst, spilling yellow organs and blackened cables across the stone. Abaddon raised one hand. The firing stopped. He looked upon the conspirators. "This is poor theatre." Savael smiled. "And yet you came to see it." Cardus stamped forward, each step cracking the nave and splashing blood. "You are meat wearing command. You point greater beings because they permit it. You stand because no true wrath has struck you yet." Xerath spoke in layered voices. "You are the moment before error, the blade before misdirection, the king who refuses the crown because he has foreseen the collar. Never seeing the floor is also a collar, the hand also a collar, the refusal also a collar." Otherm's bells chimed softly. Tired child, wounded child, The galaxy hurts you because you insist on edges. Let the pain soften. Let the flesh open. Let the grandfather close the wound. Savael's blade sang as he lowered it toward Abaddon's heart. And I offer the kindness of perfection. Triumph without regret. Victory so exquisite it needs no future. Become the moment all others envy. Let us make you beautiful enough to deserve your legend. Abaddon stood beneath the dead saints and listened. He heard Khorne's offer in the Demon Prince's contempt. Honest annihilation. A battlefield without politics, without patience, without the burden of centuries. Death or dominance proved by the axe, clean in its brutality, stupid in its simplicity. He heard Tzeentch in the Oracle's mirrors, knowledge enough to make certainty impossible, futures branching until every choice became paralysis, the comfort of never being wrong because every contradiction could be named part of a deeper plan. He heard Nurgle in the Plague Cardinal's mercy, surrender without pain, the end of striving, the end of wounds, the warm rot of acceptance, where failure and victory fermented into the same soft hymn. He heard Slaanesh in the Blade Saint's invitation, triumph as addiction, one perfect conquest, one perfect duel, one perfect name sung forever until the need to surpass it became a cage sweeter than chains. Each offer carried power. Each offer required kneeling. Abaddon drew Drachenyen. The blade did not shine. It opened the air around it. The nave recoiled. Mirrors darkened. Flowers clenched shut. Blood rivers hissed. The demon weapon whispered with the intimate hunger of first murder, tasting the trial and finding it amusing. You could accept one, it breathed inside him, then betray the others. A crown worn briefly is still a crown. No, Abaddon said aloud. Kardas roared and came first. The Demon Prince crossed the nave in a storm of brass and blood, axe descending with enough force to split a land raider. Abaddon met the blow with the talon. The impact drove him back, boots carving trenches through marble and bone. His left shoulder screamed beneath the force. The Demon Prince laughed, pressing harder, muscles swelling, horns scraping the air. Small, Kardas growled. So small. Abaddon stepped inside the next strike instead of retreating. The axe blade tore across his backplate, biting through ceramite and scoring flesh beneath. Pain flared white. He turned with it, drove the talon upward, and caught Kardas by the skull. The claws closed. The Demon Prince's head ruptured. Horn, brass plate, black bone, and burning brain matter exploded between the talon's fingers. The head came apart in a spray that painted Abaddon's armor red and gold, but the body did not fall. Khorne's servant fought on headless, roaring from the open stump of its neck, axe swinging in blind arcs that cut two bringers of despair in half before they could move clear. Blood jetted upward from the ruined throat and became teeth in the air. Abaddon ducked one swing, took another against his side, felt armor split and ribs crack. He drove Drachenyen into the headless torso. The blade drank rage, not enough to kill, but enough to make the thing hesitate. Then Abaddon ripped upward with the talon, tearing the Demon Prince open from groin to collarbone. Its body burst into a flood of skulls, each one screaming praise until the blood river swallowed them. The mirrored stairways rang with applause that came from no hands. Xyrath descended in fragments. He did not attack from one future. He attacked from many. A staff of blue fire struck Abaddon's helm from the left, while a blade of crystal pierced his thigh from the right. A spell that had not yet been cast opened wounds across his arms. Another future Xyrath whispered Abaddon's death into the air, and for a heartbeat, The War Master saw his own corpse on the floor, Drachenyan embedded in his chest, the talon removed and placed upon an altar to gods who laughed. Drachenyan stirred. Let me show him the first future. Abaddon lunged at the nearest oracle. It was not the right one. There was no right one. Xyrath existed across several possible decisions, shedding doomed selves like scales. The talon passed through a mirror body and emerged covered in blue flame. Warp fire crawled up Abaddon's arm, slipping beneath the plate, burning nerves that no mortal body possessed. His secondary heart spasmed. His vision fractured into outcomes. He saw himself kneeling. He saw himself crowned. He saw himself ascending into a thing with 4 shadows. He saw himself dying nameless. He saw himself killing Horus again. He saw himself as a boy on Chthoniya, knife in hand, never taken by the Legion. Enough, Abaddon snarled. He drove Drachenyan into the mirrored floor. The demon blade drank downward. The first future died screaming. Then the second. Then the 17th. Then futures without number began collapsing into the wound. Xyrath shrieked as possible selves were pulled from their stairways and dragged through the blade's edge. Blue glass cracked across the oracle's mask. Eyes burst behind it, each one showing a different death. Abaddon seized the true body by the throat when certainty finally narrowed enough to touch. You mistake knowing paths for walking them, he said. The talon crushed the oracle's chest while Drachenyan ate the versions of him that tried to escape. When Xyrath died, the mirrored stairways shattered. Razor fragments fell through the nave, slicing flesh, armor, banners, corpses, and reflections. A shard opened Abaddon's cheek to the bone. Another lodged beneath his gorget. He left them there. The plague garden exhaled. Otherm Vile Gentle rolled forward, smiling through split lips. His throne bearers collapsed into sludge and reformed beneath him. The flowers opened. Spores filled the nave in a green-gold fog. The dead pilgrims lining the aisles bloated where they knelt, bellies swelling, throats pulsing, eyes opening under layers of rot. Poor Lord, Otherm whispered. Poor blade, poor wound. You fight because you have forgotten rest. Plague growths erupted across Abaddon's armor. They forced themselves into cracks cut by Cardus and Xyrath. Fungal tendrils slid beneath black ceramite. Boils swelled around the talon's joints. His right lung flooded at once, not with blood alone, but with infected filth that burned cold. He coughed inside his helm, and what came up was black and green and thick with moving specks. Warning runes crawled across his retinal display. Armor seals failed. Toxins entered his bloodstream. His hearts hammered against fever. Nurgle's offer came not as domination, but relief. Stop fighting. The pain could soften. The wound could become home. The infection could become family. The exhaustion of command could end in a garden where all failures were forgiven, because all things decayed together. Abaddon staggered. The Plague Cardinal's smile widened. Yes, Otherm breathed. There is the mortal truth beneath the iron. Let it hurt, then let it stop. Abaddon ignited the emergency purgation charges built into his armor. White flame crawled over him from collar to greaves. It burned beneath plates, through seals, across flesh already split by spores. He roared then, not in surrender, but in contemptuous rage. The fire ate plague growths and skin alike. Boils burst. Fungal threads curled into ash. His flooded lung convulsed, coughing infected blood into his helm, until the grill vented it in steaming streams. He walked through the plague garden while burning. Every step killed flowers. Every breath hurt. He reached the Plague Cardinal's throne and tore aside the first layer of rotting attendants. They came apart smiling, organs slipping free like offerings. Otham raised one swollen hand in blessing. "You cannot burn all decay." "No," Abaddon said, voice raw. "Only what stands in my way." The talon closed around the Plague Cardinal's reliquary bands and ripped him from his throne. Otham's body stretched, tore, spilled, and kept living. Ropes of intestine wrapped Abaddon's wrist. Bells rang in his ears. Tiny mouths opened along the Cardinal's organs and began chanting thanks. Abaddon rammed him into the burning altar fire, created by his own armor's purgation. Otham laughed as he burned. So Abaddon held him there until laughter became bubbling. Bubbling became steam, and steam became a stain that still tried to bless him from the stone. The marble halls sang. Savael came last, as he had intended. He moved through the ruin with impossible grace, stepping over blood, glass, rot, and brass as though crossing a ballroom. His blade lifted. The faces at his hip whispered praise. Pain sang from the marble pillars, tuning itself to Abaddon's wounds, making each breath a note, each broken rib a chord, each heartbeat an invitation. "You have ruined the composition," Savael said, almost sadly. "But there is grandeur in damage. I concede that." Abaddon turned toward him. His armor was cracked in a dozen places. Warp fire still crawled under his skin where Xyrath's spell had entered. One lung remained half full of infected blood. His left arm answered slowly. Drachenyan pulsed in his grip, amused and hungry. The talon dripped the remains of 3 divine servants. Savael attacked. The first cut opened Abaddon's forearm through a joint seal. The second scored his throat guard. The third drew a line across his face, so fine and precise that the blood did not flow until the blade had already moved again. Savael was not stronger than Kardas, not more enduring than Otham, not more elusive than Xyrath. He was exact. He read injury as music and struck where the pain would force delay. Abaddon tried to catch him with the talon. Savael was not there. The Blade Saint slid beneath the claws and drove his sword through Abaddon's side, entering through the crack Kardas had made, piercing deep into the meat beneath. Pain flashed so bright, the knave vanished for a heartbeat. Savael leaned close, his beautiful face inches from Abaddon's bloodied helm. "Perfect," he whispered. Abaddon let him enjoy the word. He let the blade remain inside him. Then he closed the distance. Savael's eyes widened as the Warmaster stepped into the wound, forcing the sword deeper through his own body to trap the Blade Saint's arm. The movement was ugly, brutal, tactically obscene. It ruined the duel's rhythm. It ruined the art. Abaddon headbutted him. Savael reeled. Abaddon seized him by the shoulder with the talon and by the throat with his bleeding hand. The Blade Saint tried to twist free, but his own sword was pinned inside Abaddon's body. The Warmaster released Drachenyan for one breath, trusting the demon blade to bite the floor rather than flee. With his freed hand, he reached behind Savael's back, punched through mirrored armor, found the spine, and gripped. Savael screamed then, not beautifully. Abaddon ripped his spine out through his back. The Blade Saint collapsed bonelessly, his limbs folding under him in an inelegant heap. The faces at his hip began shrieking. Abaddon crushed them under one boot until the marble hall stopped singing. The trial should have ended. It did not. The conspirators had made one final arrogance. Their deaths fed the battlefield they had created. Brass blood, shattered futures, plague mercy, and ecstatic pain flowed together into the cracked altar at the center of the cathedral ship. The bodies of Kardas, Xyrath, Otham, and Savael had been vessels as much as challengers. Now their blessings conflicted inside the same ritual wound, and something began to rise from the altar. Not one demon, not four. A demon-bound body of screaming compromise, swollen by rival powers and tearing itself apart even as it formed. Brass muscles burst through rotting fat. Blue fire licked across silver skin. Perfumed marble bones jutted from plague meat. Horns grew, became feathers, became antlers of bone, became tongues. Every god's mark tried to dominate the flesh. Every blessing rejected the others. The result was power without harmony, appetite without direction. Abaddon understood the insult. They had tried to show him himself, a champion who took from all and belonged to none, destined to rupture under contradiction. Drachenyan whispered from the floor, "Let them finish shaping you and the pain ends. A god's hand can close every wound. A god's chain can hold every broken piece together." Abaddon staggered toward the rising thing. His armor was failing. His breath came wet. Blood ran from his side around Savael's blade, still lodged through him. Warp fire crawled beneath his skin in blue veins. His flooded lung hitched and filled again. Warning runes flashed and died across his helm display. Around him, the surviving bringers of despair held the perimeter, but even they seemed distant, blurred by fever and warp pressure. The Daemon Primarchs watched, not in flesh, not wholly, but the trial had drawn their attention like blood in water. Angren's presence burned in the brass rivers, approving only of the killing, not the meaning. Mortarian's shadow hung in the rot, marking the endurance with grudging interest. Magnus looked through the last surviving mirror fragment, his single eye studying the refusal of fate with unbearable focus. Fulgrim's laughter curled through the dead marble halls, disgusted and delighted by a style that was not beauty, yet possessed inevitability. Abaddon heard them without turning. The demon-bound thing lurched forward, all four powers warring inside its flesh. It struck with a brass claw. Abaddon took the blow on the talon and nearly fell. It exhaled plague. His armor filters died. It spoke futures in Zirath's voice. It sang pain in Savael's. It promised that contradiction could become ascension, if only he stopped resisting the hands that offered to complete him. Abaddon gripped Savael's sword and tore it out of his own body. The wound opened wider. Blood poured down his thigh. He threw the blade aside. Then he lifted Drachenyan. "I am not finished." The words were not a boast. They were a refusal sharpened into sound. He did not overpower the creature. He made it disagree with itself. He drove Drachenyan into the brass side first, feeding Kornate rage into Tzinchian flame. The energies recoiled, each refusing, the other's claim. He tore the blade free and cut through the plague-swollen flank, opening Nurgle's rot to Slanshi perfection until the diseased flesh tried to beautify itself and split into screaming petals. He used the talon to crush a cluster of blue eyes, forcing prophecy into blind wrath. He stepped under a silver limb, let it pierce his shoulder, and used the contact to drag ecstatic pain into plague numbness. The blessings began to conflict. The body ruptured. Not explosively at first. It tore by argument. Brass muscles ripped away from diseased bone. Perfumed skin peeled from blue fire. Plague organs burst into crystal birds that immediately decayed into ash. Mouths sang, screamed, prayed, and cursed in 4 different tongues until Abaddon rammed Drachenyan through the central mass and gave all contradiction one wound through which to die. The demon-bound body came apart into 4 kinds of screaming matter. Blood became skulls that shattered on the floor. Fire became eyes that blinked out. Rot became flies that died before taking wing. perfume became glass dust that cut every exposed face in the nave. Abaddon remained standing until the last echo faded. Then he fell to one knee. Kibra reached him again, as he had after Sigismund, but stopped short of touching him. "My lord." Abaddon's breath rasped through a helm half flooded with his own blood. "Secure the ship. The conspirators. Dead. Those behind them?" Abaddon looked up. Kibra understood and went to find names. The Black Legion Lord, who had supported the conspiracy, was named Vorl Kadrex. He had once commanded 3 warbands and a cruiser squadron. He had offered warriors to the Ossuarine campaign, knelt correctly, spoken loyalty with the correct venom, and secretly given the cathedral ship's route to the lesser powers, in exchange for promises of elevation after Abaddon's fall. He was taken alive. The execution took place in the primary embarkation cathedral aboard the Vengeful Spirit, before assembled captains, warlords, sorcerers, warpsmiths, dark apostles, demonkin, and mortal commanders. Abaddon attended despite his wounds. His armor had been sealed but not repaired. Blood still darkened the joints. His face remained cut. The infection had been burned from him at a cost visible in the grey set of his skin. Vorl Kadrex was chained upright to a black iron frame. His armor had been removed piece by piece in front of the host, each plate named, dishonored, and cast into a furnace. His gene seed had already been harvested. His tongue remained because Abaddon wanted him capable of begging. He did. At first he begged in defiance, claiming visions, claiming necessity, claiming the gods had chosen a better vessel. Then Kibra broke his legs with a thunderhammer, and the claims became wet cries. Garvek Thul's servo limbs peeled away strips of flesh with mechanical precision. Sargon Eregesh read aloud the names of every warrior who had died because of the conspiracy, not as prayer, but as accounting. Kion bound Vorl's soul close enough to his body that unconsciousness could not find him. Abaddon did not watch with pleasure. That made it worse. Sadism would have been personal. This was law. "Ambition is permitted," the War Master said to the gathered host while Vorl shook and bled behind him. "Ambition feeds the long war. Rivalry sharpens blades. Pride drives warriors into fire when lesser souls would crawl." He turned so every captain could see the ruin chained to the frame. "But ambition that serves itself before the war is waste. Waste is weakness. Weakness will be corrected." The execution lasted until Vorl had no human shape left. Then the remains were burned, the ashes mixed with deck paint, and the embarkation cathedral's threshold was marked with him, so every warlord crossing it would tread upon the cost of mistaking conspiracy for strength. Only after that did Mortarion speak. The Death Lord had watched from the edge of the cathedral, wreathed in fumes, silent through the punishment. His presence alone had killed several mortal attendants and left a ring of frost-rimmed rot on the deck. When the ashes were sealed beneath black lacquer, he looked upon Abaddon with eyes like buried lanterns. "You remain unascended," Mortarion said. Abaddon met his gaze. "For now." "No." Mortarion's voice was a grave grinding open. "Not for lack of offer, not for lack of hunger, not even for lack of corruption." The chamber quieted. Even the demons in the walls seemed to listen. Mortarion leaned upon silence, and the bells across his armor chimed softly. "You remain unascended because ascension would make you smaller." The words fell harder than praise. Angron would have mocked them. Magnus would have analyzed them. Fulgrim would have turned them into a performance. From Mortarion, bitter, resentful, chained to his own immortal rot, they carried the weight of reluctant truth. Abaddon did not thank him. Mortarion would have despised that. The Warmaster only turned back toward the war map of the Ossuarine Marches, where worlds still waited to be opened, poisoned, blinded, humiliated, and broken. His wounds bled beneath his armor. His blade whispered at his side. His damnation held its direction. The Ossuarine Marches did not fall like a line of fortresses. They died like a body discovering every wound at once. Across the outer systems, Imperial fleets burned in broken formations, their proud prows split open, their gun decks venting men and atmosphere into the void. Battlefleet squadrons that had sailed beneath saints' names and admiralty seals became drifting pyres, their lance batteries firing until the last crewman died at his station, or the last demon clawed through the command throne. Escorts vanished beneath packs of murder-class cruisers. Grand cruisers limped through mine webs, seeded by traitor hands, years before the first shot of the campaign. Defense monitors turned their guns upon each other after scrap code crawled through their cogitator hearts and taught their machine spirits to doubt the voice of command. Forge moons sickened. Their manufactoria did not simply explode, though many did, reactors blooming in white suns that cast the shadows of Skitarii cohorts across the inner walls before erasing them. Worse were the moons that lived. Production lines continued moving while plague crawled through coolant veins, and assembly servitors riveted corrupted armor plates onto weapons meant for loyal hands. Magi argued in Binharic bursts while their own mechadendrites twitched against them. Data shrines coughed black oil. Noospheric hymns warped into laughter. A Titan's princeps woke inside his amniotic tank to hear his god engine praying in a voice that was not its own. Shrine worlds were defiled with the precision of execution. The word-bearers did not waste despair. Dark apostles descended into pilgrim seas and turned terror into liturgy. They preached beneath burning reliquaries, while chains of scripture dragged screaming priests across cathedral floors. Saints' bones were ground into ash and mixed with corpse fat to anoint demon engines. Confession vaults became recruitment pits. Men who had prayed to the Emperor at dawn were howling oaths to the Pantheon by nightfall, not because faith had been replaced, but because it had been twisted until worship and terror became the same motion of the soul. Astropathic relays screamed themselves blind. Magnus's covens moved through the hidden currents beneath the marches and made language treacherous. Choirs sang for aid and sent madness instead. Messages arrived before they were spoken. Orders returned wearing the voices of dead commanders. Entire crusade battle groups halted at coordinates that did not exist because every astropath aboard had dreamed the same false beacon. Those who tried to push through the storm saw a single burning eye open inside the warp and came out days later, aged, mute, and carving Thousand Suns runes into their own skin with broken teeth. The war no longer resembled a campaign. It was a galaxy-scale execution conducted across void, shrine, forge, trench, and thought. Only at the center did its shape become clear. Abaddon had never needed the Daemon Primarchs to follow like lieutenants. He had never believed they would stand in ranks and await orders as captains of the Black Legion did. That was not their nature, and only a fool waged war by demanding that weapons become something other than what they were. He had needed them to be unavoidable disasters at precisely chosen points. Angron broke the strongest wall. Barathrum Gate had been a fortress world of trenches, gene vaults, shrine fanes, and skull reliquaries. Its generals had sworn that no servant of Khorne would profane their dead. They had placed 1 billion soldiers beneath arms, layered tank, parks behind trench belts, buried artillery under mountains, and raised void shields over fortress continents. Angron struck the world where its defiance was thickest. The Red Angel did not conquer by occupation. He erased resistance as a condition. He tore open the primary bastion, dragged its commander through 9 levels of command bunker, and left him nailed to the muzzle of his own macro cannon, with the skulls of his staff packed into his chest cavity. World Eaters flooded the breaches behind him, their chain axes turning Gene Vault Guardians into meat, their armor blackened by promethium and bright with arterial spray. They butchered beyond the necessary line because that was what they were. Abaddon had counted on it. The excess drew Imperial reserves away from the true center. Mortarion poisoned the relief corridor. Imperial High Command had planned to reinforce the inner marches through the Sanctus Vein, a convoy route guarded by Medici worlds, Agri moons, and quarantine stations proud of their purity. The Death Lord's fleets drifted into the vein like a grave tide. They did not destroy the corridor at once. They infected it. Relief ships carried plague sealed inside grain, water, bandages, engine oils, prayer wafers, and the breath of rescued refugees. By the time the Imperial Navy understood the infection, their own triage decks had become rock gardens, their surgeons coughing larvae into open wounds, their captains ordering quarantine while their hands bloomed with black flowers. Mortarion left worlds there that would keep dying for centuries, each one a reminder that delay could become disease. Abaddon had required the corridor closed. Mortarion made it a legend of despair. Magnus blinded the command network. St. Orphael's vigil had hidden its psychic relay beneath layers of lies, sanctity, and inquisitorial murder. The Crimson King found it, opened it, and stole more than Abaddon had shown him. Of course he did. Magnus took pylon fragments, relay harmonics, forbidden choir patterns, and a sealed archive written in a language that made mortal scribes bleed from the ears. Abaddon had expected the theft. He had built the timetable around it. While Magnus unraveled the relay's secrets, every Imperial command thread tied to the Ossuarine marches spasmed and went dark. Orders broke. Reinforcements marched toward dead fronts. Evacuations were denied by commanders who had never sent the denial. Entire armies waited for confirmations that had been eaten by sorcery. Abaddon did not need Magnus to be honest. He needed him curious. Fulgrim shattered the defender's symbol. Aristion Crown had been more than a fortress. It had been a song the Imperium sang to itself about discipline, perfection, and restraint. Its commander had never lost a siege. His gene line had produced duelists whose names were carved in marble halls. The Phoenician came for that beauty and made it scream. He did not merely kill the commander. He forced him into a duel before the fortress's own broadcast shrines, wounded him with impossible delicacy, praised every failure, and broke his perfect record one cut at a time. By the end, the commander knelt not in surrender, but because Fulgrim had severed the tendons behind his knees with artistic patience. Then the Emperor's children transmitted the sound of his final breath across every loyal channel in the system, layered beneath music made from his son's screams. The fortress still had guns. It still had walls. It no longer had its myth. Perturabo's engines cracked the bastions. The Lord of Iron remained distant, contemptuous, unseen. But his war machines did not need his presence to carry his spite. Siege crawlers the size of Manufactoria chewed through adamantium curtain walls. Graviton mortars folded bunkers inward until defenders were compressed into red paste inside their own armor. Shield breaker cannons hammered void shields with cold mathematical rhythm until the barriers failed in exact sequence. Iron Warriors' warsmiths sent reports without flourish, each one a list of fractures, breaches, ammunition spent, and structural insult corrected by force. Lorgar's apostles turned despair into worship. Where the imperial line buckled, the word-bearers entered with scripture chains and burning books. They did not ask the frightened to stop believing. They showed them that belief could be made to kneel in another direction. Entire garrison regiments were captured, preached to beneath the corpses of their officers, branded, armed again, and sent back into the war with the aquila carved from their breastplates, and the 8-pointed star burned into the exposed flesh beneath. And through it all, the Imperial defenders fought with a courage that made their extinction more valuable. They were not weak. Space Marines struck from burning skies, drop pods punching through flak and debris, warriors in loyal colours emerging with bolters roaring and chainswords already wet. Guard armies stood in organised ranks beneath artillery fire so thick the air became soil. Navy battle groups crossed minefields to bring broadsides against traitor battleships, their crews dying at their stations, while priests shouted litanies through smoke-filled decks. Titans strode into demon engines and tore them apart with chain fists and volcano cannon fire before being dragged down by things with too many claws. Knights charged through trenches full of corpses and killed until their reactors breached. Skitarii maniples advanced with machine precision through fields of screaming warp growth, firing until their limbs failed and their weapon arms continued the motion without bodies to guide them. They held firing lines until demons ate through the barricades. They counterattacked until Terminators stepped over their remains. They died with discipline. That was why Abaddon had needed so much to kill them. The ossuary crown waited at the heart of the marches. It had once been an imperial fortress complex built into the hollowed core of a dead world, its outer shell covered in bastions, lance towers, macro batteries, shrine guns, void shield generators, and kilometers of adamantium ribbing. Beneath the surface lay command vaults, astropathic crypts, naval coordination thrones, ammunition oceans, gene-sealed archives, and the strategic heart of the marches. Every route Abaddon had wounded led here. Every disaster he had unleashed had either drawn strength away from it or blinded the hands that might have saved it. He came at the head of the Bringers of Despair. The teleport flares struck the outer command bastion in black lightning. Men died before the first bolter fired. The arrival burst cooked blood in veins, blew eyes from skulls, and burned shadows onto blast walls. Then, the Terminators moved. Storm bolters roared in overlapping thunder, shells detonating through carapace armor, flak plate, robes, bone, and command consoles. Chain fists woke with shrieking teeth and chewed through adamantium gates that had survived orbital bombardment. Meltagons turned bunkers into furnaces, loyalists inside becoming black silhouettes pressed against glowing walls before slumping into heaps of burning fat and armor. The Bringers advanced without haste. That was their terror. No frenzy, no shouted devotion, only black plate, kill runes, weapon discipline, and the heavy certainty of warriors who had followed the War Master through defeats, crusades, betrayals, and the death of Cadia. They fired until chambers were silent, reloaded as they walked, and crushed the wounded beneath their boots if the wounded wore rank markings. Abaddon walked among them, with the talon flexing at his side and Drachnian drawn. The blade made the air wrong. Elite defenders came to meet him in the Hall of Mourned Victories, a vast gallery lined with the bones of heroes who had died defending the marches. Solar Auxilia survivors in void armor. Kasrkin kill teams with hellguns and melter charges. A squad of space marines in battered plate, oath papers burning from their pauldrons. They fought well. One melter beam burned across Abaddon's side and blackened the gold trim of his armor. A thunderhammer struck a bringer of despair and caved his helm into his chest. Hellgun volleys scored bright wounds across black plate. Drachnian opened them. The first space marine to reach Abaddon lost more than flesh. The blade entered beneath his ribcage and exited through his spine, and for a heartbeat, his soul was visible as a pale flame screaming backward into the wound. The second tried to strike with a power axe, but the talon caught the haft, snapped it, and tore the warrior's arm from its socket. Abaddon drove the demon blade through his helm, and the eyes behind the lenses burned black before the body fell. A Kasrkin officer threw himself beneath the talon with a primed charge. Abaddon kicked him into his own men and let the explosion clear the next stair. Room by room, the ossuary crown became a slaughterhouse. The final command awaited in the central strategium. He was Lord Marshal Garin Vere, master of the Ossuarin defence, old by mortal measure, preserved by Juvenat treatments, faith, and hatred. He wore relic carapace beneath a cloak, stiff with campaign honours. A power sword rested in his hands, its blade bright with old sanctification. Around him, the last command staff lay dead or dying. Some had shot themselves rather than be taken. Others still tried to transmit through shattered vox banks that answered only with demon laughter. The Lord Marshal stood before a hololithic map of the collapsing marches and did not kneel. Abaddon entered through a gate his terminators had cut into glowing ruin. For a moment, the two commanders looked upon one another across the dead. "You are not Horus," Vere said. His voice did not shake. Abaddon respected that enough to listen. "You are not a Primarch. You are not a god. You are a traitor swollen by borrowed power, standing on the corpses of better men." The bringers of despair raised their weapons. Abaddon lifted the talons slightly, and they held fire. Vere spat blood onto the floor. Some wound had already opened him beneath the cloak. He stood by will and spite alone. "Horus failed," the Lord Marshal said. "You will fail. Every oathbreaker fails. Every false king learns the throne endures." Abaddon stepped forward. "Horus failed because he became the god's favoured son." The words moved through the strategium like a cold wind. Vere's eyes narrowed. Abaddon continued, voice low, iron calm. He knelt beneath the crown and called it command. He let the pantheon fill him until there was no room left for the warlord I followed. He became mighty beyond reason, and still he died at terror. Drachnian whispered beside him. "The Daemon Primarchs are mighty because they are extensions of their patrons. Angron is Khorne's wrath given wings. Mortarion is Nurgle's bitterness made flesh. Magnus is Tzeentch's hunger for pattern. Fulgrim is Slaaneish's mirror sharpened into a blade. They are stronger than I am in every way that fools worship." The Lord Marshal lifted his sword. "Then why do they follow you?" Abaddon's face did not change. "Because I remain the wound that chooses where it cuts." Vere attacked. For a mortal, he was fast. For an old man, impossibly so. The relic power sword flashed up and scored Abaddon's breastplate, cutting a bright line across black ceramite and old gold. Sparks spat. Blood answered beneath the plate. The Lord Marshal tried to step inside the War Master's reach, perhaps hoping to drive the blade into a joint seal, perhaps knowing he had only one chance and giving it everything duty had left. The talon caught him, not the sword, the man. Its claws closed around Vere's torso, pinning arms, ribs, cloak, honours, and defiance in one black fist. Abaddon squeezed. The Lord Marshal's ribs folded inward with a dense, wet crunch. His sword fell from fingers that no longer obeyed him. Blood burst from his mouth and ran down his chin. One eye reddened as pressure broke vessels behind it. Abaddon held him alive. Ver tried to speak. Only blood came. Drachnian rose. The blade entered beneath the sternum slowly, almost gently. Ver convulsed. His mouth opened wide enough to tear at the corners. The demon weapon tasted his soul and pulled. There was no flame visible to mortalize this time. Only a deepening horror in the Lord Marshal's face, as everything he had been was touched by the first murder's hunger. Abaddon watched him die like a conquered map, not with joy, not with rage. He studied the collapse. Breath, pulse, resistance, faith, pain. The exact moment when will failed but hatred remained. Then even hatred was eaten, and the Lord Marshal sagged in the talon's grip. Abaddon withdrew the blade and let the corpse fall. Outside, the Daemon Primarchs completed their work and remained entirely themselves. Angron butchered beyond the necessary line. After Barathrum Gate broke, he drove his host into evacuation corridors that had no value left, killing soldiers, pilgrims, prisoners, and cultists who stepped too close. He turned the surface into a red scripture no sane god needed translated. Abaddon had already shifted the critical assets away before the Red Angel's frenzy became strategically wasteful. Mortarion left the Sanctus vein rotting for centuries. His plagues did not end when the battle did. They nested in soil, bone, water, and memory. Worlds that survived the first infection would spend generations birthing children with blackened lungs and dreams of bells. Abaddon had no need to hold those worlds. Their sickness would hold them for him. Magnus stole what Abaddon expected him to steal. The psychic relay's deepest secrets vanished into the Crimson King's labyrinths, along with pylon harmonics, choir schematics, and forbidden resonance studies. In taking them, Magnus triggered the false archive Abaddon had planted beneath the true one. Imperial Command would spend centuries hunting a phantom system that existed only because the Crimson King's theft made it credible. Fulgrim turned victory into theatre. Aristion Crown did not merely fall. It was made to confess ugliness before dying. Its statues were rearranged into obscene praise of failure. Its dueling halls became mirrors in which every surviving defender saw his own terror made beautiful. Abaddon had anticipated the delay. Fulgrim's excess drew loyalist attention to a symbolic corpse, while Black Legion fleets gutted the roots behind it. Perturabo's engines broke more than walls. They proved which bastions the Imperium had thought eternal. Lorga's apostles left no clean defeat behind them, only worlds where survivors could no longer agree whether they had been conquered, tested, or converted. Every excess had been accounted for. Every appetite had been given room to damage the enemy more than the plan. The Ossuarine marches fell, not permanently perhaps, not cleanly. The Imperium did not die in elegant lines. It would return to some worlds, rebuild some bastions, purge some cults, quarantine some plagues, sanctify some ruins, and write histories in which courage endured and the traitor was denied complete victory. That was the Imperial way. It turned mutilation into sermon and called survival triumph. But the marches were broken in the way Abaddon required. Routes destabilized, fleets shattered, populations corrupted, shrine morale poisoned, supply arteries severed, astropathic relays blinded or compromised, forge output stolen, infected, or delayed. Fortress World still fighting without knowing no relief could reach them. Imperial command forced to choose which billion souls to abandon first, and which prayers to answer with silence. That was conquest in the Long War, not possession. Collapse. Later, aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Keir Voss finished the chronicle. He sat beneath the Hall of Concordance while the ship moved through the dark like a continent of murder. Around him, mortal scribes whispered over casualty rolls and warband tallies. Servitors dragged chains of fresh parchment made from flayed prisoners. In the distance, chained demons screamed inside reactor vaults, and macro cannon loaders chanted rites over shells that would one day kill cities not yet warned of their fate. The Daemon Primarchs had gone from the chamber. Their presences remained as damage, claw marks in the floor where Angron had stood, rot in the iron beneath Mortarian's shadow, a mirror that reflected stars instead of faces where Magnus had watched, a lingering sweetness in the air from Fulgrim that made one scribe weep until his eyes bled. Abaddon stood alone at the head of the council table, studying the next war. Keir looked down at the final tablet. His hand ached, his eyes burned. He had written of Chthoniya, Horus, Terra, the Eye, Drachnian, Sigismund, Cadia, the Arcs, the Trial, the Marches. He had watched demigods listen to a mortal who had refused to become their kind. He had seen strength bow without kneeling, because appetite had been made useful and pride had been given direction. His stylus touched the tablet one final time. The answer was not comforting. It was not simple enough for lesser warlords or loyalist priests. It did not make Abaddon stronger than Angron in rage, or Mortarian in endurance, or Magnus in sorcery, or Fulgrim in impossible grace. It did not crown him above Primarchs by flesh or warp-born grandeur. The Daemon Primarchs were stronger than Abaddon in body, sorcery, and divine monstrosity. But they followed his wars because he was the thing they were not. A will unclaimed by any single god. Patient enough to wound an empire for 10,000 years. Cruel enough to call apocalypse strategy